Great. We're live on YouTube then. Lee, I'm going to transfer the host to you so you can get on with Claire's presentation, okay?
All right. Thank you,
Great session
Vinny.
to everybody. Thank you for being here. See ya.
Thank you. See ya. Good morning, everyone. Welcome. Hello, Talita. Hello, Marcelo, Suelen. Thank you very much for being here, everyone. Well, welcome to Back to Foundations, an event organized by BRAZ-TESOL São Paulo chapter, and this is day 2. On behalf of our board, I'd like to start the day by wishing you all a great event full of learning and sharing. We'd like to thank you all for being here, our sponsors, Bridge Educational Group, Cultura Inglesa, GISAL, GISOP Financial Literacy, National Geographic, SBS, A Página, Tolkien EFL, Brelt, Stephen Hughes, Rodrigo Sigoli, and of course, our first speaker of the day, Claire Venables. Thank you very much, Claire, for accepting our invitation. And the floor is yours. Can you hear me, Claire? Attendees, remember you have the Q&A button to ask for questions. I'm going to be helping Claire with the questions. Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Okay, you got it now, Claire. Sorry about that.
No problem. A very good morning to everyone here. And thank you very much for that lovely introduction, Priscilla. I'd like to kickstart this webinar, first of all, by thanking all of you for waking up on a Sunday morning to be here with me all. I hope you've all had your morning coffee, or in my case, mint tea this morning to get this started. For those of you who know me, you may be familiar with the work I do to support teachers in the young learner community. But for those of you who don't, I can tell you that connection, community, and professional development are 3 key areas of my work these days. And that's why when I was asked to give a webinar with the theme of foundations for teaching young learners, I knew exactly what I wanted to talk about. I have a very strong connection with young learner teachers of all different stages of their career. And you see, the care of one's physical and mental health is, for me, the absolute foundation of a successful and fulfilling career in any field. But teaching, in particular, is a profession that's characterized by high levels of burnout and emotional exhaustion. And since lockdown, I'm sure this problem has only escalated. Am I right? For many, the challenge of emergency remote teaching has pushed them to the limit. And I've been working closely with teachers from many different parts of Brazil, and you'd be really shocked at the number of calls that I've received from people who are feeling overwhelmed, struggling with their anxiety, and often in tears. Perhaps you can relate to some of these feelings as well. I mean, we've all been on a roller coaster of emotions over the last few weeks. My point is that teachers need to have a full range of intellectual and emotional resources to draw on if they're going to be successfully able to connect with students and, of course, help students connect with the lesson content. I strongly believe that self-care is one of the foundations for working with young learners, and we need to talk more about this, especially with aspiring and newly qualified teachers. So in this webinar, I'm going to try and convince you to start investing more time and resources to preparing yourself physically, emotionally, but also practically for the challenges of teaching children. And I'm going to share plenty of practical ideas to help you. I mean, I don't just want you surviving this experience. I would like to see you thriving as a young learner teacher, particularly specifically in this new context that we find ourselves in. So I'm now going to go ahead and share my slides with you all. This webinar, the title of this webinar is self-care, hashtag self-care for young learner teachers. And specifically in this webinar, we'll be covering the following topics. First of all, I'll ask and answer the question, why is self-care so important for educators? And I think then it's really important to define what self-care really is. Spoiler, it's more than a hashtag. And also, of course, talk about what self-care isn't. And it wouldn't be a webinar with me if it didn't have plenty of practical tips. And I'm going to share those with you. Ideas on how you can stay healthy and organized and productive during this rather unusual period, but of course beyond as well. Okay, so let's get started, shall we? So the term self-care. Self-care originally referred to medical procedures or treatments that would be administered by patients at home. So for example, people with diabetes giving their own insulin injections, that was self-care. But this term has since been taken over by bloggers and digital influencers everywhere as they post these pictures of their spa days and luxury products. I mean, you've all seen it, right? Hashtag self-care. But self-care is so much more than a trending hashtag. But I'd like to know, what does self-care mean to you? What does it look like in your daily life? I'd like you to write definitions or examples even in the comments box for me so we can start this discussion from there. What do you think self-care is? So let me have a look in this chat box. So, big hello to all of these people who are so active already. Marcelo has said moments of pleasure. Tayani has said being able to teach. Simone's got a lovely answer. She said daily rituals. Priscilla has said in capital letters, be aware of your needs and limits. Rafael has said it's what we do to indulge ourselves. We'll be talking about that, Rafael. Nayara has said, minding our mental health. Daya, thank you for your contribution too. Take care and stay with myself. And then, of course, Tayani has also added, when we take care of ourselves. Andresa, what comes to Andresa's mind is emotional self-care, which is also a big part of it. Very nice. Simone has also said personal daily rituals. Bianca has said balance. Tabitha has said a spa day. These are all very interesting definitions and examples. Doing things you like taking a moment for yourself. Thanks, Henata, for pitching in there with your ideas. Eduardo has said, self-care for me is to have balance between professional and personal life, to take care of my body and mind. Wow, it sounds like you're all very attuned to this idea of having self-care in your life. Well, maybe, is this something that you're already practicing? Perhaps it is. Perhaps you feel that you have a very good self-care routine. And if it is, then I would question what you're doing awake on a Sunday morning working. Sunday should be for sleeping in. No, I'm kidding. I'm really happy that you've all joined me here. Lots and lots of answers in this chat box. If you are in the room, make sure you do check out all of these other lovely answers. Okay. Marcelo's added a very good point, that it is very difficult to deal with this new, to find time and space in our lives for self-care with this new way of teaching. I assume Marcelo's talking about remote teaching. Great answers there. And I'm going to jump in and give my own definition of self-care. We could define self-care perhaps as any action that you use to improve your health and well-being. Okay. And according to the National Institute of Mental Illness, there are 6 elements to self-care. And ideally, you should be incorporating an activity that covers each of these elements into your daily routine. You've got the physical, the psychological, the emotional, the spiritual, the social, and professional. Now, it sounds like a lot to fit into one day, especially if you feel you haven't got time for even one of those things. But I promise you, it is a lot easier than it sounds. And we're going to look at some practical examples of this in just a minute. But first of all, I think it's now important to define or in defining what self-care is, we also need to take a look at what self-care definitely isn't. Don't make the mistake of confusing self-care with self-indulgence, for starters. Self-care activities have lasting benefits in terms of mental and physical health. Self-indulgent habits like binge watching Netflix or eating too much junk food, these are short-term fixes for problems. And don't get me wrong, I love a good Netflix binge every now and then. There's nothing wrong with that. But don't confuse that as an act of self-care. Again, self-care has lasting long-term benefits for your mental and physical health. It is not a band-aid for a problem. It is not escapism. Many people also feel put off by the idea of incorporating self-care routines into their lives because of this misconception that self-care is somehow selfish or indulgent or unnecessary. I mean, it is not just, a spa day. A spa day could be, if you have the financial means to go to a spa, that could be a wonderful act of self-care. But it's not necessarily that. Maintaining a self-care practice is not an act of selfishness. It's an act, and I love the way this sounds, it's an act of improving our ability to care. And young learner teachers will know just how important it is for us to be well. And I mean, anyone who's flown on an airplane knows the rule, right? If the oxygen masks come down, you first. You have to secure your mask first. And why? Well, because you have to be okay before you can help others be okay. This is the rule, and it makes perfect sense. What a lack of self-care can lead to is teacher burnout. And teacher burnout in our profession is a very serious problem. According to a 2012 study by Sarah Bousquet, teachers who experience burnout have 3 categories of symptoms. The first one is exhaustion. Sound familiar to anyone? Exhaustion, that feeling that your emotional resources are used up. The second one is depersonalization, and this can manifest itself with physical or emotional distancing or isolation from family and colleagues. And the third one is diminished personal achievement. So that's when teachers feel that they are incompetent in their careers. Just like it says here in this quote, it's not just a mental state. It is a psychological condition that negatively affects all aspects of one's life. And I don't know about you, but I, for one, have experienced all of these symptoms at different points in my career. I am no stranger to burnout. And every time it's happened, there have been both professional and personal consequences. And this is why it is so important. Taking care of your health needs is a priority. And it's a priority so that you can be prepared to be the best teacher that you can be for yourself, but also for your students. And of course, this goes far beyond the professional. This is not just about being able to handle the challenges of teaching remotely right now, because being happy and healthy and emotionally strong through a time like the one we're living, it also puts you in a far better place to support your family and loved ones. And this is just so important. The next thing that I think is worth mentioning, this is also on the topic of what self-care isn't. What we really need to be clear on here is that some mental health issues are simply too challenging and serious to safely address them on your own through self-care. It's wonderful to see that mental health is becoming less of a taboo, and people are really and much more readily opening up and talking about it. If you like podcasts, I'm going to jump in here and recommend the IA-TEFL TD SIGS podcast, which is produced by James Taylor. In the latest episode of this, they actually talk openly about the topic of mental health in ELT. So definitely check that out if you're a podcast person like me. What I wouldn't like people to walk away from this webinar thinking is that self-care can replace a psychologist or a psychiatrist. Absolutely not. If you're struggling to take care of routine things, brushing your teeth, getting up in the morning, getting dressed, making and sustaining friendships, if you're having trouble concentrating, if you're having trouble sleeping, if you're feeling suicidal, if you're really depressed, then seek help from a professional. Self-care is not therapy. Don't kid yourself. The gym is not therapy. Going to a spa is not therapy. Only therapy is therapy. So let's keep that in mind. We've sort of discussed what self-care is. We've discussed what self-care definitely isn't. Now, let's go ahead and take a look at what some self-care practices might look like during lockdown. So I'm going to have a look at some different categories, but within each of these different sections that I'm talking about, we're going to be touching on all 6 of those different elements that are recommended from the National Institute for Mental Health. The first one is staying healthy, okay? When we think of staying healthy, the 3 pillars of diet, exercise, and sleep are the first things that come to my mind. And research shows that they are essential components of good physical and mental health. So staying active, eating well, and getting enough rest during the lockdown needs to be priority. It's over to you all now. Are you managing to get moving every day? And if so, how are you doing this? Share with me here in the comments. And what about your food choices? Have your food choices become more balanced now that the initial shock of what is going on has passed. And the last question I have for you is, do you have a bedtime routine? Feel free to jump in and respond in the comments with answers to any of these questions. So walking a dog, people are doing Zumba. This is great. Zumba at home. Walking, Alini, walking from the bedroom to the kitchen might count. I guess it depends on how often you do it and how quickly you do it. Pilates during lunch break, this is great. Eating well. Raquel is not managing to stay active. I've got some fellow yogis here as well in the group, people who are doing yoga, jumping rope. Other people feel like perhaps they're not eating in such a balanced, mindful way. Oh, Vinicius has stopped eating a lot of junk food and is ordering homemade food. I guess that's delivery, getting homemade food delivered. Or do you mean making homemade food? I've been doing a lot of cooking during this lockdown. 50 minutes on the bike riding a day, yoga. Taking care of children certainly keeps you active, but I wouldn't call that, I absolutely wouldn't consider that to be an act of self-care. It's an act of caring for others, which can actually deplete your energy. So please be mindful, Gabriele, of taking time. Playing tennis, me too. I've been playing a lot of tennis. Walking. Wow. Wei has just arrived home from walking. And not many people seem to be mentioning a bedtime routine. Practicing ballet. Oh, there are some lovely ideas here. Okay, so it's really important to make sure that you are finding ways of staying active, eating well, and getting enough rest. And we know this. It's not new to us. It's not I'm not sharing anything groundbreaking with you, but what I am is raising this issue and putting it at the forefront and challenging you to start making this a real priority. It's absolutely essential for our physical and mental health to make sure that we are looking after these 3 pillars, essential pillars. It's also important to reduce stress. And I'm going to go out on a limb here and estimate that all of us have been feeling some degree of stress over the past weeks, right? I mean, with everything that's going on, it would be pretty strange if you weren't feeling stressed. But learning to minimize and control feelings of anxiety and hopelessness is key to staying emotionally balanced and being able to give your best self to you, of course, but also to your family and your students. Some ways of managing stress. Here we go. The first thing that you need to do is distance yourself from anything or anyone that may be spreading fake news, alarmist opinions, or negative sentiments about the situation, the current situation. I want you to rely only on factual information from reliable sources such as the World Health Organization. There is nothing worse for your mental health right now than to be constantly checking in on those WhatsApp groups who are sending round terrible, unfounded news about the disaster that is our current context. Stay informed, absolutely, but don't get crazy about this and don't start checking in all the time. It is not going to change anything. It is not going to have an impact on the situation. It is only going to have a negative impact on your mental health. So rely only on reliable sources for your information. Which is actually just I've prepared this talk before the recent news that the government is now limiting our access to factual information about what is happening with COVID virus, and that just came to mind. It's very difficult times, people, very difficult times. This is so important. this topic of keeping emotionally, mentally, physically well through what we are living through. It is honestly, for me as a foreigner here in Brazil, it is shocking to see what is happening, and I'm so glad that we're able to have a real conversation about this topic. The second thing that I'm going to recommend to you is mindfulness and meditation practices. If you have never experienced the transformational power of regular mindfulness practice, now is the perfect time to start. There is evidence-based research that suggests that like a regular practice as little as 5 minutes a day can have a positive impact on your mental health by reducing stress and anxiety. And at the end of this talk, of course, I'm going to have some slides with resources and links to where you can get free access to mindfulness and meditation practices online, and also sources. I'm citing my sources on this. And then, of course, the last thing that I would like to recommend for you for this is, for reducing stress, is journaling. And someone has actually mentioned this already in the comments. Journaling is another simple way to help you process your feelings and improve your mental health. I've got resources, some links to some of those resources as well in the last slide. So those are 3 ideas to help you reduce your stress at the moment and beyond now as well. Distancing yourself from people who are negative or spreading fake news. Get out of those WhatsApp groups. Start practicing meditation and mindfulness for as little as 5 minutes a day. It's very easy to incorporate into your routine. And you might like to start journaling as well. Teachers who love languages, this might be a lovely thing for you to start doing. It could be with written words or images. The next thing for staying healthy is about your attitude. Keeping your attitude in check, being mindful of the messages that you are sending yourself, is really important for staying emotionally, mentally healthy. There are 2 words that I keep repeating, and I have since lockdown started, and it's patience and empathy. Patience for yourself, empathy for yourself, but also for others. Let's all just start assuming that everyone is doing their best. Mistakes can and will happen, but keep in mind that everyone is trying their hardest. As you have to deal with difficult students who might be driving you crazy, keep in mind, have empathy for these students, have patience with these students, for their parents as well. Patience and empathy for your coordinator, patience and empathy for your family, patience and empathy. Honestly, your mindset right now can limit or empower you. So keep your attitude in check. And the last one that I have here for staying healthy is, of course, the famous finding balance between work and leisure. Balance and flow have been 2 goals of mine for the last 2 years, and it is incredibly difficult for me, this one. I am a workaholic, and I don't say that proudly. I think it's incredibly unhealthy sometimes, the lack of balance that I have in my life, but it's incredibly important for my physical and mental health to find balance. If you've found yourself working double what you used to, then the next section on organization and time management is going to be very important for you. Getting effective at remote working, setting working hours, making sure you know when it's time to switch off is going to be absolutely essential for you to achieve this balance. You need to get much needed time away from screens. You need to connect with family and loved ones around you, and you need to disconnect fully from the worries of work. And one of the things that I've been doing for a while now is learning the power of saying no. And although I still find it incredibly challenging to do that, I like to say yes to people when they ask me to do things. I have found it incredibly important and beneficial to me to say no. And you'll be surprised at how patient and empathetic people are when they do receive a no. And what has made it easier for me to start saying no to things is accepting no's from other people too, with a smile and grace. So on a scale of 1 to 10 now, how are you feeling about your work-life balance? Eight, great. 6, 3, 9, wow. There are some 5s. There are a lot of people. Oh, there are kinds. Ooh, there are answers all over the place. People who feel like they have no balance at all, to people who feel they have their life in perfect balance. So 10, of course, is, your life is in great balance. 1, of course, would be very negative. Higor, I can relate to how you're feeling. It's been very difficult for me for a very long time. To be honest with you, though, lockdown has simplified my life a lot. I'm not doing any traveling right now, which has made things a lot simpler. And I've really, I seem to have simplified my life a lot, which has made it easier to get a balance. And of course, my child, for those of you who don't know, I have a little boy. His father is now in the city during this lockdown. So we've been able to find a much better balance between childcare, and that's made an incredible difference in my life. So staying healthy is one of the most important things, of course, for or one of the most important elements of self-care. And I hope you've got some of those routines or some of those tips there that you can start thinking about and really committing to incorporate into your life. But I want to talk about staying organized and being productive now, because one of the most important qualities of a successful remote worker in any field is organization. And this can have a big impact on the amount of time you have off. I know how many hours teachers have been putting into this, as they've had to learn a whole range of new skills. So I want to, as I have been working remotely for a couple of years now, I'd like to share with you some of the things that I've learned over the last couple of years. Getting organized. Getting organized starts with getting yourself a planner. And this could be an online planner or a paper planner, but you need to start keeping track of duties and deadlines and stop relying on your memory alone. This is setting yourself up for disaster. So much of what we're doing now is completely new for everyone. And in this new and uncharted territory, it's incredibly important to stay organized by writing things down and keeping everything on track. And a planner is your first step to doing that. Here's another tip. Prepare yourself for your day the night before. So tonight, I'm going to sit down with my planner and I'm going to go through exactly what it is that I need to do on Monday. Let me tell you, just waking up already having that clear in my mind, actually going to bed with that clear in my mind already lowers my anxiety. But waking up and not feeling that terrible sinking feeling in your stomach of, what do I need to do today? What's the first thing on my agenda? Is absolute bliss. So take my advice and give this a go. Start planning your day the night before and you'll feel the immediate impact on the way you feel emotionally and the way you are organized, your organization. The last thing here that I want to talk about for getting organized is creating a morning routine. And this is more important than ever right now. You may not have to go into work like you used to, but maintaining a similar routine to start your day can be incredibly effective in helping you get into work mode more quickly and increase your productivity throughout the day. This doesn't have to be complicated or time-consuming either. Like something as simple as waking up, practicing your 5 minutes of meditation, maybe doing a little bit of exercise or journaling, jump in the shower, get dressed for the day, get out of your pajamas, people. Having a nutritious breakfast with your family can be a great way to start the day. And if you think back to those 6 categories of what we need to be incorporating into our self-care routine, that pretty much checks off all 6 categories. If you are religious or spiritual, you might like to add some prayer, anything that is going to help you start your day with self-care routines. Tabitha, you do need to get out of your pajamas. What's working for you in the mornings? Share with me what is working for you, but also, and I want you to think hard and be honest with me now. What would you like to change about your morning routine? Hubia, you've got to start planning your days. Are you going to commit to that? Some people are mentioning needing to wake up earlier. Other people are talking about doing exercises in the morning. Starting to jog in the morning. Okay, making time for breakfast is a great thing to do. Oh, okay. Right. Midian, really good idea about waking up and getting away from your phone. That is one that I battle with. It's the worst thing in the world to wake up and start your day. Yeah, checking the phone, that can suck you into like mindless scrolling, and it's a terrible way to start your day. Okay, so some ideas. Cíntia, I completely agree with you. I'm going to confess something here. The only way I was able to break that habit was to start leaving my phone downstairs. So to wake up in the morning, I was physically unable to get to my phone. I'd have to like wake up, go downstairs, get my phone. So that's the only time. Another tip that I can give you about incorporating exercise into your routine is the night before. If you're going to be doing, for example, a video, like following a video exercise, like if you want to do some exercise at home, what I found really useful is setting up my device with the video ready, like choosing the video that I want to do in the morning, getting it ready, putting my clothes, my exercise clothes next to the bed so I can practically roll out of bed onto my yoga mat and I can do like a 5-minute yoga stretch just to start my day off. So much healthier than getting on my phone and scrolling, which is something that I'm guilty of doing. Not everyone has breakfast, but I actually start my day with warm water and lime juice. And that has been, I've been doing that for years now, and it is absolutely wonderful. I encourage you all to give that a go. That was advice from my doctor. That's been good. Okay, so these are all, I'm really happy to see people sharing in this conversation happening here. That is really, really good. So let's take another look. Oh, propolis is another great thing to add. Lime juice, ginger, apple vinegar, and warm water. Fantastic. Really nice. Okay, so let's talk about being productive, because this can be extremely challenging. When I first moved to working remotely, I transitioned to this a couple of years ago when I wanted to leave the city I was living in and move to Sao Paulo without having to start from zero. I decided to go out on my own and start working remotely. And when I managed to do this, I thought, wow, I'd envisioned this amazing life that I would be living. Internet cafes, co-working spaces. I would really live the digital nomad life. I could work from anywhere. Unfortunately, the expectation was not the same as the reality. Trust me, I know just how challenging it can be to stay focused, to be productive, and to find balance when there are so many other things competing for your attention throughout the day. I mean, it's not that we're just working remotely. Everyone from our family is at home with us. So I've learned over the years that there are specific things that we can do to really make this experience a positive one. And I would like to share some of those ideas with you now. The first one that you can see there on the list is to create a physical space for work. Whether that you have the luxury of having a whole room, I do not. What you're looking at now is actually the top level of where I live, the top floor. My bedroom is behind that curtain, and I've just had to divide this top floor, so I have a little office space here and my bedroom's on the other side. Not everyone has a whole room. You can just do like me, you can use a corner of a room, but make sure you have a place set up organized, and reserved specifically as your workspace. This makes it so much easier to switch your brain into work mode. And it's also a visual cue to everyone else in your household that work is your primary focus in that moment. Where are you currently working, and how could you improve this space to make it more functional, comfortable, or inspiring? Okay, I'm just reading the comments here. Great. So Sylvia has set up a small desk. That's exactly right, Sylvia. You don't need a big space. You can use a desk. Maybe you could put something in front of the desk, like a corkboard. I have a corkboard here next to me that I'm able to sort of put a calendar on, post-it notes, reminders. Great. Some people have got offices, plants. Alessandra, plants are a wonderful thing to add. I've added this, that was my Mother's Day gift that I got there, that I've added to this room to try and make it a little bit more visually appealing and inspiring. Okay, so some people are using spaces in their bedroom. This is completely fine, absolutely fine. But it's really important to make sure that that space is organized. Having plants on the table is a lovely idea. Good lighting is really important. Pictures of loved ones, what a lovely idea. That is very, very nice. Colored pens are a must. I've got stacks of colored pens as well. Teacher life, right? Young learner, teacher life. Okay. Great. I'm sharing this space as well with my son. We've set up beside each other to work and study. And it's working out quite well, actually, except during meetings. Of course, that's difficult. We have to separate for meetings. Okay, Bianca feels motivated when she sees her books. It is wonderful that you've identified this and incorporated that into your physical space. So these are all wonderful ideas, and I'm glad to see that people are on this. If you're not, maybe you can think about this today, maybe make a few changes to your physical space in preparation for this week. So let's talk about now staying focused. How can you stay focused? You will excel at remote working if you're able to manage distractions and remain focused on your work. This means it's not just going to happen on its own. You need to have strategies in place to make this happen, people. I'm going to share with you, and this is not the only way that you can do this, but I'm going to share with you a system that I have developed for me, and you can take it, leave it, adapt it, whatever you like. You can share more ideas in the comments of what you're doing. So the first thing I do is with my planner, I take it and I organize my work day based on the deadlines that I have got in my planner. And what I'll actually do is I'll create a list of things, often on post-it notes, and I will specify a certain number of hours that I estimate I will need to finish that by the deadline. And then I will put those things into my planner. But on a day-to-day basis, what I'm going to do is I'm going to look at those things that I'm supposed to be working on that day, and I'm going to break them down into manageable tasks. On your to-do list, make sure that you're not sort of putting write a webinar. These massive tasks need to be broken down, and you also need to remember that between them, as you're completing these little mini tasks, you need to be adding brain breaks in there. And this is something that I learned from, or the importance about this was I learned from Andre Hedlund, who has been talking about brain breaks to all of us for a very long time now. And it's something that I began incorporating into my work routine, and it really, really helped improve my focus a lot. So using brain breaks helps you not to lose focus long term, and it really does optimize your productivity. I also use the Pomodoro method, also from Andre. So when I have to go for long stretches of planning or writing, I set myself a maximum, well, actually it's a max, I don't use 20 minutes, I use like 40 minutes. So I'll go for 40 minutes focused. This is the time which has worked for me. You're going to have to play with this. Everyone's going to be different. A maximum of 40 minutes, which I will work for solidly, and then I will stop and I'll take a break. Don't think that you can do multitasking. Set yourself, and this comes to when you're using your planner, set yourself a maximum of 3 things to achieve each day and work on one thing at a time. Multitasking has been proven to be highly unproductive for getting work done. So you're much better at focusing on one task at a time. So that's what I'm doing. I break consistently, well, I work actually consistently for 40 minutes. Then I take a short break to focus on something else. And I've also come up with this other technique, which I find really good for managing distractions. That's called the dump list. And let me show you if I actually have, of course I have one here. So this is what a dump list looks like. My dump list looks like. It is just a piece of paper next to me. What normally happens during my workday? I'll be sitting down working, and tell me if this happens to you as well. I'm pretty sure it does, happens to all of us. Suddenly I'll remember a bill that I need to pay, or I will remember that it is my friend's birthday, or I will get a notification that somebody has sent me a message on WhatsApp, and I'll think, oh, I really need to do that. It is important that I don't forget it. I should do it just now. It won't take very long. And suddenly you have fallen down the WhatsApp hole, and you are messaging and responding to messages. The person messages you back, and off you go. And that 5 minutes that you thought you'd spend, you've stopped your writing work and your planning work to focus on this, has turned into 15 minutes. And then you find yourself doing something else. Now, and then you try and go back, and you have to try and refocus and get back into the zone. This kills your productivity. What I have found has really helped me is when these things, they're important things that I cannot forget, I write them onto my dump list. So I know that I'm not going to forget them, but I don't actually stop what I'm doing to work on anything else. I just jot it down and go back to what I was doing. And then in my break, when I'm doing this brain break, I'll often hit this list and I'll sort of go, how many things can I get done from this list in 15 minutes? Go. And then of course I love ticking them off. There's something very cathartic about being able to tick things off a list. So that's the dump list. It's a really good system to help keep you on track. Right, so that is some suggestions for how you can be productive during the day. I'm going to sort of start wrapping this up now, but before I do, I'd like to talk to you about webinars. And I'd like to talk to you about knowledge and information. What I've presented to you today is just information. Nothing will actually happen unless you take action from this. If there's some kind of next step, I'm going to encourage you all to actually do something with what you've heard here today. Don't just let this be, spending an hour here with me is not actually going to have an impact on anything in your life unless you take action. And I know that this can be harder than it seems, but a planning or thinking about self-care and self-care routines will not actually improve the quality of your life in any way, shape, or form. You're going to actually have to do something. You're going to have to take action. So here's my challenge for you. I really believe that this is something that is so important for young learner teachers. And I really hope that you take some time and really think about this. I'm about to publish a blog post on this topic. So you can either rewatch the recording, or you can read the blog post, or you can download my slides, but take a moment to reflect on what has been discussed here today. And then I'd like you to take action. Write out your own. This would be a wonderful thing to do today, perhaps. Maybe you could, after you've watched the webinars today, you could sit down, make a nice cup of coffee, or if it's in the evening, pour yourself a glass of wine and write out your own list of self-care activities that would be relevant to you, that would fit in your routine, that would suit your personality. And then if you want to use it, if you need a template to sort of guide you, feel free to use this free template here that I found, so that you can start planning these into your week. I feel like when I think about something, there is a lot less commitment to when I actually write it down. If I've written it down, it's a next level of commitment. But when I share this publicly, it becomes a much higher level of accountability for me. If I have said publicly that I'm going to do something, if I have shared this with a friend, if I've promised a friend that I will show up and be there, it is a much higher level of accountability. So if you want to participate in this challenge, why don't you plan out your week with even start with one self-care, new self-care routine that you're going to be using in your day, and take a photo of yourself doing it, or create some kind of, take a photo of yourself doing it and share it in your social media. Use the hashtag self-care for YLT, Young Learner Teachers, and tag me in it so that you're holding yourself accountable to me for this. And then, of course, I'm going to share it with the community in my social media. So if this is something that I would love to start a movement of young learner teachers really dedicating time and resources to their self-care. I think this is so important when we work with children. I think it is definitely one of the foundations of being a successful, fulfilled teacher. So I hope that you've enjoyed this. I'm looking forward to seeing your posts. Lucy, it's lovely. I've just seen that Lucy's here with us as well. Thank you all very much for joining me. I'm going to commit to practicing what I preach and putting all of this, what I've been talking about, into practice this week. Thank you all very much. I'm going to open the floor to you all now for anyone who might have questions for me.
Claire, can I read some of the questions here? I don't think we have time for all of them, but I'll choose some of them.
I'll try and be as quick as possible with this. Sorry, I forgot that.
Yeah, sure.
Here I've also included links for further reading and other resources. So Pomodoro method, Miracle Morning, the meditation thing. There's actually, I've noticed a big problem with people going crazy about weight gain and weight loss, and over the quarantine period. I think that's really unhealthy. So there's some nice things for you to check out there. Exercise, journaling, and then of course, if you would like to continue reading more about burnout in our profession, these are some great articles that I have used in preparing for this. So do check that out, or everything that I've quoted today has come from one of these resources. So do check that out. This QR code has the link to these slides. So please feel free to go ahead and check that out as well.
So Beatriz asked, she said, how to optimize the class preparation hours. I spend too much time preparing classes and it doesn't feel healthy.
Great. I'm going to give you a great piece of advice here. Plan with a friend, plan with a colleague. Don't do it alone. Get together. You'll find it much, much, much more enjoyable. It's connection with people, and planning is a lot more effective that way. I've started planning groups. I'm like, in my week, I'm planning with groups of teachers. It's much, much more effective.
Great. Being a young learner teacher is very difficult to handle with parents, especially during this remote moment. What tips can I give my students or parents without being rude?
Okay, so I have got a webinar from National Geographic which talks about connecting with parents, with lots of ideas there. So I would definitely recommend watching that webinar from National Geographic on bridging the gap between home and school for lots of ideas. And there is also, and in that webinar, I actually link to a wonderful, I've got some advice in that webinar. I think that's the best answer that I can give you quickly.
Thank you so much, Claire. It was amazing, such an important topic for all of us. We from the board enjoyed it a lot. We were commenting here, so thank you very much for this talk and for bringing that up. You're amazing as usual.
It's always a pleasure. And just to let you know, the podcast that I mentioned in here, it's not on my list of resources because it's something that I've just listened to it. Actually, as I was exercising, I listened to education podcasts, BLT nerd, but it was the TD SIG from IA-TEFL TD SIG podcast. I think it's called DevelopPod. You can watch it, you can listen to it on Spotify, well, I listen to it on Spotify.
Okay, thank you very much for this, Claire. See you.
Bye-bye.
All right, so our next talk starts in 8 minutes. So here's the quick message from our sponsor. Andre, can you hear us? Hello, Andre, can you hear us?
Hello, good morning, everyone. I'm back.
Good morning.
For those who weren't here yesterday, my name is Andre from DESOL. I'm going to present to you. It's a commercial, so this is not a presentation, okay? I'm going to be very quick. I hope you can hear me well today. I've adjusted my microphone, so I believe it's going to be much better. Okay, DESOL, all right. Sorry. Okay, DESOL is a publisher, and we work with specialized on financial literacy. Financial literacy is a topic that's becoming more popular, not just because it's a different topic, but it's because it's quite important. The NCC has included in Educação Financeira Fundamental 1 and 2, so it becomes an obligation. But the one thing that's very peculiar that many people haven't noticed, that they are not specified. They have not specified if it's in Portuguese, in Spanish, or in English. So it opens a big window for the ELT market, because it's a content that is obligated by the schools, and they can do it in another language. Also internationally, United Nations has developed the 17 Sustainable Goals. One of them is about the consumption. And also for the 21st century competence, financially and economically literate. All those topics were included in the major institutions, organizations, because they are aware that not just helping people, we need to educate them financially, but it's not about math and numbers, it's about consumption, behave. And DESOL has a methodology that works with these based on dreams. So this content is suitable for different types of institutions. Can be language courses, schools with bilingual programs, bilingual schools, high school programs, international schools, or you name it, if you have anything else different. DESOL works with projects. So we strongly believe that our content, our methodology works much better in a project format. So it can be adjusted to any program the school has adopted. So it's cross-cutting and interdisciplinary themes, and it's suitable for K-12. So we have different types of titles, blending financial literacy with other topics. For example, like the gardening, it talks about the ecology and how to develop a gardening and in the home, and how students became superheroes for the environment. It is quite interesting. Here are some institutions which are innovating with this financial literacy methodology. I'm sure you might know some of them. And this slide, if you were here yesterday, this is a difference. So we selected the 4 steps that is required to start having amazing classes with financial literacy. So it's a pre-adoption consultancy explaining the methodology and how it works, the implementation of the methodology, pedagogical development, and adopter supports. And without these, you can have amazing classes bringing financial literacy for your classes. And we also have just up content. It's a project, a new content for English teachers to create a benchmark in K-12 programs. So most of English teachers, they can have different titles. They can, they can have different kinds of contents for the language, which is wonderful. But it's a new window opening for improving your, how can I say, niche of schools and clients that might want this type of content. If you are interested to know how it works, it has marketing support, has all kinds of support, so you can work with this content as English teacher. So you just scan in here and fill up the form, and we get in touch with you. We are offering you a financial therapy for all panelists and attendees. We have professionals for financial literacy therapy. It's in Portuguese, it's not in English, okay? But I think it's quite interesting to understand better how financial therapy can really help people. I mean, we've been doing this for over 10 years, and it's not only for now, for this moment that we are facing, that we are going through, but it's helpful for life. And also, if you are a member, there is the BT benefits. If you're a member, you get plus a yearbook, access. It's a audiobook platform with over 100,000 titles in English. And I think it's very handy for English teachers. Well, that's it. You can get in touch with us by this email, by this WhatsApp, or scan in here and fill up the form. Okay. Thank you very much. If you have any questions,
thank you very much, Andrea.
Okay, just get in touch. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Great. All right. So our next talk starts in 2 minutes. Welcome, Cíntia. Can you hear me? Let me just, yes.
You, but I cannot do anything because you stopped me from turning my camera on.
Oh, come on. That's you. I would have to do something with you, Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
Good, and you?
I'm all right. Yeah.
Thank you very much for accepting our invitation, Cíntia.
Thank you very much for inviting me.
It's always such a pleasure to hear what you have to say. And well, do you have any slides?
Do I have any what?
Slides? Do you have a slides presentation?
Oh, yeah, sure,
yes?
Of course.
If you want to.
Hopefully, yeah, right? So I'm going to start sharing my screen. Just give me a second.
Just for us to test.
Oh, just 1 second before I start sharing it. I just realized that it's not in the... Oh, no. We started. Yeah, there you go.
Yes, it's okay. All right.
That's
so
the wrong place.
The floor is yours. I can ask you the questions in the end, or you can also check the chat box during the
I'll be, as I know that I won't have much time by the end of the talk, because I know that, basically. I will actually be looking at the chat, saying hi, like, hi, Adriana, hi, Tabitha, hi, Higor, and everybody else. And I'll be answering some of the questions throughout the talk as well, using the chat. And unless I feel like that's not something I should talk at that moment, then I won't. But mostly I'm looking at it. So good morning. Wow, there's lots of people I know here at this time.
Yeah, welcome everyone.
Friends here.
Yeah.
Hey.
Good.
So shall we get started then?
Yes, please.
Okay, let's go for it. Okay. So some of you, I don't know if some of you know me, some people know me, because I do notice I have some friends around here, but my name is Cíntia Rodrigues, and I've been delivering talks for BRAZ-TESOL for a while now. And in the beginning, I used to basically deliver talks on pronunciation. This one was a specific designed request. It was designed many, many years ago during the SIG Symposium, when Higor Cavalcante asked me to do something on pronunciation, and that was it. So that was really the basics of the base, that really the beginning of everything. I hope you enjoy and you're gonna have a good time. So let's get started. So I wish I could take myself, I'm gonna take myself away from the screen so then I don't know who is there. It's just easier. Okay, so let's get started. So the first thing I like to talk about when I talk about pronunciation, that it is a two-way road. Why am I saying that? That's because usually when people talk and think about pronunciation, the only thing we consider is how you speak and the fact that it is like producing the sound. That's what we think that pronunciation is about. But actually pronunciation involves two different systems, which is the articulatory system and the auditory system. So it actually involves not only producing the sound, but also receiving the sound and be able to decode those sounds and turn that into a word. Both systems work together. So when we say that after a few years, you kind of get rusty and then you cannot produce all of the sounds in your mouth, the same thing happens to your auditory system. So if you're Brazilian and you're never in touch with another language for many, many years, chances are that you won't be able to produce some of the sounds of a foreign language, because your articulatory system will be a little bit rusty. So you have to exercise these muscles in order to get to those sounds. But not only that, you also need to exercise your auditory muscles in all of the parts inside of your brain, more specifically. So then they can actually receive a sound and notice this sound and understand the difference between this sound and the other sound. Like, for example, for Chinese people, the difficult between saying the L and the R, that's what I'm talking about. So they receive the R, but they read it as an L. That's because the auditory system is not prepared for that sound anymore. That's kind of that. So we're going to work with both of them. So that's two things. So that's why when you work in pronunciation, you have to both work with listening activities and things like that. So then you can prepare your ears and also with the articulatory system. This system here, we're going to talk about your teeth. So basically, I'm going to talk about this one today. Okay, that's the one we're going to work on. So can you see that there are lots of parts here that your mouth, these are all of the parts that kind of connect to speaking. Not all of them, and most of them, they connect to where your mouth move, your tongue move according to produce the sounds you want to produce. And those systems together, and the thing is, these are kind of muscles, and your muscles need to exercise. That's why it is important to understand where the sounds are produced, so then you can teach your students how to produce where they should produce those sounds in their mouths, using a mirror, or using, nowadays, we got like brilliant phones with selfie modes. You can also use that to see your mouth and see where you're producing the sound. And that wouldn't be too different. Like, let's say, that's not so different as learning a musical instrument. I like using this example because this is something that happens. I don't know if you play a musical instrument, but if you do, the chances are, or if you don't now, so let's pretend that now you would like to learn how to play the guitar, okay? So if you're learning how to play the guitar, there are some movements you have to make. For example, you have to learn, I don't know how to do that, okay? So I'm just moving my fingers, don't take it seriously. You have to learn how to make all of the movements to change the chords, the things. And also you have to learn how to move this hand in a different way. So then the sound will come up in the way we would like it to. It is not so easy to do that. This means, oh yeah, that does remind us of Phoebe, that's true. This means when you're learning it now, you have to first do lots of exercises to make sure your fingers will be able to move the way you want them to. The same thing will happen with your vocal tract. You have to be able to exercise it, understand what it is, pay attention to it until it gets natural. But it's not natural in the beginning, okay? So moving on, let's now start talking about the places of articulation. The thing is, in English, so there are vowels and consonants, okay? And when we're working with consonants, there are two ways we have to that there are two categories where you pick the consonant. One of them is the place of articulation. The other one is the manner of articulation. The third one is voicing. There are three actually. So the first one is the place of articulation. It's where your tongue and where your lips are, where your teeth is, where your tongue moves, how these things move. So then, for example, if you get the tongue, you got the tip of the tongue here, the body that is here, or the root that is the back of the tongue. Even if you get here, this part here of the root, there is this part here in the beginning, the middle, and the back, the soft part, what is the velum, the velum here. And these are the parts that you have to get. So what I'm going to get you to do in a minute, now actually, I'm going to give you a minute to look at these words and try to understand, for example, where they are, where these places of articulation should be. For example, the first one is bilabial, okay? Just being not a morning person is difficult sometimes because I'm like getting to the mood of the work, basically. So bilabial, think of bilabial. So it's labial and it's bilabial. It means there are two lips together, right? So this one is supposed to be here. That's where the bilabial sound are produced. So I'm going to give you a few seconds of 1 minute to look at these other places here and try to imagine where they are in this image, okay? So go for it. 1 minute to think and try and imagine where they are in the picture. Okay, let's go. A few more seconds to think a little bit. Okay, let's go together. I know that it was not a minute gone, but let's go together. So the second one is the labiodental. Labio means lips and dental, teeth. For us Brazilian people, that's much easier to understand because the words are Latin words, so much easier. Labiodental, where do you think it is? Hopefully you said it is here because that's when your teeth meet the lip, the lower lip. That's when you produce sounds like the F as in fork, for example, or the V as, well, vowel, for example. And bilabial is like the M here, when you touch, both lips touch. Now, next one is dental. That's quite hard to understand where that should be, right? Because dental, it means your teeth is actually right behind your teeth. That's the TH sound in English. Well, the TH sound sometimes is also seen as, they also put some other ways of classifying it, but that's usually the dental, the TH sound. Now the alveolar, you have to remember the picture I showed before to know where the alveolar is, but the alveolar is when the tip of your tongue reach that hard bit of the root right behind the teeth. For example, when you say L, the L sound, it touches the tip of the tongue, will touch that part. Next one is the nasal sound. That's really hard to guess, right? Oh, that was the palatal, actually. My computer went out of control. So the palatal sound, it is when the tip of the tongue, when the bottom of the tongue or the tip of the tongue touch this hard bit here of your root, right in the middle of it, while the velar sound, that's when your tongue, like the K sound. If you produce like words like we start with a K, K, you see that the root of your tongue touches a soft part on the roof of your mouth. So then you feel like this soft part, that's the velar sound. Now we're gonna get into the glottal sound that is here. There is only one sound in Portuguese that is actually glottal, and that's the E. You know, when somebody asks you a question like, oh, so is it correct to say this the is in English, this is glottal because it comes from here. But that's the only glottal sound you get in Portuguese, actually. And there's only one in English as well. And here is the nasal sound, something that's very easy for us Brazilian because our language Portuguese is very, very, it's very, very nasal-like, right? Okay, so is everything okay so far? Everybody's listening, everything is fine. Okay, so let's move on. And now let's really work with the consonants, okay? While I was telling you some of the places of articulation or points of articulation, I also told you some of the sounds. If you look here, I put all of the consonants here. Can you see them? And all of the places of articulation is also here. What you have to do is think of the sound and imagine where it should be. Okay, so for example, if you think of a p, b, p, 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 you got two lips touching, one touching the other p. So that could only be in the bilabial line, okay? So now I'm gonna give you 2 minutes to think about all of the others. Go for it. And I'm gonna check my clock. 10, 12, so we have up to 10, 14. You still have 1 minute to go. Probably now about 30 seconds to go. You're doing, everybody that's actually talking, doing the chat while you're doing it, well done. That's what you're supposed to do. And you're doing it right. No, Daya, that's not glottal. Okay, let's go together, because otherwise I won't have the time to finish everything. Tada, tada is something not so hard, and I guess almost everybody got it right. That's alveolar. If you think of the, if you don't understand it, it's really important that you, when you do that, you can really notice where your tongue is when you produce the word. If you just the vowel, the consonant is not enough for you, you feel like you don't feel comfortable enough, you can think of a word like, I don't know, you can think, even if it's easier for you, you can think of a word in Portuguese, because that would be a little bit easier somehow, and or like all of the words with T went away, but I think of a word with D, like dinner. Dinner, if you notice where your tongue is, that's what you have to think about, and that's what you have to show your student, because sometimes we put our tongue exactly where it's supposed to be, and then you tell your students do the same, and they do the same, but they actually don't. Their tongue is in a completely different place because they're really not aware of the movements of their tongue. So that's why you have to look and say, no, look at it or pay attention, really notice where your tongue is, because that's how they're able to produce that. K, G, I said it before, that's the velar sound. That's right there, you can feel it when you do that. Next one is the F, V, That's labiodento, as I said before as well. Then the TH sound, that's the dental sound. I guess you all got this right. What about the S, Z, S? Alveolar as well, just like T and D. And what about sh? This symbol here is the sound of the X, like in, I'm terrible with the words this morning, with the, but the sh sound. And this is the j, like in j sound, okay? So the sh, oh yeah, I'm sure somebody's giving me words in the chat. Yeah, no, they're not, but that's okay. Okay, so that's a palatal sound, because if you notice the sh, sh, r, it is closer to the middle of the root here. Then I got the ch, yeah, shower, thank you, Alessandra, shower, that's the sound of the sh. And then the ch and j, palatal as well. They are kind of in between the alveolar and the palatal. So you might see them in different places because the t and the d are alveolar, the sh and the j are palatal. So some different types of tables will show like in the middle of them. Sometimes they put it quite in between them. Then you got the m and the w, this w there, that is here. They're both bilabial as well. The n and the l, I have already saw that, the n, l. Oh yeah, the w sound is also velar according to some of the tables. They put it in 2 places, but the n is velar here as much as the l. And what about this one here? This is like the ing at the end of the word, so that's n, n. If you do this, n, that's the easiest one to understand this sound. It's easier than the k and the g to understand the velar sounds. So you say like n, it's quite easy to notice that it's velar. And then you got the R sound in English. That's palatal sound, just like the sh. And the other semivowel, the w, that's also palatal. And lastly, the glottal sound that is here, okay? Glottal sound is the only sound they got in English, this h, h. If you do the h, h, you notice that it's quite glottal, not quite glottal, it is glottal, okay? So far, so good? Next step now is that you already know all of the places of articulation. Now you have to understand the manner of articulation. The manner of articulation connects to how the air goes out of your mouth when you're producing certain sound. So how the air goes out of your mouth. So for example, when you say p, p, can you see that it goes like, if you get a piece of paper just like this one, and then you say p, p, you can see that, for example, if I go to the side, I don't know if you're able to see that, but p, p, can you see that there's the movements quick? So that's something like that. Differently, when you say the or the s sound, the s sound, put the hand in front of your mouth and produce this sound, just the sound like s or z. Can you see that the air flows naturally? So they are different. So you have to discover which one connects to what. So I'm going to give you the first one when you say the p, b, t, d, k, g. It goes like that. Can you see? That's why it's the plosive and stop. Think of the next now. The t, the k, g, p, the first line is the plosive line in Luana. So the plosive here is the p, b, for example. Go for it. Let's think a little bit. The affricate Marsa is the weird sound. It's a weird sound because it's a combination of 2 sounds. Let's see if you by that you're able to answer this question. So it's a combination of two sounds. That's what turns the affricate. That's what the affricate is all about. Shall we go together? Somebody's giving all of the answers here, so I think I can go now. Yeah, let's go for it then. So yeah, so the plosive, while the plosive are the type of sound that it goes like that. The next one is the sound where the air flows non-stop. It just flows like when you say f, they flow, they flow naturally. That's it, Daniela. That's the fricative sound. That's when it flows naturally. Then you got these two sounds here. That's a mixture of the plosive and the fricative, and that's what we call as the affricate. Okay. Then the third one is not nasal. The third one is not nasal there. The third one, the fourth one here, actually, that's when you got the l or there's sound. I don't know how to pronounce that sound properly, but if you think of this sound, it's quite easy to notice. Then say, can you notice that the sound, that the air, if you just put the L here, if you just produce just the L sound, like, can you notice that your mouth kind of goes like that? Your cheeks, it goes kind of like that, and the air comes from the side. Notice that. Try one more time. You have to put the tongue right here in the alveolar piece. That's why it's called lateral, and that's also why some books also call it liquid, but that's the lateral one. The next one, that's the easiest line you can think of. That's man. If you just have to do that, you notice that it's nasal. It comes from your nose. That's the nasal sound. And these are the semivowels or glide. Okay, so that's an approximate sound. So it's not a complete sound. That's why it's a glide. And yes, that's the last line. Okay. Did you do it right? Yes, they are in red. They are in red. Is liquid too? Yes, it is. Or lateral, as they say, red. That's the liquid sound as well. So far so good. Okay, so these are the dark L would it is a little bit more complicated just because it's not part of the English language more specifically, but it's also obvious, or sometimes the L is also in the palatal level. It depends on the language. It depends on the language you're talking about. But if you really want to know all of them, if you go online and you look for IPA, but the international one for all of the language, you'll find the dark L and all of the other possible sounds you can imagine. Okay. But now, as we won't have that much time, let's move on to the vowels. So as I said before, no, I did not say it this time, but as I usually say, like vowels, consonants and vowels, they have something in common. Oh, there's one very important thing I forgot to mention about the consonant. That is, can you see that there is like blue and the orange, the blue and the orange? That's the third way you have to classify the consonants, by voiced and unvoiced. So these are minimal pairs, and the only difference is how your vocal cords move. The S and the Z is the perfect example. So the idea is like, put your hands here, or you can put it on the top of your head as well. You can choose whether you want to put it here on a, if you want to put your hands down here on your throat, or if you want to put it on your head, you can use both ways, okay? But then if you put it here, then you produce the S sound, so it go like s, s. Now, if you produce the Z sound, you see that your mouth doesn't change in any way. The only thing that changed, and now there's a little bit of vibration here. So then you go for s, z, s, z. That's the difference between being voiceless or unvoiced. It goes at different literature gives different names for that. or the voiced one, that is the Z. Every time there's a voice sound, it means there's the vocal cord vibrate. The unvoiced sounds or voiceless sounds, there's no vibration here, okay? So got it? So basically, when I talk about consonants, one more time, you've got the place of articulation, that's where your tongue is, where your tongue starts, or what touches in your mouth to produce that sound, connected to how the air flows, plus whether your vocal cord vibrates or not. That's how you classify consonants, okay? Moving on for vowels now. So first thing about vowels, that all vowels are voiced. So there is no voice, there are no voiceless vowels in the word. So that's one last thing to think about. The second thing that connects to vowel is that when they're gonna classify this, they classify it as closed or open by how you open or close your mouth when you're speaking. So for example, if you say E, this one sound here, the long E, your mouth is closed, look, E. But when you say ah, the E, ah, can you see the difference? The other difference that E, when you say E, you can notice that it's produced here in the front of your mouth. So it's E, produced here. But when you say ah, you can notice that the sound comes from the back, from your throat. So that's again how they are classified, okay? So they're classified by being open, closed, the front or the back, and also by roundness. For example, if I say oo, can you see that it's round, oo? But if I say ah, it's not round at all. Or if I say e or e, it's not that round. So, okay, so that's the other way. So now, okay, if you look at the chart here, you see that there's number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. You have to complete the rest of the chart using the vowels in red. The ones in black are red in the chart to help you out, okay? So I'm giving you some time, a minute, to look at the words, the sounds, and try to put them in the correct place, considering specifically how close or open your mouth is, or whether the sound is produced at the front or at the back of your mouth, okay? Go for it. I like the discussion over the TH sound in the chat, and it's something interesting because according to English as an international language, or English as a lingua franca, this is not a sound we should spend lots of time on. Of course, if you want to, you have to. It's not like it's not necessary, nobody needs to do it, and let's change the language. It's not it. It is just like, it is not the thing you should really worry about. There are more important things to worry about, because this sound is basically produced in English. In no other language, almost no other language have the same sound, which means that mostly people, when producing those sounds, they will have an accent and they'll be easily understood. We just have to be careful, for example, because German people, when they produce the TH sounds, they tend to produce this as a S. So they're gonna say sink instead of saying think, and then sink is another word as well, and then you got problems. So you just have to be careful to make sure people can understand what you're saying, but that's not the sound you should worry like a lot, you know? So the accent is not important as long as it is intelligible. Okay, so because we have to be really careful when you're using those words, because it's not like yeah, don't care, just produce it any way you can. No, 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 no. There are some rules that we should work on, and that's very important to think about. Okay, otherwise people won't understand what you're saying, and once people don't understand what you're saying, communication is not going to work. Okay, it doesn't matter how well you speak. If you don't understand what someone says, there is no communication going on. And it doesn't matter how well you can understand someone, if they don't understand what you say one more time, nothing's gonna work. Again, the communication breakdown. Okay, you're gonna be broken one more time. So let's go and let's check the vowels. As long as my computer allows me to. Yeah, so that's the answer here, all of the answers for all of the vowels. Some of the important things things you need to take into account when you're talking to Brazilian speakers more specifically. It's the difference between the long, the vowels that are produced, the short vowels and the long vowels, okay? Every time you see this symbol here, that is also here, and that is also here, and here, it means that the vowel is produced in a long manner. So then you say E, rather than just A. You say U and U. So this is a short one and a long one. So U, U, Ah, and so on. So this one is Ah. This is a mixture of Ah and O together, like the not, the American English, the not, and so on. The other problems we got as a Brazilian student, so first of all, it's this one here. The second one is the difference between these two sounds. The A sound is this one that we call it the butterfly. So the difference between man and man singular, man and man, man and man. When I was learning that, I learned through a funny and but silly joke. So what I like telling my students that when you use this one, you have to open the mouth a little bit because it's the mouth is much more open than here. Plus, it is like a smile, and then you say man, like a man. So you open your mouth. But this one, you close it and look a little bit more serious, and then you say man. It's closer, man, 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 man. But this is the type of exercise that if you want your students to really understand, or if you really want to understand the difference between these two sounds, you have to practice and do lots of works on sound distinction, which means there's some word here, another word with this sound, one word with this sound, another word with this sound, until you're actually able to understand and notice the difference between them. Another problem we got for Brazilian people is these two sounds here. They look too similar for us. They look way too similar for us, and it's really hard for us to produce them and to know the difference between cat and bird. It is really hard. So again, if you really want to be aware of both of these sounds, you have to do lots of work on sound distinction to help you out. Otherwise, you have a little bit of accent, but it's not like the end of the word as long as it's just a little bit of an accent. But let's concentrate on this sound here, and that's the schwa sound. The schwa sound is one of the most important sounds you got in the English language, okay? And it is very, very important to consider the schwa sound when you're teaching students. That's how they are able to understand the difference between the rhythm of both languages, Portuguese and English. And that's how, if you have a student that feels like reaching something closer to a native-like type of pronunciation, you have to show them the schwa sound, because that's very important. So to show the sound, I'm going to get into two different levels, the sentence level and the word level, because it's important to look at this sound in both levels. So I'm going to show you a word, like these two words. Think of your students producing and saying this first word here specifically. How do they say it? Don't they actually say it like that? Chocolate. And I put chocolate, not chocolate. That's how they actually say it. When they come for this one, they're going to say intermediate. Okay, intermediate. Why? And I didn't even like put the extra I here at the end, because they're going to say intermediate or chocolate more specifically, but I'm not going to get into that now. So if you think of that, you can see that all of the vowels are pronounced here. Cha, chocolate, this one is not, but chocolate. Can you see? Or intermediate. They produce all of the sounds as if all of the sounds were really important, but that's not exactly what happens in English. In English, only the stress syllable, which actually gets the full sound of the vowel, the rest of them become schwa. Most of them become schwa. Just before anything else, can you see this little symbol here? That shows that the next syllable is the stress syllable. If the symbol is down here, this means it's the secondary stress. So this is the strongest one. This is the second strongest one. And that's when the vowel sounds also produced. So then when they say that, it's not chocolate, but chocolate. And that's something we need to tell students. And intermediate, not intermediate, intermediate, because only these two sounds are actually full in a word, okay? And that will help them understand other people. So that's one of the other aspects of teaching pronunciation, is that you need to tell your students that sometimes they're not able to produce the sound, but they have to work with the ears so that they can understand the sound when somebody produces this. Worse than that, exactly when you come into a sentence. If you think of a student saying the sentence, they're probably going to say, I want a cup of coffee, I want a cup of coffee. When they actually should say, I want a cup of coffee. I want a cup of coffee, a coffee. And that's how, for example, when they're singing a song, that's why it's so hard for them to sing songs. Or they, some students say that it's weird, the English language, that it sounds like they are swallowing words away. They're basically swallowing the words and not saying all of the words in a sentence. And that happens mostly because of the rhythm of the language that turns into schwas. That's because English is a stress timed language, but that's a whole new workshop that I also have, and we can also have it some other day. It's better presential face-to-face because then I can dance, otherwise I can't. But that's the reason why the schwa sounds so important in English. It is not like they have to be able to produce this, because people are able to understand you if you use full vowels, but they might not be able to understand when people say. And then again, you need to work in pronunciation for comprehension as well, not only for to produce sounds. Lastly, the last thing, and yes, I should have time for the last game, I'm happy. The last thing we're gonna work on are the diphthongs. The diphthongs in English are very, very important because there are lots of diphthongs, 8 of them there. And they have a special feature that actually differentiates it from Portuguese. It really differentiates it from Portuguese and makes it like something that go beyond what we would believe. But the thing is that, I don't know if any of you here has ever taken the TKT exam, but if you have, there is an exercise that usually goes like that. They say, which words can you find diphthongs? And then they give you a set of words like that. So I'm giving you this set of words here now, and I'm getting you to tell me which words you can find the diphthongs. If you know it already, don't put in the chat yet. Let other people think, because for some people it might be quite new. And if it's new, that's important that you leave them, give them time to think a little bit. So if you know it, just stay quiet for a second. Let them think. 30 seconds to tell me which words got a diphthong. As some people are already answering there. Now, to help you out, I'm giving you the IPA sound for all of the words now. So then you can check your answer. So let's see if you could check your answers there. Now it's quite simple to notice that it is sight and made, because that's the one different thing between Portuguese and English, that in Portuguese, while in Portuguese, the diphthongs, they are usually produced by 2 vowels together. in English, they are usually represented by one vowel sound only, while two vowel sounds usually two vowels together usually produce one vowel sound, like this book, that goes for book, two O's, but it is just one sound. Or here, this word here, word number one, you got two vowels, E and A together, but they actually go for only one sound, meet. Differently from this one side, one vowel, two sounds, mate, one vowel, two sounds. So that's the important thing to understand about the diphthongs in English. They go in a completely different way. And here, I'm sorry, I just noticed spelling is wrong. That's the correct spelling, T-A-G as well, okay? So I guess now I can play a short game with you. What do you mean? Is there one more diphthong? Oh, perhaps you're considering the ones in American English, but this one is basically the British English. Yeah, that's oil. Oil would be that's the O and the yeah, that should be the O and the together, the oil. Not oil, that's oil. Oil. That goes here actually. Okay. So now let's play a game. Just a silly game. It's like that. I'm playing a song here, and you have to just sharing my computer sound with you. So I'm gonna play a song. I'm not gonna share my computer sound. I'm gonna use my phone, my phone, because that's easier. You have to try to discover what song that is just by reading the sounds here. So what song is that? Try to sing that. If you know, put it in the chat. Well, I'm getting it here. Let me do this. Did you get the first one? Hopefully you did. And then if you did, that is the song you're listening now. Now, while you just listen to the song, try to figure out what song that is now. So I'll go. Of course, this is just the, well, yes, somebody got it already. And that's the song. Very good. It says, maybe you're gonna be the one that saved me. And after that, and after all, you're my Wonderwall. Next one, and almost the last one. Let's see if you can get this one out. This time, I was a little bit avoid. This time I did not put any picture to help you out, to not help you out. But yeah, you got it already. So Billie Jean is not my lover. And the last one, just because I love this one, and that's my favorite song, so one of my favorite songs, so I put it as the last one. So then we can close, and then you can, after that, you can actually sing a little bit, because this is a nice song to sing, and I'm sure that song might stick to your mind and gonna stay there forever. Not forever, but at least throughout the day. And yes, you got it already. Very good. And that's the last song. So that's it. I hope you enjoyed that. I hope you had a good time, and I hope that was helpful enough. If you have any more questions that I won't be, and if I'm not able to answer all of the questions now, make sure you can contact me. You can contact me using, here's the bibliography, so I can send it to you if you like. You can contact me by email or Instagram or Facebook. Basically, just put Cíntia Rodrigues. For Instagram, it's Cíntia Rodrigues, yay, just because I couldn't just stop with Cíntia Rodrigues, so yay was there, and I said, yeah, okay, yay, Cíntia Rodrigues, yay. So then you can find me on Instagram as well. So feel free to contact me anytime you like. Okay, thank you.
Cynthia, thank you very much. We still got 4 minutes. Would you like to answer some questions?
Sure.
Yeah. Someone asks here, on which age do you think we teachers should show our students those symbols in order to make them understand pronunciation more accurately?
I think that you should use them. I like using them, especially when I'm showing vowels. It is really good when you're showing vowels, because then you can actually show them the different symbols. So then you notice that it's actually a different sound, although they see the same vowel, like for cut and put. But then you put like the 2 vowels over there, and they put the phonemics under the vowels. So then they know where it is, and they understand, like, okay, so there are 2 different sounds specifically. I don't tend to use it all the time, to be honest, but unless I want to differentiate sound and work with sound discrimination, then I put them there. But I know that if you start showing that to your students in the beginning, I always show the schwa sound. This one I teach them from the beginning of the course, and I keep showing it forever. But it is important to, I forgot what I was saying. I'm terrible in the morning, definitely. And it's not even morning, right? It's 11 a.m. already. But that's
Exactly.
my life, basically. But the thing is, so that's the way I usually do. But if you start showing them the phonemics, like from the beginning of the course, you get used to that. And then by the end, they know, and they know this S sound. I show them a lot the sound for the T, the affricates. I show it all the time, because that's a problem the Brazilian people have. So then when they say teacher, so I show them the sounds they're producing using the phonemics, and also how they should pronounce it. Like, so I try to show them this difference using Portuguese and contrasting Portuguese to English.
Great. And 2 people asked you if you could recommend any website or app or tool you use to get the symbols.
Yes, there is one that I forgot to show it to you here, actually. It is from, I showed it last time I was doing it. I don't know if I am going to be able to, can I make it this screen? I can stop sharing.
Yeah, and then you just start again.
Okay, so I want to leave, where is that? I want to go for Google.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yeah.
That is one that is from a university that I absolutely love, because it is easy to see, and they actually show how the word is pronounced. They show the mouth and everything else. It is this one. Yeah, I found it already. This site here, I'm putting here in the chat. It's brilliant. That's one of my favorite sites in the world, because you can actually, they show you all of the manner of articulation. They show the words according to the manner of articulation or point of articulation. And there is a mouth, there's a drawing of a mouth where they show exactly, they put it in slower movement, so then you can see your tongue moving. Plus there is a woman producing each one of the sounds. So that's really helpful, and it's really cool. So it is here. Yes, that's the one from Iowa. I don't even know how to say that. Iowa University.
So. Yeah.
That's the one. It is very good. Yes, I also put it on the top, but that's the same site. That's a really good one. I also use a few. I have my favorite books as well. Like I got this one that is really important to get for Jennifer Jenkins. This one has got lots of interesting activities to work with pronunciation and in communicative settings. This one I also use sometimes, especially some of the pictures I put there, I got from this book here. I also like a book by Marcelo Marcelino, that's the American Pronunciation for Brazilian People. That is also a very good book, and so on. So there are lots of things you can use.
Cynthia, thank you very much. Well, you know, I'm a huge fan of yours. So it was amazing. It was wonderful, really. It was a brilliant presentation. Thank you very much for accepting and also for letting us learn from you.
Oh, thank you for inviting me. And that was right. It is interesting to get back to pronunciation talks. And it was nice to be here one more time. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Cynthia.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you all for being here. Bye-bye.
Bye. All right, everyone. So thank you very much. I'd like to invite Fernanda Vicente to be our host now. So I hope you have a great day. Our next talk starts in 9 minutes. I'd like to invite my dear sister and our next host.
Thank you, sis.
Bye.
Bye-bye. Good morning, everyone. Our next talk starts in about 7 minutes, okay? I'm going to promote our next speaker. I'm just not the host yet. Okay, thank you. All right, so let's invite Inara to join us. Good morning, dear.
Hello, good morning.
How are you?
I'm fine, ready, willing, and able.
And we are so happy to have you with us this morning. Thank you so much for accepting our invitation. It's a great pleasure and honor to have you here with us.
It is my pleasure and my honor, and I am so thrilled to be participating in this event with so many talented people, all the volunteers, and all people who are donating their time and effort and knowledge, and all the participants who are sharing. And I've been watching many of the presentations. And I wake up in the morning, I turn it on at 9 o'clock, I have my breakfast, watching the presentation on YouTube, and so many people volunteering their expertise as well, the participants. So I think it's been a wonderful weekend, and we've been at home for so long, and even though we are in contact, but having, being able to be here with people from all over Brazil, it's a real pleasure and a great honor, and I'm so happy to be part of this. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We have about 6 minutes. We have some comments here saying that people cannot hear you quite well. So if you could please, yes, I think.
Okay. Is it better?
I think so.
Closer. Okay. How about this now? Is it even better? No? Okay. Okay. So, no, I have a couple of minutes. I'm going to ask my resident technician for
okay.
To
yeah, we have
the sound. Okay, very good.
We have time to.
Okay. No, no. Som. É. Eu tenho 5 minutos, acho. Hi again. Is it any better?
Hi, Nara. Not really.
Yes. Wow. I wonder what the matter might be.
But
Let
we
me
can,
try.
we
What
can hear you better now. Yes, it is. It is better. Yeah.
is it better?
Yes. Yes, it is.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. And people were saying that it's better. Yeah.
Oh, good. Wow, what a relief. Because I tried it last night and it was so good.
Oh, we
Yeah.
did try it. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe we certainly, press a button and we're not paying attention, and then suddenly, okay, if you can hear me well,
Yes.
and I think that's what I can do for now. There is a fly. I'm sorry what the fly is. Maybe there's a fly inside my computer. I'm so sorry for that. Okay. There's a bee sound. I don't know where the bee is, guys. I'm so sorry. Okay. Bees are good. Bees are
Yeah.
good. We
But
like bees.
now I can hear you clearly. So
Yeah, I apologize for the bees and the flies, but that's all I can do for now.
yeah,
Okay.
people say that it's fine now.
Thank you, Dea. I see that Dea says that it's fine now. Thank you so much. Whew,
Thank you,
whew.
everyone. Well, things that happen. Yeah, I think
Yeah,
we've all been facing.
we're not professional. We don't have professional equipment, right? We're
Yeah.
home and we're trying. I bought a brand new headset just for the event, but
And it looks beautiful on you. I love it.
yes, look at this. But we're trying. We're trying to do our best.
We
Okay.
really are. Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for your patience. Uh, See, that's why it's always good to start before. Yeah,
Yes.
and test.
Yes. Yes.
Test.
We can fine tune the little glitches and the little adjustments that we have to make. And it's very good that people did voice that the sound was not very good. And my resident technician in the living room just said, "Come!" And he flew in here and they said, "Help me!" And he helped me. And
That's good that you have someone there to help you. Yeah.
thank God for that. I would have used my computer sound, which is a little low, and it wouldn't be so good. So I'm happy that my resident technician was here to help
Good.
me.
All right. So again, good morning, everyone. We have now Inara Couto with us. And again, if anyone has entered after, I would like to thank you so much, Nara, for accepting our invitation. On behalf of the São Paulo chapter board, we thank you so much. And it's a great honor for us to have you here with us. Okay?
Thank you so much, Faye. And I have told you so many times these days how glad, how honored I am, how pleased I am, and how thrilled I am to be here among so many talented people. And I mean also the participants, because I have been watching the presentations, and so many people have contributed with so many ideas. So we have the presenters, the participants, all the staff, the volunteers, and we are cooped up at home these days. And it's amazing, even though we have meetings, our office meetings and school meetings, but it's amazing to be in a community of so many people in ELT all over Brazil. And I can't, thank you enough for this opportunity to be part of this thing, this historic event in ELT, the São Paulo chapter. Thank you so much.
Well,
And yes,
it's yours. Thank
thank
you.
you, thank you very much. Um, so I think that the topic that was chosen for this event couldn't have been more timely, back to foundations, because we are living a very different setting. We're all a little unstable. We don't know, we're trying, like we have glitches, technological glitches, but all in all, we're teachers. Whatever we're doing, whether we are coordinators, managers, we're actually in the classroom, we're developing materials like I am, we are teachers. And it's always, no matter where we are, teaching from home or going to the school, teaching one-on-one, teaching big groups, we have the foundation of our teaching. And having this topic in mind, I started thinking of one of the things that is really at the core of what we do, which is helping students with mistakes. And when I was doing my master's program for Birmingham, one of the assignments was on testing, on correcting. And I started thinking, not only really today, we're not going to be talking about strategies and maybe a list of techniques for correction, even though those can be helpful and we can share ideas about those. But really what I'm going to propose is a reflection on what we believe correction is, what we believe mistakes are, the nature of mistakes, how we regard mistakes. And we're going to look at those and maybe with a view on really helping our students better. Okay, so I'm going to start. I'm going to share my screen with you. Okay. All right. Can you all see me? Okay. Very good. So the first thing is, what are mistakes? What do you think mistakes are? Think a little and think about the past, mistakes you have made. Mistakes, let's not think about anything serious and horrible, okay? But think about maybe when you were growing up, you made a mistake and you needed to be corrected. Think about what the feeling was when you made a mistake, okay? And if you'd like to share anything, I'd be glad to see your answers, okay? And think about the mistakes that you have made, and think about whether these mistakes were, the feeling was negative or positive. Okay, and maybe in the long run you did learn a lot from those mistakes. But when you think of the word mistake, how do you feel? So we all have lots of mistakes we've made, and we always have a collection. Oh, when I was little, or when I was dating someone, I did this and that. So the word mistake, when we think about a mistake, the word is loaded. The word is loaded probably with negativity. And the thing is, we happen to use the same word that we use to describe maybe negative events in our lives. We use the exact same word to describe perfectly normal, okay, events in language learning. And so to describe language, see, all this fire and this hellish thing, in order to describe the language acquisition occurrences, which are perfectly normal, we cannot live without them, we cannot do anything without them, we use the words mistakes and errors, which are traditionally associated with concepts such as wrongdoing and such as sin. And this is what Michael Lewis, the late Michael Lewis, who said that. And when I read that, and I thought, oh my goodness, isn't that true? That we're using the same word to describe. It's as if we had a little plant and the plant was not growing because of lack of water or lack of sun, and say, oh, you're making a mistake because you're not growing right. Okay, so we're using in language learning, when you have sometimes the conditions are not ideal, or maybe we as teachers are not providing the correct stimulus, or the student has a challenge, a difficulty, we're saying those are mistakes. So the first thing that I'd like us to think about is when we talk about mistakes and errors, whether they be unsystematic, the mistakes, things that happen all the time, they can happen. The most fluent speaker can make a mistake, and errors that are systematic. Today, we're going to be using these words interchangeably, okay? We're not going to really to look at technicality of the words. But when we think of the words mistakes and errors, let's try to have a different layer and try maybe to dissociate this idea that mistakes are bad, that we have ingrained, all of us have ingrained in ourselves. And even though we cannot erase these words, and we are not going to go and white out all the word mistakes and errors from our books and the literature, we're not going to say, oh no, we cannot say mistakes anymore because that's not politically correct. That's not what I'm proposing here. We're going to go on in the teacher's lounge. My student make a mistake. We're going to go on using the word mistake, less frequently errors, but we're going to be saying mistake. But we're going to have maybe a new mindset. And when we think of the word mistake, we can really access this new mindset to look at this phenomenon of language learning that occurs with students all the time. So to help us, there are lots of scholars, lots of people who have theorized and have written beautiful things about these phenomena. So we might usefully consider other terms, even though we're going to be talking about mistakes, but we have the new mindset in our minds. So maybe telling her propose the learners into language. And if you were here yesterday at beautiful Vinicius Nobres presentation, he did talk about interlanguage, which is this line, this path between my L1, for example, I'm a Portuguese speaker, a native Portuguese speaker, and L2. And alongside this line, we have all kinds of steps, and maybe we repeat, okay, and we go on again, and that's our interlanguage. So maybe when we make a mistake, this is part of building up our interlanguage. Or BRAZ-TESOL has said, the learner's interim hypothesis. So their hypotheses are provisory. They're not, so when someone makes a mistake, it doesn't mean that the person doesn't know. The person is trying out, they have evidence of how the language works, and they're going to try to piece everything together, and maybe sometimes they don't piece everything together the way it most closely resembles the language, the target language. So it is a hypothesis that we have to reformulate. Or, like BRAZ-TESOL also said, the student's best bet so far. So when the student makes a mistake, so I go to the movies yesterday, it's the best bet. Okay, I know the verb go, very good. I know that the past tense has ed. I still don't know that there are irregular verbs. So I say I go to the movies yesterday. So rather than looking at that as a mistake, a deviation, or something bad, I say, wow, the student knows a verb, the student knows it's in the past, and it's his best bet so far. So what we can do now is say, oh, look, there is a set of verbs, tricky verbs that don't work with ed. So we can try to reformulate the interim hypothesis. Same thing, Richards and Sanford is talk about partial successes. Okay, so when I say gold, I have a partial success. It is, I have a verb, I have the knowledge it is the past, so I have a partial success. Also, it's an essential feature of language learning, like Noonan said. You cannot learn if you don't make a mistake, because you're not trying to piece everything together unless you're an absolute genius. I think everybody has to make lots of mistakes, so it is essential. And then Rutherford says not only it is an essential feature, it is inevitable. Okay, there's nothing you can do. Everything you're going to learn will imply making mistakes. There's nothing you can do about that, and I think we should to celebrate the mistakes because they are natural. Okay, and then Michael Lewis again, and he says, Michael Lewis, who wrote The Lexical Approach, he says something that really caught my attention. Mistakes are not only inevitable, but actually welcome. They are welcome. You need the mistakes. They're not only inevitable, but actually welcome. And I think that's very important. I really would like us to think about that. Why are they welcome? Well, maybe because we know so little about language learning and language acquisition, and it is so important for us to be able sometimes to have a glimpse into Maria Zina's head, Maria Joãozinho's brain, and see what's going on. Because sometimes students will not make a mistake, and superficially everything will seem okay. But then what may be happening, they are incurring in underproduction or overproduction in order to avoid mistakes. And they will give you a superficial idea that everything is okay, but actually they're not progressing that much. So for example, underproduction. Sometimes learners avoid using certain structure or lexics, and they will not make many mistakes, but actually they will diverge from English, or in our case, the target language. They will diverge from English because they're trying to use forms that are not really what a very fluent speaker or a native speaker would say. Can you think of anything that students might do when they try to underproduce, something they might avoid, something they would not say? What do you think? You can write in the chat. Any ideas? Okay, so for example, Tabata says they avoid using some words that are hard to pronounce. Yes, sure. This is something, this is underproduction. And maybe if he tries to use that word, he will it will help the student, and maybe he will learn that and incorporate that into their lexis. So for example, here, I can say the restricted use of phrasal verbs by Brazilian learners, because Brazilian learners find it hard. It is pretty alien for Brazilians, for the Portuguese-speaking mind, to think about phrasal verbs. They're difficult. And on the other hand, for native speakers, even those who are illiterate, even those who are not educated, they know phrasal verbs. They're not going to make mistakes with their phrasal verb. And the Brazilians restrict that. It's okay, I'm not going to use that. It's not really a mistake. You don't see that superficially, but actually you're deviating from a more fluent, native-like, or anyway, closer to target language that you want, okay? So what happens? Sometimes a consequence of the norms is to avoid people start using something that's to try avoiding, for example, the phrasal verbs. So they overproduce. So the overuse of Latin-based verbs in order to avoid phrasal verbs. So many people will use Latin verbs because they sound more familiar, they are more comfortable to the Brazilian mind, but actually this is not what people who are fluent in the language would use, and this will maybe sound too formal and too academic, and it's not exactly what the register will be a little off, and it's not exactly what you would use. So going back to the thought proposed by Michael Lewis, mistakes are not only essential, they are welcome. They are welcome because they let us help students, and probably students who are underproducing or overproducing as a consequence of underproducing. We're helping them when we have the opportunity, when they give us the opportunity to look at their mistakes, okay? And you look at the chat here. Okay. All right. Okay. Like the term so-so, Tabata said, very good. Okay. Very good, the term so-so, because people use so-so all the time because they don't know anything else reasonably. Oh, it's quite something. It's pretty something. Yeah. They use cognate like Marcelo says. Okay. Very good. Fantastic. Okay.
Inara?
Yes.
Sorry. We have
Yes.
a question here. I think we could answer it now. Felipe Machado is asking, when it comes to inaccurate utterances produced, is there a difference among a slip, a mistake, and an error?
Yes, we try to say that, yes, this is what we said at the beginning, that the literature says that it's a slip, mistake. Mistakes and slips are very, very similar, okay? They are not structural. Anyone who's very, so I wouldn't really make a big, I differentiate so much between slips and mistakes. They are something that happen, okay? Even the most fluent, you see very fluent speakers. And it's funny because Brazilian speakers, we have ADL, and we see very fluent speakers who say he and she interchangeably. They call someone, a man, a she. Okay? And other slips we make. I always tell my students, depending on the day, depending on what you have eaten, depending on how well you have slept, you may make mistakes that you normally don't make. Because maybe your brain is very busy digesting your feijoada, plus Saturday's feijoada, and today your brain is so busy digesting that is not giving you enough, attention to your English. So this happens all the time where you're under pressure, slips happen. So slips and mistakes, I think pretty much the same thing. Now errors are systematic. Maybe something students have not acquired the pattern. So really, we have a lot to do as far as errors are concerned, and as far as mistakes are concerned, they just happen. And what I said today is we're using these terms interchangeably. Even though the literature makes a distinction, we know that every day when we talk to our colleagues about mistakes, we don't use the words errors. Even when we are referring to errors, we use the words mistakes. So we're going to say mistakes for now. Okay. Any more questions here? Okay. Okay. Very good. So mistakes are the portals of discovery, like James Joyce said. That's what they help us do. They help us understand what's going on inside the students' minds. Okay. Okay. Let's see. Okay. All right. I know that the sound, guys, the sound could be better. I tried and tested it last night. I've talked to so many people. I'm using this headset and I don't know what's going on today. I'm so sorry. Okay. And I tried to adjust it. And let's try to keep focused on the content and I will try to answer whatever you say. Okay. All right. So what can we learn from our learners' mistakes? Okay. So if we're trying to have a glimpse into their minds, what can we learn from them? Right? So I'm going to tell you a true story. It's true. It's not fake news. It's true. It's tried and tested. Okay. It's a story. I had a student. I had a colleague, not a student of mine. And this colleague, she told me a story. She showed me the test in the teacher's lounge, and she was livid. So look at the student. He's been learning the simple past, and there's a test. I, in parentheses, wake up at 7 a.m. yesterday. Guess what the student wrote? What do you think the student wrote? How do you think the student filled in the blank here? Maybe waked, just wake, like they said, just wake, okay, waked. No, actually, the student did something much worse in the teacher's eyes, okay? She was trying to figure out why the student simply wrote walk. Now, you propose that he had written wake and he had written wake. Okay, let's analyze the three instances. If the student had written wake, okay, I just copied the verb. I don't know, I have no idea. If the student had written waked, okay, I know the verb is in the past form and I remember ed shows a lot of progress. But because the student wrote walk, he already knew it was an irregular verb. And it wasn't an irregular verb, and maybe he had learned take, took, okay? Or maybe he thought the walk was written this way. So actually, when you look at walk, it shows so much progress. It shows the student has already ingrained so much knowledge. There is a verb, and the verb is, I'm not going to put the S here, it's not the third person. It is the past, and it is irregular. I learned maybe take, took, and I'm going to try wake, walk. Okay, so what can we learn from that mistake? Do I know what made my student use the form walk? And do I have any idea? Okay, what can walk tell me about my student's learning process? And how will this knowledge allow me to better help my students? So let me see what you said here. Okay. Okay, many people said wait. Okay, yes, fazi. Someone says yes, Ruth. Eu fazia. It is the same thing. Because if you say comeu, comi, okay, comer, comi, fazer, fazia. So why not wait, walk if I know take, took? So it's a very intelligent mistake. It shows logic. It shows a prediction, okay? Many people do that. And it's really, instead of saying, oh my God, oh, walk doesn't even exist in the language. But trazia and fazia and cabelo also do not. Eu ovo, yeah, that's a little more recent. Okay, very good. So this is the story of walk. So, okay, so far we have seen that mistakes, maybe we can think about, errors, mistakes, as something that is seen. We have those words ingrained in our language, and they're in every language really, and that we know, at least the Western languages. That's something good. So maybe change our mindset. Mistakes are natural occurrences. They are welcome. Okay. We use the mistakes to avoid people being superficially correct, but never really progressing as much as they could and why correct. Okay. Because it is feedback. So many studies show children, James, Lightdown, and Spada, Long, Schmidt, and I'll have all the references at the end. So many people have shown that it is feedback and subsequent instruction that are viewed as fundamental to the process of language development. It is feedback, whether it is on-the-spot correction, whether it is delayed correction, it is for you to judge what to do and what's going on with your student, with your class at the moment. But what we know is we need to give them feedback and we need to give them an opportunity to, we have to tell them the right forms, the right way to express something and give them an opportunity to practice again. Okay. So if we decide that yes, the mistakes are natural, yes, we need to correct because it is feedback that makes the difference. Let's explore some patterns of learner mistakes, okay, and for Portuguese speakers. And now let's not even talk about mistakes anymore, even though we are going to be talking about mistakes all the time. We're never going to stop talking about mistakes, I think, at least in my lifetime. But we're always going to think, is that, okay, what is it? It's an outcome, okay? Okay. Very good. So we have outcomes that are based on the students, the learner's native language, and outcomes that are based on the learner's L2. Okay? So let's think about the ones that are based on our language, Portuguese in our case, and Otley has a taxonomy of mistakes, and we've chosen a few that are really common with Brazilian students. Like I said, the reference will be at the end. Okay, and one characteristic of L1 based occurrences is that we have positive transfer because English and Portuguese are similar. And English has many more Latin words than other Germanic languages because of 300 years of French influence and French dominance. So there's so many structures. The syntax is sometimes similar to Portuguese. Lexis is really oftentimes similar to Portuguese because of French, through French, or sometimes through Latin and Greek. So the similarities are, and the writing systems can facilitate the acquisition of L2. So the transfer can be very positive many times. Now, let me look in the chat. Okay. Yeah. All right. Now, we have the same thing with negative transfer. It comes from Portuguese, but the student who is using as a basis his native language, and many times it works, sometimes there are divergences from norms in the target language, and then sometimes it does not work. So look at this. Let's see what's going on here. It's a L1 based outcome, a typical one. I used to live in a house, but actually I live in an apartment. So what is the student trying to say here? What's going on? What's the student trying to say? Atualmente. This is a typical one in every vestibular. You could say that's a false cognate, a false friend. Yes, Carolina. Yes, Juliana, false friend. So actually, and the false cognates, they use it's an L1 based occurrence. It's a misinterpretation. It falls under the umbrella of misinterpretation because the student, they infer something different from what a native speaker of the target language or a fluent speaker might infer because of the influence of the Brazilian structures. There's another one that's very common, which is absolutely. So absolutely in Portuguese, if I say, can I eat that, mom? Can I eat chocolate before lunch? Absolutamente. No, absolutamente. Não, vai esperar o jantar. So absolutely for us is normally negative. We can say absolutamente, absolutamente no, but they mean the same. While in English, absolutely means yes. Okay, did you like the movie? Oh, absolutely. I thought it was great. The special effects were fantastic. Okay, so absolutely is good. And there's another one. Let's see. Let me look at the chat here. Okay. Pretend, Carlos, pretend is a classic. Yeah, I pretend to go to the movies tomorrow, right? Because pretend is a classic because of our pretending another false friend, okay? Very good. I went yesterday to the mall, Bianca. Very good. For us, it's okay. If we ontem, I'm shopping. If we are shopping ontem, it doesn't matter. But I went yesterday. Where we say yesterday I went, or I went yesterday. I went to the mall yesterday, not I went yesterday. There's another structure here. It's a little more sophisticated that it really sometimes tricks advanced speakers of the language. Look at this. I followed the recipe, but I substituted margarine for butter, and I can't stand margarine. You say, oh, what a masochist. You can't stand margarine? Why did you use margarine instead of butter? Okay? Because actually, we think in Portuguese, eu substituí a margarina por manteiga, né? And actually say, well, estranho. No, I substituted margarine for butter means I substituted margarine. I used margarine instead of butter. Okay, so it's the opposite. So if you have a recipe and says substitute cocoa for chocolate powder, you have to use cocoa and not Nescau, for example. What about here? What's going on here? I really feel saudades of her. I listen to music and I like of chocolate. What are the phenomena that are happening here based on our native language? So what you have here, I feel saudades of her, it is a substitution. When I say listen music, it is an omission. And when I have I like of chocolate, I have an addition. And people do that all the time. And I feel saudades, I don't have the word, I insert my Portuguese word, I listen music because eu escuto música, eu ouço música, I omit something, and I like of chocolate, I put the I gosto de, so I use of. So it's based on Portuguese. Do you have any other ideas, any other examples that you remember of substitutions, omissions, and additions? Okay. Let's see. Let me see if there's anything in the chat here. Have instead of there is there are. Okay. Yes, substitute. Okay. The people that call teacher all the time. Yeah. That is actually what I'm going to be talking about later. It's a direct translation from Portuguese because we say professora, and in English you don't actually say teacher. And this is so ingrained in the Brazilian classroom culture. I think I have 10 years old. Okay. And I think teacher is going to stay with us. And we just have to warn them when they're going on an exchange program, not to go around calling the teachers teacher, right? Okay, very good. What about here? I didn't do my homework because it didn't give. This one, I read it in a student's composition. On Sunday, I ate chicken to little bird. I like very much Netflix. What's happening here? I am not adding, I am not substituting, I'm not omitting. What am I doing here? It's a call, it's a literal translation. So I use word order, like someone said, I went yesterday to the mall or to the movies, which is exactly that. It's a literal translation from a Brazilian structure, a Portuguese structure, okay? So because it didn't give, I have an idiomatic expression, I não dá, não deu. So I say didn't give, or I have the name of a dish, frango passarinho, right? I ate chicken to little bird, or again, the structure, okay? If there's any other, okay. Only let's go, só vai. Yeah, only let's go. Very good. Fantastic. Okay. What about here? What's going on here? Sometimes students say happy birthday. Sometimes even more advanced students will say, I could play the game, and I like pizza. What's going on here? It's not a substitution, not an omission, but there is a clear phenomenon that's happening here, okay? It is actually mispronouncing. They aren't completing the pronunciation is incomplete. Can you think you're doing this. What's going on here? They're actually mispronouncing. Maybe the linking is faulty. Now, that's why I left it last. It is a very intelligent mistake. Because what does it mean? It means that the students have already observed features of the language, whether consciously or whether unconsciously, they have observed features. And they have observed that, and they are overreacting to say, oh, I say likey and givey and worky and stoppy. The teacher corrects me, and then I start listening. So the teacher makes me notice that feature, helps me. And I start listening to music, and I see that people don't say stoppy and worky, they say stop and work. So probably I have to say happy birthday. And we are hyper-correcting, okay? Because of awareness of how the language works and awareness of how me as a Brazilian am pronouncing something. So this is an overreaction to the observed influence from L1, which is a very intelligent mistake. And obviously it needs our intervention, it needs correction, but it has a good reason for that. And it means progress. It means more, it means walking along the path towards L2. Same thing, people say, I cannot say puji or shuji, and they still cannot pronounce the stop consonant correctly. And instead of saying could, they know they cannot say puji. And they try to say could, and it sounds like coulda. There's a little schwa at the end. So it's halfway between saying puji and saying could, okay? So they're going towards not pronouncing a vowel sound after the stop consonant. Also, many times students have noticed that there is a shorter E in English that does not exist in Portuguese. So, and he says sit down, and someone corrects him, it's not sit, it's sit down, okay? I eat, I like eat. No, it's not eat, it's it. So say, oh, so it must be pizza, okay, instead of pizza. Can you think of any other examples of people hyper-correcting because they are, okay, this is really hard for students. Yes, when they say funny, instead of funny, they say fun. And I tell them, if there's a Y, pronounce it. Y's are pronounced. There's a classic one, which is cough break. It's time for a cough break, which is exactly the same. And I say, when there are two E's, pronounce them, okay? So this is an example of a very intelligent mistake when people are hypercorrecting. So let's have a look at everything that we have here. Just remember, we talked about positive transfer because the languages are more similar, okay? Then many times we have an advantage over Japanese students, Arabic students. And then negative transfer, the misinterpretation and false cognates fall under misinterpretation. Substitutions, omissions, additions, okay? The calls, the literal translation, the, no, I didn't do it because it didn't give, and the overreaction to L1 influence. Okay, and now James also has a taxonomy of L2 based outcomes, the ones that happen because of trying to understand the system itself and maybe misunderstanding something. Okay, so we're going to be talking about L2 based outcomes. So look at this. I am reasoning, I'm learning. If girl is girls, then woman must be woman's. If take is took, the past is took, then wake, the past of wake must be woke. If the pronunciation is future, then it must be future, like many people say. What's going on here? What do you think? Let me see perhaps. Yes, Patricia McCann says she would like some cough. Yes, maybe at 12 o'clock we can all have some cough. All right, so we're talking about a false analogy. So the learner wrongly assumes that the new item B behaves like A. So this is, again, a very intelligent mistake because I see something and the brain looks for patterns. The brain looks for patterns all the time. So I see a pattern. Oh, I use the S. Now, the language happens to have irregularities. It's not the student's fault. It is the language that needs to be understood. And here is when we intervene and we show them, great, you have an interim hypothesis, and I'm going to help you see that there's something beyond that, okay? So there's the false analogy. What about this? Typical. Where does he work? Do you know where is he? It's important to don't forget. Okay, maybe we can think there is an analogy too. Okay, I've seen patterns, they're similar. There's a little different here. Do you have any suggestions of what could be happening here? Yes, logic, someone said for the logic patterns, people look for patterns all the time. We do, it's a human thing. Okay, so here, what we have is another phenomenon. You're misanalyzing something. I have a hunch, again, very intelligent. I have a hypothesis. When I have the third person singular, I need to use the final S. I've learned that. That's already been acquired, but it's incomplete. So I want to put my hypothesis into practice. Unfortunately, this is not complete. So my hypothesis is, to this point, it is unfounded because I have to also learn that if I use does and is the marker of the third person singular, then I cannot say works anymore. So I am again halfway. It is a very intelligent mistake. It shows that the student has noticed that yes marks the third person singular. Same thing here. I learned the inversion. I need to learn embedded questions. And I learned the negative too. Don't forget. Don't forget. I use that being imperative all the time. So I have to know that when it is the infinitive, I cannot. So I am misanalyzing, but it is really a halfway thing. And it shows a lot of knowledge and a lot of acquisition, okay? Bianca says it is important to show exceptions, and I think it's very important to show exceptions because they happen all the time. It's very important to see a pattern because it's very comforting to see a pattern. When you say, okay, the language is not chaotic, the language has, patterns, so I learned the pattern, and yes, we have to show the exceptions because this is what helps them progress, and not only we say, okay, sometimes I deviate from the pattern, okay, and there's something for me to be grounded on, which is the pattern, and then I can start looking around for the exceptions. What about this one? I enjoy to watch movies. You need to do a decision. I can't do nothing. What's going on here? What kind of phenomenon is this that is based on English, which really maybe not necessarily something from L1, even though they're not so clear cut. Things are overlap and interchange. This comes from English. Do you have any suggestions? Okay. Could be L1 interference here as well. Okay. And because, like I said, it's not so clear cut, but also could be the overlooking of co-occurrence restrictions. Every language has restrictions of things that cannot be used together. So they don't know. Okay, maybe it could be Portuguese or gosto de assistir filmes, okay? And the student, so this maybe the two things, the student still hasn't learned that with enjoy, enjoy needs to co-occur with the gerund. And I need to say enjoy watching. It's a rule. It's a restriction in the language. It cannot co-occur with infinitives. And also, you have a collocation here. You make a decision, okay? You do business, but you make a decision and you make your bed and you do your homework, okay? So because we only have the verb fazer, again, you have L1 interfering and not allowing me to see the restrictions that co-occur within the language. And when you have the negative, even though many people, many native speakers do this, but this is not like the norm to say, I can't do nothing. So let me see here. Okay. Yeah. Someone says that teaching misuse of collocations and teaching prepositions is so hard. Oh, the little black bugs all over the place. Okay, very good. All right. What about this one? That's the shop that I bought my boots. Yesterday I work it until 6 and then I play it volleyball. Or I don't like meat of cow, but I like meat of pig. What's going on here? Shows learning, shows a lot of learning. The first example, the student has learned relative adjective. Second one, the student has learned a lot about pronouncing the regular verbs in the past. And there is learning of vocabulary. There's something going on here. Okay. Let's see. It's an overgeneralization. You learn something. So I learned that that is a relative clause. It's the boots that I bought yesterday. Oh, these are the boots that I bought yesterday. Perfectly okay. And I overgeneralize and I don't use other relative adjectives. Instead of where, I use that's the shop that I bought my boots. Okay. Or I have noticed that I can say wanted and needed and decided. And then I start saying work it and play it because it is easier. I have acquired it as the final desinence for marking regular verbs. I have acquired that, but I'm overgeneralizing because it's an easier one that I can use, that I cannot use them with sounds, but so many sounds, it's only after ta and da that I can use them. So I'm overgeneralizing. And also I know meat. Meat is a core word, one of the first ones, and beef and pork are more sophisticated vocabulary. So I say meat of cow and meat of chicken sometimes, meat of pig. And I think meat of chicken is not so common, but meat of cow and meat of pig, some overgeneralizing. So these are some of the ones that we chose. James has more. Like I said, the references are going to be at the end. Okay. So we have the false analogy. If girl, the plural is girls, woman must be woman's. It's a false analogy. The misanalysis. Okay, very good. If he works, then I'm going to say does he works, because I am analyzing, but I have the rule is still incomplete. Okay. I am overlooking co-occurrence restrictions. Okay. I'm saying I enjoy to go because I haven't really understood, or maybe I haven't absorbed that I need to use enjoy and a gerund, and the overgeneralization. That's the shop that I bought my books, because I am overgeneralizing my relative pronoun that it's used in different situations. Okay, and here we're gonna look. I don't know if you know this video. It's a very funny video made in England. Chicken Run, remember the movie, the same animators? And they have this 5-minute movie that you can easily find on YouTube, and it's called Creature Comfort. And they have different characters. They were dubbed. The voiceovers are real people talking about their real situations in England. And this guy, they call it the Brazilian tiger, even though there are no Brazilian tigers. You can call him the Brazilian puma. But if you look for Brazilian tiger, you will find, and the link is here if you want to copy. We're going to see just 14 seconds of this movie. So you're going to listen to, because the person who did the voiceover was a Brazilian exchange student. And the Brazilian exchange student is pretty much fluent, and he's talking about how he misses Brazil. And now the puma in the zoo, in the London Zoo, is missing Brazil. What I'd like you to focus on is not only the mistakes the student is making, but everything the student has already acquired in the language. So try to look at the student as if it were your advanced student. What the student has already learned about the language, features that they seem were very natural, but really they different from Portuguese. They show a lot of knowledge, and where you can intervene and how you could help the student. Okay, so I think Fernanda, you can. So I'm going to stop share because I had a problem with the view. And oh, Fernanda is sharing. Okay, very good.
My screen, right?
Okay, that's it.
I miss a lot the food. I miss the fresh meat, you know, because in Brazil we are predominantly carnivores. We are not, you know, vegetarian, and we don't like potatoes. We like meat, and we like a fresh meat.
Right. Okay, very good. So what progress can you see in the student? What do you think the student has already learned in English? Okay, very nice. That's the Brazilian tiger. Did you notice anything that the student has already learned? I can mention one or two things. We have only 14 seconds here, but if you watch the movie, it's so interesting, so funny. Anyway, two things I can say. The student says, I like meat. We like meat all the time. It doesn't say I like of meat. So very interesting because he has ingrained that already. Okay, I like meat. I like fresh meat. So you already know that you have to use the adjective in front of the noun. Okay, and when you see the complete video, you can see there are a lot of instances that show that student is quite fluent and advanced. But he says, doesn't say carnivore, he says carnivores, I think. Okay, and there are pronunciation issues that you can really help the student with. And this guy is really our typical student, the student who has learned a lot and shows a lot of progress, but still needs us to intervene and to help. So very good. So we're coming to the end of this presentation. Okay, I'm really sorry if we had some sound issues. I really tested my headset yesterday and everything was okay, but this is it. The household glitches. Okay, so we talked about mistakes. We asked ourselves what are mistakes. We talked a little about the mistake and the way the words mistakes and errors are loaded with cultural negativity, and that maybe we can think we are going to continue using the word mistake and mistake, even though we have slips and errors and there are differences. Mistake is the umbrella term that we're all using, but maybe we can add another layer, a layer of change our mindset, a layer of natural occurrences in the learning process that are really welcome because they let us help the students. Okay. So errors and mistakes, sorry, errors, should get a little error there to be errors and mistakes. They're language acquisition occurrences. Okay. They're not only inevitable, they're welcome. We thought, what can we learn? Remember the story of walk. Okay, my student wrote walk. What does this show me in terms of the student's progress? Okay, how far has the student developed in the language? Why we should correct? Okay, there is a little story. I don't remember where I saw this research, and it's very interesting. It was a bilingual, but the bilingual brain, there was a course, and the presenter said something that in the United States, they had a survey and a study showing which specialties, the doctors, the medical specialties, the doctors that developed the most between the age of 25, 30 to the age of 60, and the ones that developed the least. You guess which specialty developed the most over the course of like a career, of a lifetime? Take a guess. Anyone? What I want to tell you, it was surgeons. You know, because when surgeons make a mistake, you know, the feedback is immediate. I cut the wrong artery. I cut a vein. There's blood splashing all around. And wow, my feedback is immediate and I need to correct. So surgeons are the doctors that really develop the most. So you take someone at the age of 30 and the surgeon at the age of 60, you know, the knowledge will be immense because it's every day feedback and correction, feedback and correction. So we know why we should correct. With love, care, remembering when to have a spot-on correction, when to have delayed correction, with a lot of respect for the student in front of us who's really volunteering his brain out to us, right? So we should correct. We talked a lot about patterns of learner outcomes, L1 and L2 based, okay? And now we can all go home. Well, we are home. All go to our living room or to our kitchen and have lunch and think about what's our take on mistakes, okay? References, you can take a print, but they will be on the video. I can send you, okay? The references, there are lots of references. And they will be available to you when you see the video, and I can gladly send them to you. And thank you very much. With my email, there's one, there's Inara@solab.com and Couto@gmail.com. Thank you so much and for being here this morning. And sorry for the sound problems. And I am very, very happy to have on a Sunday morning to have all of you here. And it really made a difference in our days, cooked up at home, to be with you. Thank you so much. Very, very much.
Thank you so much, Nat. It was just amazing. And don't worry about the sound because it was okay and clear, and it didn't make any difference really. It was just amazing as always. Can you all hear me?
I can't seem to hear you, Fernanda.
No? You can't hear me. Hi, hello. Yeah, okay. I think everyone can hear me, but Inara, right? Yeah, I don't think she can hear me. Well, as she cannot hear me, I think we won't be able to work with the questions and answers. So what we can do is we can take notes of your questions, and then we can ask Inara to answer them, and maybe we can post them on our Instagram account or something, okay? And you also have her email, so you can contact her, okay? Can you hear me now?
Now I can.
Oh.
No, I can. I tried, you know, it was at like 90%. I changed from 90% to 100%, and now I can hear you.
Oh, okay.
So,
all right.
Well, figure it out.
We have some time for questions and answers. So what I was telling them is maybe we won't be able to answer them all, but they can get in touch with you. Yes, they have your email. And so we have a very interesting question here. During this remote teaching moment, how can I deal with these mistakes and errors?
I think they're going to be, I think the philosophy is going to be exactly the same, okay? And I think the only thing that changes is the medium, the vehicle, okay? But all of the philosophy of trying to understand the phenomena that are happening, and I would say that it's 95% the same. 95% the same, because if my students, if I have a group and I'm teaching through Zoom, for example, or Hangout, whatever, they're having a little discussion, I'm taking down notes and I'm going to address these notes and talk to them. If I think a student got stuck in saying something and he got stuck and really cannot go on, I am going to interrupt and I'm going to address that mistake so that the student can go on. I think it's really pretty much the same. I think we're all getting used to the new media, and sometimes we feel it's so different. But like I said in the beginning, back to foundations is the most wonderful and timely topic because it is the same. We're teachers, we're teaching, we're talking to human beings, okay? And the rest is, oh my God, my sound and my image and all the glitches that we have to deal with every day. But really, it's teachers, students, and people, and the philosophy, I think, is the same.
Yeah.
And if we have time for any more questions.
Yeah, I really don't think so. But what we can do is, it's what I said, maybe we can answer them. We'll
Feel free to email me. Okay, I'll be very happy to keep in touch with you and discuss a little more. And thank you for all your suggestions and comments. Okay.
Thank you so much, Inara.
Thank you. Thank you. Have a wonderful lunch now. Lunch break, everybody. And a cough break. Okay, baby.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Okay, everyone. So before we go for our lunch break, I just have a little message for you. If you don't know me by now, I'm Fernanda Vicente. I'm the current secretary for the BRAZ-TESOL São Paulo chapter. And I'd like to invite you all to become BRAZ-TESOL members and join this wonderful community of teachers. You can have access to wonderful events and so many other benefits. Our main goal is to bring professional development closer to everyone and promote networking at an affordable price. Make sure to also subscribe to our YouTube channel, because after all, the more we are, the stronger we become, right? Enjoy your lunch break, and we'll see you back at 2. Okay, bye-bye. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. Hope you had a nice break. First of all, I'd like to start our afternoon by wishing you all a great event. Yeah, and also I'd like to thank our sponsors, Bridge Educational Group, Cultura Inglesa, GISAL, GISOP, Financial Literacy, National Geographic, SBS, A Página, Livrarias, Talking EFL, Braut, Stephen Hughes, Rodrigo Sigoli, and of course, I'd like to thank our speaker, our Vice President of the National Board, the amazing Marcela Cintra. Ma, thank you so much for accepting our invitation. It's such a great honor for us to have you with us, and we're so happy to have you here. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Faye. Thank you very much.
So whenever you are ready.
I'm just going to start sharing the screen here. I'm not sure I'm in the dark. When I look at me, I look like I'm in the dark, but that doesn't matter. You just don't need to see me anyway. I'm going to.
Wonderful as always.
Thank you, and thank you for that wonderful introduction. I mean, it is an honor to be here to represent the board this afternoon, to start this afternoon. I know you're going to end with our president, right? But representing the board and representing the whole group in different debates and everything. So it is a great honor to be here with you. It was a wonderful invitation by the BRAZ-TESOL São Paulo chapter, and I'm really glad to be part of this with you and making history, right? Online events that we can actually talk to people all over the world without having to travel. So it is an advantage in times of pandemic, right? Sure. Thank you, Faye. Thank you very much. And thank you for the whole board of São Paulo chapter.
Thank you.
Okay, so I'm so sorry. I actually told Fernanda to introduce me by apologizing for bringing you back from an early lunch on Sunday, and she didn't do that. So she just said, here is Marcela, well done. But Faye, that was not exactly what you were meant to be doing. We were meant to be saying, I'm so sorry, I'm going to give you a break. I'm not even going to talk, just go out and have some tea, coffee, I don't know. But I thanked Fernanda and the board, but I would like to thank everyone who came back from lunch on a Sunday afternoon. And this is very important for me in saying this to start the talk, because we're going to be talking about developing professionalism and different perspectives on that in English language teaching. And I know that this group, this number of people watching us right now, are the people who are actually seeking development, because you're sitting on a Sunday to be listening, debating professionalism, knowledge, different things, learning, and this is incredible. So I'm the one who has to thank everyone here watching, listening, and discussing. So as I mentioned, the topic of today's talk is going to be developing professionalism in English language teaching. And we're going to define a couple of terms that are important for this, okay? Roughly define, but we are going to talk about that, what I mean by developing professionalism. Then, just for us to have an overview of what is going to come so that you prepare, and you will see that you will have to prepare. We're going to contextualize, as I mentioned, perspectives and everything. Then we're going to discuss some of the concepts. Then we're also going to talk about ELT roles in terms of professionalism and some practical tips and some planning ideas. If you know me a little bit, if you've met me anywhere, you know that things don't follow a linear path in my talks. And because of that, the overview is just an overview. It's not an agenda like this is number one, then number two, etc. And this is very important. I don't like, for me, the greatest challenge of the opportunity we are having with the pandemic, having online events, the greatest challenge for me is that I cannot see anybody. I know there are some people watching. I know some of the names because I looked at that. I looked at the list when I had the time to look at the list, and I would love to say you and you and you, but I really can't because I see my slides and my image there. But I would love to make it as interactive as possible. And I agreed with Fernanda, who's the moderator for this talk, that the questions will be sent to me and comments or things you want to add, but you have to type them in the Q&A area so that Fernanda takes them, sends them to me. We have a whole scheme for that. I don't know if it's going to work, but we're going to try. So we're going to try and make it as interactive as possible. And I would love to have your participation. For me, this would be very important because it's a challenge to be talking to the screen, right? I like to talk to people and learn with the people, from the people, etc. So let's get down to some serious things here. The first thing we're going to look at is what exactly is professionalism? And is it opposed to professional development? Does it add to professional development? Or do we subtract one from another, multiply them, divide? Are they the same thing? I forgot the equal sign there. Are they the same thing or not? I don't know, right? And for me, I mean, I don't know, I studied, right? For me, professionalism encompasses professional development, but it goes beyond. You need to develop to become a better professional of at what you do. And you need to develop a couple of things, knowledge, skills, the right attitudes, awareness, we're going to look at that in a minute, to be able to grow as a professional, right? And some of you might know Dr. Long, who researches professionalism in English language teacher, and she contrasts censored and independent professionalism. She uses the word professionalism, and she actually talks about becoming a professional in a category as someone who has a degree or studied in that, and you develop more in that area. I mean, in general terms, that's obviously not the whole research, but it's part of that. And we're going to be looking at a little bit more about that. And all the books and references I talk about, they're going to be listed in the end, okay? And as I mentioned at the beginning, I'm going to go with the context, and it's very important for us to define where I'm talking from. And I'm talking from the perspective of looking at professionalism as a broader and umbrella term that encompasses professional development. So professional development plus professionalism, they come hand in hand, but they're together in that, okay? And a very important thing in that sense is the fact that we're not going to delve into the etymology of the word professionalism, because it has lots of different research areas that look into people teaching, especially for us, right, that would have all the knowledge and pass it on to learners. And as a teacher and educator, I don't believe that the right word would be this, who professes knowledge, right? So we're not going to look at that, but we're going to define some other concepts here. Good. I'm not sure you're all familiar with Freeman's CASA framework. And when I mentioned professional development as part of professionalism in general, as the broad umbrella term, Freeman in 1989 came up with this acronym and explained in obviously much better words than I can possibly do what he meant in terms of professional development, with starting with the knowledge. And for us here, if we're talking about developing professionalism and we neglect the need for knowledge, the what of teaching, what you are teaching, like English in our case, right? And all the sub areas that yesterday some of the speakers talked about, for example, and then the institutional context as well. So for my context, it's going to be different than from your context, but we can learn from each other. The knowledge, or the more knowledge you acquire throughout life, the better it is for you to develop as a professional. But some of us consider learning or taking courses or coming to events enough to be a better professional. And I know I'm going to come back to this in the end, if I remember. I hope I do. But learning or reading or listening to people discussing, acquiring knowledge, if we don't do anything with this knowledge tomorrow in our lessons with our learners, in our contexts, in a debate in the staff room, that won't mean much in terms of professional development or professionalism, right? We also need to add this knowledge to the skills. So I know that, suppose I teach kids, kids learn better, or theory has proved that kids learn better in this way. Let me try and add this to my lessons that are a little bit more communicative and see if this theory works. So what I'm doing there is using the knowledge I acquire together with the skills I already have to experiment with different things. This is roughly speaking, right? Then to be able to do that and develop more skills and develop more knowledge, I also need an attitude that contributes to my own position or what I think and believe about language teaching in this case. So this is the sense toward me or the activity of teaching, my colleagues, I would add here in terms of attitude. I cannot come here and simply say that I don't like what someone wrote about or what someone says or does, unless I have practice and theory that contradicts that. For example, that would be respectful. That is a respectful debate, a debate that is not exactly professional would be, in other terms, to look at theory and skills and what someone else does in a different context, speaking from my perspective without getting to know that context, but that comes with attitude, right? And to have the right behavior, the right attitude, the performance there, we would need an awareness that actually monitors this all. And in comes feedback. If we talk about professional development and also developing professionalism, the umbrella, anyone listening now knows that there are certain things we can do with reflection, with practice. We develop some more maturity as we teach more lessons, then we develop this repertoire of knowledge, of skills, even attitudes that we can use in our lessons, in our daily lives, and to improve our own practice. But there are certain areas that are still hidden to us. There are still, these are our blind spots. And then comes one of my greatest beliefs, that we cannot develop professionalism or develop knowledge or skills or attitudes on our own forever. I mean, we can, but this is limited. If we want to achieve higher, and obviously I hit myself now, if you want to achieve higher, you need to challenge yourself to interacting with other people, learning from others that are not necessarily above you in a linear organization. For example, you can learn from someone who's just started teaching, or from a student. You can learn about teaching because you're researching that, okay? But then the summary of the CASA framework would just be that we need attention to all 4 areas: knowledge, skills, attitudes, awareness, in order to develop more globally our professional being, okay? So far, so good. I hope so. I see the chat popping. I cannot look at the chat because if I do, I may mess up my screen. So remember to send the questions in the Q&A for Faye, okay?
So far, so good.
Thank you, Faye. I don't mind being interrupted, you see, with a microphone and everything. So just interact with me because I like to have people listening and talking to me. Thank you, Faye.
People love the theory. They say that it's very enriching, that nobody is an island.
Okay, good. Yeah, this is very important. You see, I could have used this beautiful saying, thank you for reminding me of that. Nobody's an island. I mean, we can go, and people say we can go really fast if we are on our own, right? I don't know, because I've never tried running a marathon, and I can run to the kitchen very far or in the park, but I haven't tried much on my own anyway, like a marathon. But you can go even further if you have help from others. And that means in English language teaching that the areas you have on your spot, or that you can see and notice, they are limited to your context in a way. This is what you can see. When you have help from others, be it feedback or a chance to teach in volunteer work, or a chance to visit someone else's school, or just to listen to someone else from a different context, this is a chance for you to broaden your scope and your view on the profession, and to understand a little bit more about the profession that we want respect for. Having said that, there are lots of people who believe that we are not respected as professionals, right? I agree to a certain extent. We are not, but partially we are to blame, either because we don't trust one another, and we can say that, and Fernanda's here, she won't let me lie, Pri is here as well. I can see the names on my right screen here. Everyone in BRAZ-TESOL, nobody else in the board, for example, works with me. We are all in different schools, and sometimes the schools are actually the competition in the market. And because we are competition in the market doesn't mean we cannot learn with and from one another or collaborate to a certain extent, right? This is what helps us get more respect for the profession. And one of the things I always joke about, and some other people also joke about, is how we talk about what we do. I am currently no longer a teacher. Like most of my day, I spend doing something else, not teaching. I do teach, but that's not the 40-hour job I have. It's not teaching. It doesn't say teaching. But still, if you ask me, what do you do? I'm an English language teacher. And I say that with a sparkle in the eye and very proud of what I do, because this is actually what I believe, right? I believe we have the most important job in the whole world, more important than doctors, because they're nothing if they cannot talk to another human being, or if they cannot explain to the family of their patients what's going on. So they do need language. Yeah. that's what I think about what we do. And it has to do with the professionalism concept and the collaboration of no man is an island, because we cannot do that on our own. You cannot teach everyone in the world, and you cannot achieve that much on your own, right? So in terms of professionalism, and it has to do, I again thank the person who mentioned the island metaphor, it has to do with what we do, what we teach. We teach the language, but I can bet out of all the people listening, we don't work in the same context, right? Either we teach in regular schools and it's part of a curriculum that involves lots of other things, or we're teaching language, language teaching organizations, as one of the listed here. We might be teachers at university, then we're preparing teachers for the market as well. Different content, we can be managers. We're managing a group that is going to in turn influence the group of teachers and who are going to influence learners. I don't know, it really depends. And what we do will differ in context, geographical context as well, like depending on the state you're in, depending on the country you're working at as well, right? And maybe you're teaching private lessons. It doesn't mean you're working on your own if you're teaching private lessons, okay? There are many groups, many communities, not only BRAZ-TESOL. The how we are moving towards professionalism, that, as I mentioned, depends on all of us getting together, putting efforts together to move on towards a more respectful profession, so to speak. I can't find a better word. I wish I could, because now I remembered the etymology and I wanted a better word for that. And the why listed there, why professionalism? I think, I'm so sorry, I'm going to say something. I have people in my family who say that. And even my husband, who's looking at me right now, he believes that people who speak the language can teach the language. He used to believe that, he doesn't anymore. He's laughing at me saying, no, I don't. So if you travel abroad and you come back, you can teach the language. And these people sometimes get more students, or even if you're born in a country where English is spoken, you have more students than someone who went to university and took the SALTA, the ISOT, the Delta, so on and so forth, to become a teacher and a professional. And they're both put together from the student's perspective, because who are you going to choose, right? What are the standards? Or who tells me that you're better than the other? The certificates or the birth certificates, right? University degrees or birth certificates. And we get lost in that. We get angry at that, because for me, you can go abroad and become a great teacher starting in that way. You can fall in love with a profession, right? And stay there, it can happen. But if you're stuck with I've been to whatever country and I can teach and I never go to courses because I don't have the time, how do we set these apart? Okay, because it's different from I don't have the time because I have to teach 80 hours a week. It's very different because I have 2 different jobs, right? Which is one drawback in our country, especially. So it's very different kind of professionals, and the standards, they will again vary according to context. Context here in a broader sense, because in Brazil, if you want to be called a teacher, you need a certificate, a university degree, something that will officially say you're a teacher. But this, from the official perspective, you can become an English language teacher overnight, because you just advertise you're an English language teacher and everybody believes you, and there are no standards that say you can't do that, right? And for us English language teachers to develop a little bit more of a professionalism for what we do, we need to stand together and organize this. Like, I have a university degree, and now what do I do? Who do I talk to? Where do I go? Or I have a SALTA and I can teach, or I don't have anything, but I'm looking for that. Or I have a university degree and I have no time. How can I use my own classroom to study something, right? Or can I take a 10-year sabbatical because it's tiring to work for 80 hours a week and I don't survive one more webinar on Sunday? Of course, this doesn't mean you're not a professional, right? But in terms of moving in our career, we need clearer standards, like TESOL standards, for example. Not BRAZ-TESOL, TESOL has standards for English language teaching in the country. It's different from the law, okay? It's not the law. In Brazil, we have laws that say you have to have a university degree and you have to move on like that. If you want to teach in a regular school, for example, you have to, okay? If you tell me, oh, but some people don't have a degree and they still teach, yes, but someone signs for them in their place. Not that this is correct, and this is not professional officially or unofficially, I would say, right? So thinking about that, we need to fight for standards, but little by little, we have to start where we are. We cannot say, and now mea culpa here, that an event for English language teachers has to be in English. Why can't we say that as the standard in Brazil? But I waited for responses, you see. I'm used to talking to people, simply because most of our English language teacher professionals do not have a C1, C2 level of English. We are very, very privileged to be here talking and speaking and making questions in English, right? We're very, very privileged. But this is not exactly the reality in the whole country, okay? I have a question here about advisors. It really depends, right? We have advisors in different contexts, and I'm assuming you're considering advisors to schools. And it really depends, because it can come to add to the profession. Like, we do have lots of advisors, language advisors, or career advisors, school advisors, that add to the knowledge, to the skills, to the attitudes and awareness of educators all over the country. And they are studying to become better at what they do as well. So it is a very valid role in English language teaching. But it's the same thing I said about people who call themselves teachers without the want or the enthusiasm to teach, or, which is worse for me, to believe that someone else can learn being in the country. Because some people still in 2020 believe that you need to leave the country to learn a language. And theory has proved over and over and over again that you don't have to go abroad to speak the language, to communicate in the language. And I'm living proof of that. I studied my whole life in Brazil, taking courses here in Brazil with Brazilian language teachers, mind you. Yeah, this is very important. I'm so sorry I said that, but it is true and it is important. So the same thing applies to advisors. You're studying to become better at that. Studying doesn't mean only taking courses, coming to an event on Sunday, but looking at your your job more critically. For example, I've worked with state schools, and I still have some students in my course on Mondays who work in state schools like 60 hours a week with loads of students in their classrooms, and they want to come and study, but they said, I can only study by reflecting on what I'm doing in the classroom, because this is my free study time. It's still studying, see? Okay, then I started talking about the context a little bit early, and I put a star there, not only to mean that people are working together, and togetherness is important in the sense like collaboration to form this context, be it in language, a large language organization like I work and does as well, or smaller schools, or even the public sector, where you have hundreds of teachers working together, but not exactly together, or even as a private teacher who joins an association to become better and to collaborate with other teachers. The different contexts, they also help us vary the situations, and situations are different from the contexts I mentioned previously, because they come with the, for instance, if I'm a private language teacher, I have a limit to my situations, because I usually interact with students and other professionals if I'm part of an association, but other professionals in a conference, in an event, or because I joined a group, a board, or a group of discussion group on Facebook, or BRAZ-TESOL Talking EFL events every now and then, for example, or talks. And if I work in a school, regardless of the school context you're working, you might be faced with the staff room, which is a different situation. The staff room is very funny. We're going to talk about that later on, but it's very interesting to look at the staff room as a place for developing professionalism as well. We all vent in the staff room, right, in the teachers' room, where we talk to other teachers about students, about teaching, about everything. But depending on the frequency of what we say, it gives more power and importance to what we are saying. For instance, if I go to the teacher's room, to the break room, to the staff room, there are different names for the same room, and I get there and say, I can't do this anymore, these guys don't learn, nobody does the homework, etc. Every single day, all I'm doing is complaining, right? But if I go there and say, I have no idea what to do, they don't do the homework, and I'm lost, it seems that I'm a little bit more open for contributions from my colleagues who can say, hey, Marcela, have you tried not giving them that much homework and starting with blah, or have you tried giving them a little bit more time for that? I don't know, ideas, right? It changes the situation in which you get yourself into that, okay? Then if we talk about roles, different roles there, it changes the perspective drastically. So if I'm a private language teacher, I need some certain priorities and this is the Back to Foundations here event. I need certain priorities that will take me somewhere with what I'm telling my students to do, or I need to keep my students and in a very direct relationship there, for example. Then if I work to a school, I don't worry about keeping them in a way. I might not worry, right? I should always worry about keeping the students learning, because I think this is our choice of career. And if we don't mind who's there, it's all wrong. But sometimes it changes, right? If I go to university and teach at university and I have 100 students, maybe I don't realize that 5 of them are no longer there and they haven't been there for a couple of months. And I only realize that when it's test day, I don't know, or when they don't hand in a paper. Even though I don't think this is the way to go about it, I can see the change in perspective, because having students in a conversation class is very different from having students in a university class or a private student. And these roles and contexts, they are going to provoke in us a development of different knowledge, different skills they require, and different attitudes that we may be looking at, okay? And this is very important because I know I'm going to say it all in the end, but if I don't remember, you maybe remember. One of the tips I have, if we want to develop professionalism, is try and vary contexts, try and vary roles, perspectives. So either changing what you're doing every day, if possible, or simply connecting with someone who's in a different role, in a different context, in a different profession, right? And then we go to a question, because the context can vary, but what makes, if there are so many variables, what makes a great ELT professional? I think this is the biggest question for us, right? Who can be called a great ELT professional, and why? If we don't have any, we do have, but not one set of standards that applies to all the different contexts. How can I answer the question, right? It is here under context because it will vary according to the context. If I work in a bilingual school, a private bilingual school, a great ELT professional will have a set of skills and certain knowledge and degree that will become very different from someone who works in a language school or someone who works in private teaching as a private teacher, or someone who works in the public sector as well, right? So the set of skills and knowledge will vary. So to answer the question, what makes a great ELT professional, you need to contextualize the question. And if we look at Brosner, Richard Brosner, in 2017, he published a very interesting book, which is called Language Teaching Competences. And he tries to answer the question, what makes, or how language teachers are made. He tries to answer this question, and he looks at the starting point of knowledge and skills in courses like the CELTA or university courses. And from that basis of knowledge and skills, you move on to developing into other contexts. It's like you have to start somewhere, and this somewhere is a recognized university or recognized course. And this is why the CELTA is taught all over the world in different universities as well, as part of the teaching career, a starting point there. So the CELTA and other courses, the Trinity, and also the basic methodology and practice course in different universities. If you've studied letras in Brazil, language literature in Brazil, depending on where you study, the practical component nowadays is not practical at all. I mean, nowadays, in the past decades, it doesn't help you understand what the classroom really is unless you're given a chance to help the teacher you're observing in the process. Otherwise, you sit there, observe, but you don't have the practice in skills or knowledge. This is what happened to many of the people I interviewed a couple of years ago for the masters, okay? And it's still true because it happened to me a couple of years ago, a couple of decades ago, but nobody heard the decade, I hope, right? And it's still true for teacher education, but what Rosen says is that you have to start with this component, and from there you go on developing other competences and more professionalism, right? To answer that question, I know we talked about Freeman, but we talked about his article in 1989, and talking about Freeman 2016, he still researches teacher education, and he keeps talking about the making of English language teachers and the development of knowledge, how it happens in different parts of the world, the knowledge, the what you teach, the how, the who you're teaching. So it varies according to the context, right? And the whys. And going back to the why of English language teaching and talking about developing professionalism, I would like to make a point here in reminding you to look at the why you are in this. Why do we teach? Okay, why do you teach? And this may give us some light in the environment of the attitudes we take, the habits we take, the staff room, as I mentioned, the contribution we give to the profession, or the trust we build with other professionals, and the cohesion in English language teaching. Because I work in a company that competes with other people's companies here in the talk, it doesn't mean we cannot create a cohesive group that still understands the standards or the needs for a better professional recognition in the country together. It can be varied in the context, but with the core of the why still as one. This is what I believe in. Like, the focus for everyone could be something like, we want our learners to become better at using the language in their context, for example. And that will be different, because if I'm teaching people who just need to read and in the English language for their PhD course, it's different from teaching them to communicate. So communication does not necessarily entail speaking, right? Or the degree of vocabulary developed there. But if I consider a cohesive group, then I move up the ladder of ticks I put there for us on trust, because my learner is looking for me as a teacher because he needs certain things, but being a better professional in an ideal world may mean that I need to recommend another teacher to that student at a certain point because I cannot contribute anymore. Or I can, but I will have to learn something different. Or maybe my colleague can do it right now and I can get back. You know, when we're fair to each other in the profession, it makes the environment a little bit more productive rather than competitive in a way. And the attitude is more positive towards someone who's actually a competitor, but will also do what's best for the learners, not simply for us, right? In terms of habits, if we look at ourselves as professionals, I don't want to comment on the habits to the people watching, because obviously you have the bad habit of learning on a Sunday. So I think this is fair enough to say that you have very healthy professional habits in terms of developing professionalism, right? But this brings us to something which is very, very dear to me, which is affect. in language education and in developing professionalism. And part of the attitude and the awareness, actually more of the attitude mentioned by Donald Freeman, that for now, I mean, nowadays, we know a lot more, and research has proved a little bit more of what has been said a while ago about effective learning and the impact on professionalism as well, and what we are doing for learners in terms of the results that we get with empathy are a lot broader. And Jane Arnold says that in part of her research. It's not being the nice guy or the nice teacher, but understanding their point of view, or understanding the situation, or learning from older people and younger people and people who are in completely different contexts. And this learning network in the classroom as well will lead to a collective success in professionalism, more than looking at yourself as an individual that needs to develop professionalism. And in terms of what we can do for that, is simply looking at someone who's completely different from us. Usually, psychologists say that is the person we get angry at more often, or we argue at, we disagree with. This can teach us a lot about how we perceive empathy, or how we develop empathy, okay? I hope it's okay so far, because I hate not seeing the people. I have to say this again. In terms of plans, and here are some ideas, right? What we can do for professionalism: reconsider our own attitudes, for example, or reconsider how we look at the profession, how we talk about the profession, and how we talk about learners, or how much knowledge we are developing. The 4 areas mentioned there, knowledge, skills, attitude, awareness, they will vary. The focus will vary. At the beginning, as we start the career, knowledge is going to be a lot more important than the right attitude, because if I don't start with the first step that is going to build trust with my learners, maybe in my context, it doesn't work. So I start with the knowledge. I could start with the attitude in a different situation where learners need people who have more empathy than bring the newest collocations, for example. I don't know. So it will vary, the focus and the starting point, right? But knowing that and having the attitude to go for that is important. Then seek professional development in terms of certification, learning the standards of where you want to work. Is it at university? And nobody's going to call you to work at university out of the blue. You have to make yourself that professional to go there. And what is it? What are the standards in the context I'm looking for, right? The right attitude, it doesn't work today, maybe tomorrow. And this is the most difficult thing. I know you have to write down what I plan to work on with my attitude. It's very, very difficult, very, very difficult, painful, I would say, because we as human beings, and again, psychology has a lot of research on that, we don't like to be wrong about anything, right? But accepting that we are not right about everything, I think is, or we don't know everything, is the first step. When I started in the career, I used to think, when I was like a teenager 2 years ago, I used to think that if the teacher didn't know the answer, that was a bad sign for teaching. So when I started teaching, I thought that if I didn't know the answer, that would make me a bad teacher. and I would try and answer all the questions or prevent the questions from happening, because if I didn't know the answer, that would be a disaster. And as I moved on in my career, very little after that, because someone was good enough to give me feedback on that, I understood the fact that the questions are what actually enriches my teaching, having the answer or not to the questions. So the right attitude there prevented me from helping some learners at the beginning. And now that I knew of that, I could develop a little bit more. So this is it, maybe finding something that you know you have to change, or asking someone else. In my case, I was very fortunate to have someone telling me that, right? A couple of tips in general: reading. And reading will depend. You say, Marcela, what do I read? This is too general. I know it's general because we have a varied group here. If you need to develop methodological knowledge, you're going to read methodology books. If I need to develop language, then we either read books on language development for teachers, or I read books in English that will give me repertoire of vocabulary, for example. Or do I study for an exam? It depends. We need to keep reading. And if we're teaching English and we don't like reading or studying, maybe it's a sign that we need to reconsider the attitude towards the profession, maybe, I don't know, because we want our students to read, but if we don't do it ourselves, we might be asking them to do the wrong thing, or we might not exactly believe in what we do, I don't know. Connecting, and they're all overlapping here, because we need to connect with people in general to become better at what we do. And we need to connect with people who have read different things as well. And we need to connect with people who are going to challenge us, students, other teachers, managers, trainers, okay? Varying the perspectives, and to vary the perspectives, we need to either change what we're doing every day, or use the connections and the reading to look at other people's perspectives, okay? Deconstruct beliefs. Remember what I said about my background when I started teaching, from examples I had and from reading I had done. It was that the teacher knows everything. The professor, you profess your knowledge, right? So how did I become the person who likes questions and nobody did? No, nobody, I cannot say nobody. Some people did ask questions, right? But you didn't believe me, right? It was true. I like the questions a lot more than the answers, so to speak, right? Deconstruct your own beliefs. This is the most painful thing, okay? The most painful tip. And some final words, otherwise Fernando will kill me. Putting it all together in terms of professionalism, or developing professionalism. It's not only the theory you read about developing professionalism, but also the people you talk to and the pieces they bring to the puzzle of the profession, and what it means to be an ELT professional in the world, in this world, and in this country at the moment, or in any other moment, but especially at the moment, to become stronger as a group and trust each other to bring more value to what everyone does. Because if one student disbelieves the profession, we all lose, if you know what I mean, right? So here are the some of the references I mentioned, and the reference to the article as well, and some other interesting reading you might want to look at. You don't have to buy all the books in the world, but we can choose one or two to have in our library and share the libraries with each other somehow, because this is, oops, it was my ball here, because this is also part of professional attitudes, helping each other, right? Thank you very much for listening. And if you want to contact me via BRAZ-TESOL's email or even Couto Inglês, I work there, and I'm always open to chat and talk, even when I don't have the time and it will take a while. I will reply and we can chat, talk a little bit more about the profession and how to go about it. I hope it has helped and inspired many questions. I hope you keep the questions coming. And if you do have any questions, Fe is going to let me know. Right, Fe? Thank you very much, the São Paulo BRAZ-TESOL chapter.
Thank you so much, Ma. It was amazing as always. It was lovely and such an important topic. I think we should have the 2.0 version of this talk, you know, to continue.
we can always have, you see, I love chatting to people, and then we can move on. The 2.0, yeah.
We could have
with
like a
more
round
details.
It would be lovely.
Yeah. With specific contexts, right? Yeah, I would love to have that.
It was amazing. Thank you so much. And
thank you very much, Faye.
Everybody loved your talk. They're just saying thank you, thank you, thank you. And they like the idea of 2.0. So I think we should work on that, Ma.
Fantastic. Let's work on the 2.0. And this is it. So thank you very much, guys, for listening. Thank you, São Paulo, BRAZ-TESOL São Paulo chapter, for inviting me. And someone asked about the references. You just email me on marcela.cintra@culturainglesa.com.br or firstvice@braztesol.org.br. I can send you the references and even more references, okay? Thank you very, very much.
Thank you, Ma.
Bye-bye, everyone.
Okay, thank you so much. And before we move on, we have a word from our sponsor, National Geographic.
At National Geographic Learning, we serve English learners by reflecting the mission and work of National Geographic in our programs. We are inspired by Alexander Graham Bell's original goal for the magazine to be about the world and all that is in it. And we try to bring the world to the classroom and the classroom to life. If you look at our learning programs, you'll see that they're like workbook versions of National Geographic, filled with incredible photography, fascinating stories, and the real work of explorers. Explorers in particular resonate with learners because the explorer's search for knowledge and understanding is the very essence of education. At National Geographic Learning, we believe it's an incredible world, and we want to share that with students. We want students to be filled with awe and curiosity by amazing photographs and stories of their world and all that is in it. Because we know that a curious student is a motivated student, and we believe that a motivated student will be a successful student. With our programs, we're always mindful that we're not just teaching vocabulary and grammar. We're opening up the world to students who have otherwise not experienced it. Students in China, Vietnam, Brazil, Saudi Arabia, Eastern Europe, literally everywhere. We want to help these students experience their world and develop their voices. Besides having great National Geographic content, we also work with TED Talks, and we are TED's exclusive partner in English language education. TED Talks are the single most widely sourced videos for English learners, popular both because of the ideas in the talks and because of the natural English used by both native and non-native TED speakers. Ultimately, the incredible content we have from National Geographic and TED enables us to develop programs that are relevant, motivating, and powerful learning tools that bring the world to the classroom and the classroom to life.
Thank you, National Geographic. And now, Vinny, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Okay, so we're now the host, and the floor is yours, my friend.
Thank you. Perfect. New venue here too. Welcome everyone then to another talk. I'm gonna make Ricardo Barros, our next speaker, a panelist, so bear with me. And as he logs in, he's going to be talking about the secrets behind board work and feedback. What are the unwritten rules behind having an organized board? How can that help you when giving feedback to students? This presentation aims at answering both of these questions, as well as showing how board work and feedback can be turned into learning opportunities. It's a pleasure to have you all here. I hope we from the board hope everybody is learning a lot, and we can make the most of this online opportunity. Ricardo, we'd like to thank you too for being here and accepting to give this talk.
Oh, you're very welcome.
Yeah, we are about to start if you want.
Yeah, so, well, there are 2 minutes to 3. Maybe I can see the chat here. People that are there, can you type where you were watching from? I'm interested to see if, usually the BRAZ-TESOL São Paulo chapter events would mostly have people from São Paulo and the countryside, but it's likely that, so there's Minas Gerais, even Rio Grande do Sul. Wow. Yeah.
Just like we did yesterday, as soon as your talk finishes, I'm going to share a Mentimeter with everyone. So you can type, okay, everybody attending, you can type where you're watching from, just the name of the city. Don't write anything else, just the name of the city. So we can have a beautiful word cloud at the end, and we can post and like.
Nice. Oh, Teresópolis. Marisa grew up in Teresópolis. Belarus, wow, all the way from Europe. That's great.
So feel free to share your slides. If there's anything you need, please let me know. For everyone attending, use the chat box for interactions and other things that might happen. But if you have questions directed to Ricardo, please use the Q&A button, okay?
Yeah, so I'll be looking at the chat because I'll be asking you some questions during the talk. But then the Q&As, Vinny is going to share those with me at the end. There should be some time for me to answer to the Q&As.
That's great. Now have a nice presentation then. See you.
Yeah, thank you. Let me just ask you something before you leave, Vinny. Can you hear a Peppa Pig in the background?
No, no Peppa Pig in the talk.
Because my son is watching Peppa Pig.
No.
All right, so good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for being here. I suppose it's been 2 kind of long days for you, and Higor and I get the last 2 presentations, but we're thankful that you're still here. I think when the BRAZ-TESOL board mentioned the fact that the theme for this would be back to foundations, I think it doesn't get any kind of more basic when it comes to teaching than boards, right? And at the beginning of teaching, I suppose blackboards, but maybe more modern ones would be interactive whiteboards, and then Google Jamboards, now that we're forced to teach online. So that's the idea. We're going to talk about different types of boards and how they can be used effectively in your teaching. So there's no 2 ways around it that one of the most important things when it comes to board work is your handwriting. So if for those that are thinking, oh, my handwriting is not so good, I'll say you should work on improving it, right? Handwriting is basically training. So first thing is you need to have a legible handwriting. But more important than that, and that's my first question for you, I'd like to know what kind of handwriting do you use? And then you can just type a number. So number 1 would be cursive handwriting. Number 2 looks like what computers use, and then number 3 you have block letters. Yeah, so lots mostly one and bits of twos and threes. And let me ask you a different question now. A while ago, I think it was about 2 years ago, I went to a Facebook group, not Braille, a Facebook group where most of the teachers are not Brazilian. So people from Asia, people from Europe, the US, and etc. And I asked them, which of these handwritings is the best? So is it 1, 2, or 3? What do you think they answered? So in this multicultural teachers, group of teachers, what do you think the answer the best one is? Yeah, so now we're between 2 and 3. So it's funny how we went from lots of ones to 2 and 3. So first off, one of the people there said that handwriting number 3 doesn't exist. And I was like, doesn't exist? It exists. I have just used it. But then he said that Roman characters, they don't have all block letters like this. So, but by far, what they said is number 2 is the best. And the reason for number 2 being the best is twofold compared to numbers 1 and 3. Compared to number 3, number 3 block letters, they don't show the capitalization rules of English in a word like Sunday, for instance. And the capitalization rules of English are very different from other languages and certainly different from Portuguese. So that's an advantage that numbers 1 and 2 have over number 3. And the thing about number 1 is not every country learns cursive writing. In Brazil, we used to. I don't, tell you the truth, I'm not sure if we still do, but I learned how to read and write using cursive writing. But especially for countries where their first language doesn't use Roman letters, then it's much easier for them to understand number 2, because that's what they would see in print materials in newspapers and books. They would see on the internet, so they're much more familiar with number 2. I understand that many people mention that with young learners, usually start with cursive with block letters, so it's easier for them to read. But generally speaking, if you're talking about adults, number 2 is easier. In Brazil, cursive handwriting, most adults and teens, I would say, would understand that. But I mean, I take a lot of pride in my own handwriting. But even so, when I use cursive handwriting, sometimes students confuse my F's and my L's, or they confuse my O's and my A's. So you need to be mindful of that. So what I did was I trained myself to write with print letters as number 2. I started doing it maybe a year ago and started practicing that, and it has come along quite nicely, I think. So it's really a matter of training. In Brazil, I don't think students generally would have problems with that, but it's something for you to consider. The next thing when it comes to board work and writing on the board is the use of colors. The use of colors is pretty important. And depending on the kind of board you have, you might not have access to a lot of colors, but it's something that even if you have 1 extra or 2 extra colors, you can do a lot with that. So let's imagine these 2 words came up in your lesson and you wrote them on the board: communicative and communication. So one thing that you might want to draw your students' attention to is the part of speech. How these words, they have different suffixes. They have the same root, but different suffixes. And because of that, they're different parts of speech. So it's always useful that when you're adding extra information to the board, you do that in different colors, so that students can differentiate what the words are, what the language is, right? What the English is, and additional information that a lot of the times has to do with terminology, has to do with pronunciation, has to do with grammar, and things like that. So part of speech is the first thing that you can add. After that, you can also use circles or squares, or maybe even underline the stress syllable. So especially in this case, because communicative and communication have different stress syllables. So students might assume that because they are very similar words, they have the same number of syllables, that the stress would be placed in the same syllable, but that's not true. So it's a good idea to draw students' attention to this. And you can also show students that even though both of them have the letter A after the C, they're pronounced differently. In the first one, you have a communicative, so a schwa sound. And then for communication, you have a diphthong. And I think this is an important bit, using phonemic symbols, because I'm not advocating that you transcribe full words, certainly not words like this that are very long, both because very often teachers are not able to transcribe full words correctly, but more than that, because it's not useful and it's likely to scare students. If you've ever used long words in phonemic symbols with your students, you may have had students say things like, "Oh, this looks like Greek to me," and sometimes it literally is, such as the symbol for the unvoiced th, which is a Greek letter. So the approach to using phonemic symbols should be piecemeal. So a symbol here, a symbol there, things that you can use to contrast pronunciation of words, contrast isolated sounds, individual sounds. I would say that's the important bit here. Something else that you can do. So imagine these two phrasal verbs came up in your lesson. So when you're working with phrasal verbs or when you're working with transitive verbs, I would say it's important to add information about the objects. So what kind of words or sometimes what kind of collocations are used together with a phrasal verb such as taken aback or a phrasal verb such as look forward to. So it's a good idea to show students that when you use an object after taken aback, which is first off often used in the passive voice, it's used with a preposition exactly because of the passive voice. So you add that and you highlight to students that there's a preposition there. So this is a dependent preposition. So you'd say, I was taken aback by the news. I was taken aback by Bolsonaro's comments. I was taken aback by this and that. So because this object is not always used, I put that in between brackets. So the brackets in this case are showing that the object is optional. Something else you can do, and this is the case for look forward to. Look forward to can be followed by a noun or a verb. So a noun phrase and a verb phrase. So when it's followed by a noun, the noun is used in the gerund, right, in the ing form. And especially when the gerund follows the preposition to, I think that's important to draw students' attention to it, because students usually expect to follow a to with the infinitive, right? So you need to show them, look, it's not infinitive, it's the gerund, and it's a good idea to highlight, to make that visual by using a different color. By the way, the colors are chosen at random, but so the colors themselves don't matter as much. We're going to talk about consistency later on, but the colors themselves don't matter. What matters is that you're drawing students' attention to it. And I really like, to tell the truth, I'm not sure who I learned this from. It's not my idea. But I really like having this kind of lines that allow you to, so you can also use brackets. Sometimes when I do that on the board, I use brackets to show that I'm adding information about what comes after look forward to. So we had part of speech, we had individual sounds, we had word stress here. So we have additional grammatical information, and you can also add information about connected speech. So you can do the catenation or linking sounding taken aback. I particularly like doing the back chain drill and getting students to repeat something like aback, naback, taken aback. So kind of showing students how the final consonant shifts from taken and then joins aback and go naback, taken aback by someone. You can also show elision. which is happening here in look forward to, so you don't pronounce the duh. The duh disappears because it meets another consonant. Particularly the final duh and tuh are elided when they meet other consonants. So lots of different things you can include. And naturally, these are things that you want to elicit from students, right? These are not things that you're going just to spit on their face, even though I'm using a blackboard here. We're not going to use the chalk and spit methodology, right? Because that's feels like 100 years ago. So what you're going to do is, oh, students, if I want to say what took me aback, what preposition do I need? And then try to elicit the by. Or if I use a verb, I have to look forward to. What form of the verb is used? So naturally, you're listing these things. Or you might say, oh, when you say taken and aback together, do they connect or not? And you elicit that. Or look at this the at the end of forward. Is this pronounced when it comes before a t? And say no, so you cross it out. So naturally, you want to present these things on the board, but you're listing them from students. So there's a comment here that things become a mess. That may happen, and we're going to try to address later on LBM. So let's see if I can help you out in any way. Finally, let's imagine another phrasal verb came up, carry out. This is a Cambridge favorite for those that teach exam classes. The thing about carry out is just a fancy way of saying do, right? Perform something, do the thing. So the more important than the meaning of carry out itself are the kind of collocations that are used together with carry out. So what you want to elicit from students and then board with a phrasal verb like that is, so what kinds of things do you carry out? Can you type in the chat what kinds of nouns you'd expect to appear after carry out? Absolutely, yeah. So these are probably the top two ones. Experiment is nice. Yeah, good. A task, I have that. Sure. I thought you got all the ones I have here and more. So I chose these ones because according to my research, when I looked it up in the dictionary, and for this, I like to use Oxford's dictionary, that's former Oxford Online Dictionary, nowadays called lexical.com, because they have lots of examples. Cambridge, on the other hand, is kind of limited. They usually have 1 or 2 examples of things, whereas Lexical has 10, sometimes even more than that. So I favor using Lexical when looking for examples. But somebody had mentioned experiments. They had experiment there as well. So lots of different things. So it's important for students. And if you think of something that is lower level, for instance, if you're dealing with do and make, or if you're dealing with a verb such as take, those verbs that are also called, what are they called? Verbs that don't carry meaning in themselves. Help me, chat. What's the name of delexicalized verbs? Thank you very much. So type the dictionary here is lexico.com. Not with a strong mark, that is from the autocorrect. So delexicalized verbs such as have or take, make and do, they're verbs that don't carry meaning by themselves usually. So they depend on their collocations, on the nouns that come after them to have most of their meaning. So if these kinds of verbs come up, you want to elicit collocations, right? So you take photos, you take a break, so on and so forth. So get students to record these verbs on their notebooks, not by themselves, by together with common collocations, so they can learn chunks of language, right? So we're advancing into this kind of board, into lexical chunking, right? And the theory of the lexical approach. Somebody, Leticia mentioned the OSDIC. OSDIC is kind of a illegal, I assume, version of the Oxford Collocations Dictionary. That's a great dictionary that once my wife gave me as a birthday present. So OSDIC is a good one to check. But I find that for some adverbs in particular, OSDIC doesn't help me as much as lexical.com. So this is something to consider. Right, so something else we need to consider when it comes to our board work is organization. because as somebody had mentioned, it can get messy, particularly if you have a small board. So God forbid you still have to work with an actual blackboard and chalk. Does anybody do work with blackboard and chalk? I live in Jundiaí, and there's a fancy private school here in Jundiaí that it's probably the most expensive in the city, and that uses blackboard and chalk, and I can't believe it. So hopefully you don't, but I know that some people still do. Yeah, public schools, I would imagine, right? But regardless of whether you use a traditional blackboard or a regular whiteboard and markers, the way you divide them is the same. So the more space, the merrier, right? You want the board to be as wide as possible, but traditionally, particularly whiteboards, they tend not to be as large. So what I used to do when I worked at schools that had a regular whiteboard is I divided that into 3 areas. On the left, I had the agenda for the day, kind of more or less the lesson stages or the activities, kind of what you're going to do during the lesson. And this is something that you can tick as you go along. Very useful for young learners, of course, right? Because they need a routine, but it can also be useful for adult students, for you to have an agenda and kind of a plan. I think that helps adult students see that the teacher has a plan, that you have somewhere that you're going to achieve by the end of the lesson. And then on the right side, you have a vocabulary, or what I like to call vocabulary corner. So that's the place where I tend to write incidental vocabulary. So those things that you had been looking at, communicative and communication, look forward to, and taken aback, carry out, that kind of language would appear here, unless that was the target language in the lesson. So the middle would be used for what I call the working space. So the working space is where your target language is going to go. So let's say you're doing a grammar lesson, that's where the grammar work is going to be written. If you're doing a vocabulary class, the same thing, the vocabulary will be there. If you're doing reading or listening, that's where we're going to put the questions or answers. If you have access to a projector, you want to project things in the middle, but leave the corners kind of open for other things. So that's, I think, a more traditional approach to organizing your board. Some people advocate for an extra bit. So you might use the lesson aims instead of the agenda for the day. And I would recommend that for maybe older students. So you might want to have a communicative aim there. Something like, we're going to learn how to rent a car. We're going to learn how to talk about our travel experiences. We're going to learn how to make small talk at work, whatever, right? Wherever the aim of your lesson is. And then at the bottom, you might have an area for error correction. I think this is useful, but as a tall person myself, I find it very hard to write at the bottom of blackboards. So I don't like to have a particular area at the bottom. If that's not a problem for you, I think it's good to have a correction area. If I don't have a particular area for correction, I usually would just use the working space for correction. So the working space is the one that you are erasing and cleaning as you go along. So the agenda and the vocabulary corners, those are going to be there for the length of the class, and you're going just to tick the agenda or add more information to the vocabulary. And that vocabulary corner is something that will allow students to refer to the vocabulary if you want to use that word later in the lesson. And then the grammar or the vocabulary, the corrections, the feedback on listening or reading tasks, they would go in the working space, and you clear them as you move along to the next stage. So these are our 2 ways of dividing your board, if you use a whiteboard or a blackboard. But you may be lucky enough to have an interactive whiteboard as well. Or nowadays, when we're teaching online, you may be just using a PowerPoint presentation, right? Or a Google Jamboard or Google Slides, right? Whatever it is that you use. So in this case, you don't need to divide your board as much, because you can just use each page or each slide as its own thing, right? And you can add infinite pages to the end. So you don't need to worry about time as much. So you might have your first slide with your lesson aim. So let's say you have renting a car abroad. So Sue mentions Active Inspire. I love Active Inspire as well. I have been using it since 2008 when they bought interactive whiteboards at Cultura Inglesa in Rio de Janeiro. I feel like Active Inspire made a resurgence recently, and I like it very much. I think it's very good for online lessons. But if you don't have access to that, if you don't want to use that, I think any other similar resource will achieve this aim. One thing I'll just say about having an aim of the lesson is, so when it comes to renting a car, it's a functional lesson. It's much easier to have a real life aim to show students. But you don't want to show students today's lesson is the present perfect simple, because I'm sure if you have ever told students, oh, today we're going to do the passive voice, the students are like right, it's grammar, that's scary. So let's say you're doing a present perfect lesson, but you want to think about a real life situation where that language is going to be used. For instance, your present perfect lesson could be about talking about traveling experiences. So you expect students at the end of the class to say things like, I have visited the USA, I have never traveled abroad, I have been to South Africa, right? So they're going to produce these things, and then, have you ever traveled abroad? Have you ever been to Europe? So you can use present perfect in this context, and then you still have a communicative aim, even though this is a grammar lesson. Now, then you have an additional slide, so its own slide for language. And then I sometimes write on the top corner there, vocabulary page or vocabulary corner, but sometimes you don't need to. You just need to have a page where you're going to add that information. And if your page gets full of information, easy peasy, right? You just add another page after that one, and then you have a blank page, and you can start again and keep adding more things. I find that useful, especially now that everybody's teaching online, to have these records of the language, because it allows you to remember what kind of incidental language you used during your lesson, and choose the more relevant items and recycle them in a following lesson. So I like saving this kind of vocabulary. Now let's say, so we're using our working space because we're doing a grammar lesson, and this grammar lesson is about used to, be used to, and get used to. So maybe you had a text, right? Whatever that introduced, presented the language, and then you put these three sentences on the board to elicit from students the meaning, elicit the form and pronunciation, and etc. So you naturally, again, want to elicit information from students. So you're going to be asking, oh, which one is about a past habit? Which one is about something that you do all the time? Which one is about something that you spend time to become accustomed, and so on. And then, oh, what about the type of verb? What kind of verb follows used to? And then you can highlight that used to is followed by the infinitive, and then be used to or get used to are followed by gerund. I like to make this connection, right? Showing that the verb to be is there or the get is there. And that's why you add an ing at the end, and the original used to past habits doesn't have that. After that, you can also elicit, much like we did with vocabulary, pronunciation. So you can ask, oh, is the pronounced here? So do you say used or not? So you don't say the t, much like the look forward to. This is elided. And then you also list pronunciation. You go, oh, do you pronounce this use like a z, or use like a s? Oh, it's use because of the t. So you say used to, she's used to, got used to. So you can do all kinds of elicitation and put them on the boards in a way that that is organized. So again, I find it easier to do if you have an interactive whiteboard, right? If you have Active Inspire or whatever other software you're using, because you get infinite pages. So if you want to show question form or negative forms for these sentences, you just have to add another page and go from there. But if you don't, you just clear your board, make sure your students have copied it or have taken a picture, and then you start the other thing. If you want to save time, maybe you have a poster, right? So instead of what you have in a PowerPoint presentation, you can just have a poster for the affirmative sentences, a poster for the negative ones, a poster for the question forms, and then you show all of these. Yeah, so Wallace says a simulation. Yeah, the z to s in used is a simulation. Yeah, it assimilates to an unvoiced sound because the t is unvoiced. So it's easier to make an unvoiced sound when you're producing an unvoiced sound afterwards. That's good terminology, Wallace. So the next thing to consider, and I would say this is one of the most important things, is consistency. So I said earlier that the colors you choose don't matter, but I would say they don't matter the first time you use them. Afterwards, you need to keep using the same colors so students get used. Oh, I made this sound there. They get used to what you're doing, and it's kind of learner training. Oh, Ricardo always uses blue for the part of speech. Ricardo always uses pink for pronunciation. He always uses red for grammar, and etc. So it's important that you're using consistent colors, that are using consistent handwriting. So whether back at the beginning we said use 1, 2, or 3, stick to those, right? So stick to use cursive handwriting or print letters or block letters, because if you mix and match, that may confuse students. Also, if you always put your vocabulary on the right side of the board, your agenda on the left side of the board, keep that, keep the board always like that. Absolutely, yeah. It's the same for correcting, right? Correcting codes. You need to learn to train students to use them, to understand what they mean. And this will allow you, I think, learners to understand what's important on the board, what they should copy and what maybe is not necessary for them to copy. So it goes a long way in terms of helping students understand what's going on in your boards if you're consistent. And I also find that it's helpful to take photos of your boards. And you may be thinking, oh, Ricardo, you like to take photos of your boards because you show off on Instagram. And that's partially true. So I like to show off my handwriting. And as I told you, I've been practicing this print type of handwriting. And I think it looks nice now. It looks better than my cursive handwriting. But the actual reason is by thinking that somebody, either yourself or your students, are going to take photos of your boards, you're going to worry more about them and you're going to pay more attention to them. So one of the things that I found after I started posting my boards on Instagram is that, oh, I must live up to the expectations that I've created. And I need to pay attention to my boards. I need to pay attention to connected speech. I need to pay attention to word stress, and etc. So if you are posting, right, and showing this board to other people, I think that makes you pay more attention to it. But also, after you have taken a picture, you can kind of analyze that, because during the lesson, things move very quickly during the lesson, right? So it's hard for you to stop and look at the board and think, oh, I could have done this another way, or I could have used another color. So by taking a picture, you can later look, oh, I was missing this, I was missing that. So for instance, when I was getting this screenshot from a presentation, I looked at the 6-pack of beer and thought, oh, I should have put a connected speech there, right? Pack of, or I could have shown the v sound, because that's a common mistake from students. So there's always something that you can improve, and having a picture helps with that. And it also helps, I think, as I said before, remember the kind of language incidental language that came up. And then, oh, so next class, I'm going to revise this branch out into, or on the tip of my tongue, or put undue pressure on someone, etc. So it's helpful for you. And a lot of students nowadays, I think that's probably the case with most ages, be them teenagers or adults that have access to mobile phones, they like to take pictures of the board. So it's important that the board is organized. If people are taking pictures and maybe even showing to their parents, right? If they're teenagers, if they're showing it, if they're using it to study later on. So this is something to consider. And the key thing, if you feel like, so lots of people are saying, oh, my board's not organized, it gets a little messy. I think it's important to plan your board in advance. Initially, that may be getting a sheet of A4 paper and dividing that with the agenda, with the vocabulary, and kind of writing, having a visual model of what your whiteboard is going to be. I think that's a good first step for people that are really disorganized with their boards. Eventually, after you have got the hang of it, you just need to think about it, right? Have kind of a mind in your maybe mind's eye. So what am I going to do with the board? Oh, I want to do affirmatives and negatives. I want to highlight this bit of pronunciation, bit connected speech, or sentence stress, word stress, because by then your colors will be defined. You already have defined. So the students already know I use this color for pronunciation, use that color for grammar, etc. And then it's a little bit easier to plan. It takes maybe not as much time, but it's still important to have that plan in your mind, because much like instructions or concept checking questions or a lot of more complex things in the classroom, it's hard to come up with them on the spot unless you're very experienced, unless you have taught that lesson many times. So it pays off to do those things in advance, and certainly it pays off to have planned your boards in advance. Yeah, I think the A4 or just a page of a notebook, right? You turn your notebook sideways so it's wider rather than taller, because most boards tend to be wider, right, rather than taller. And then you kind of draw things there, kind of imagine the kinds of things you want to include. All right. So the final thing I want to mention before we go to the Q&As is feedback. So we talked about eliciting the language from students before and making sure that you have additional information about language, such as collocation, such as grammatical information, such as pronunciation. And this is something that you can do with feedback and then explore, so that students will be more likely to remember that language. So let's say you're doing delayed correction. So after a speaking activity of some sort, pair work or group work, you write these two sentences on the board. And I have to say in advance that my brother from another mother, Luis Otávio, he hates delayed feedback. And in some situations, I do think that delayed feedback doesn't have the effect teachers think it does, but you can get there. So let's say students said these lenses, these sentences, you took notes, you carried out feedback on the activities. Oh, Flanin, what did your partner say? Oh, do you agree with them? Blah, blah. So you elicit opinions, ask students to share what they said. And then you go, okay, look at these two sentences that I wrote on the board. Are they correct or incorrect? If they're correct, if they're incorrect, can you correct them? I'll tell you in a minute what Luis says. Right. So, and then students, they are used to that. If they're not, you just show them how to do it. And you say, oh, students, what about the first sentence? Is it correct or not? So, oh, no. So why not? Oh, you need to use gerund after look forward to. So you go there and show students, oh, that's good. So how would you say here? Traveling. So I'm looking forward to traveling to Europe. What about the second one? And they should say, look, that looks all right. I think it's right. I say, that's true. But remember, we have been working with adverb and verb collocations. what's a more sophisticated adverb that you can use to intensify enjoyed? And so I'm assuming here that this is something that you have been working on. So you want to stretch students a little bit, because even if the sentences that they're using are correct, sometimes they have language to do better than that, to have more sophisticated sentences, but they resort to what's more comfortable and need to give them a little bump for them to use it. Absolutely. There's a lot of lettering, I think, involved, both in terms of colors and in terms of practicing your handwriting, right? Because lettering is basically practicing different ways of doing the letters A, B, C, etc. But anyway, what I was trying to get to here is you want your students to use thoroughly enjoyed, because that's an adverb that you have been working with in class, and that's simply more sophisticated than just saying really or very or etc. So this is where, going back to what I said, Luis Otávio says, this is where sometimes delayed feedback is not very useful, because you say this to students, they kind of nod, some of them may even copy these to their notebooks, but then if you move on to your next activity, or if the lesson finishes, they're not very likely to be able to remember these things. So the final step, I think, for good delayed feedback that uses the board is this. You go and erase what you had written. So I did this on purpose to look as if I had erased the really, or had erased travel to Europe, right? And you're going to leave there, because I don't want to erase everything, because unless you're having an interactive whiteboard or active Spire or PowerPoint that you're doing online, erasing everything means you have to rewrite everything, and that takes time. So what you want to do is you leave the chunk of the sentence, the stem of the sentence, but you leave these gaps so students can fill in the sentence with ideas. And then you go, so now can you briefly tell your partner something you look forward to doing and something that you have thoroughly enjoyed doing? So this extra step, getting them not only to recognize the gerund you look forward to, or that thoroughly enjoyed is a good collocation, but having them produce a meaningful sentence. Oh, I'm looking forward to whatever. I'm looking forward to traveling. I'm looking forward to finishing this course. I'm looking forward to to doing something on the weekends. Or I thoroughly enjoyed watching that film in the cinema. I thoroughly enjoyed this or that. So this little bit, and that will take you maybe 2 or 3 minutes. That really helps students remembering things, because as Miriam said here, making this correction more meaningful. And the first one was correction, but the second one is just really expanding their language. Making meaningful means they're more likely to remember the sentences. And you can even ask students to write these sentences before they tell their partners, right? To make sure that they have a good record of personalized language. All right, so this is all I had in mind, but I noticed there are lots of Q&As there, so let's work on that. Let's see what Bruno says. Yeah, I think, so Henry, we're not done by any means, but there are questions we're going to tackle. Bruno, yeah, I think giving examples is important. And especially for lower level students, you want to have maybe some collocations there that will be easier for them to produce. Naturally, you wouldn't maybe say thoroughly enjoyed for a lower level student, but let's say you did. So you might have to have collocations there. I thoroughly enjoyed watching blah, blah, blah. I thoroughly enjoyed visiting, seeing, cooking, talking, right? So helping students to produce these sentences, because lower level students may not be able to do that on their own. They might not know a lot of verbs or a lot of nouns to complete those sentences. Vinny, should I read the questions myself, or would you rather you read and I discuss them?
I think I can read them, because there are some also already repeated, overlapping questions, okay, and also some things you answered during your presentation.
Okay, sure.
First,
so people Yeah, just like, so
Please.
keep writing questions there, because we still have about 10 minutes, and we'll be answering. So if an answer generates a follow-up question, make sure you write there. So shoot, Vinicius.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to thank you first for this talk. It's really nice to see how different sessions have been relating to each other, like Nancy's as teaching by objectives.
Yeah.
And I think it seems fair to know that when you plan your board work, it means that you have planned your lesson. So thank you for that. It's something that
I agree. Yeah.
made an impact on me too.
Sure. So I actually didn't see Nancy's session, but I saw some of her slides on Instagram, and I felt that exactly what she was talking about is what you want to write for your lesson names on the top of the board, right? Something that's meaningful, that's real life, that students can leave the classroom thinking, oh, today I learned how to do this in real life, rather than learning the past simple, right, or the passive voice, or I don't know, whatever grammar
It
points.
helps with the feeling of achievement, with the sense of achievement.
Absolutely. And if you have that written on the top of your boards, you can check that at the end of the class, right? So do you feel like we did this? I mean, you're opening yourself to students saying no, but I think if you can point to that at the end and say, do that, and students said we did, then there's a huge sense of achievement. So
that's great.
Go with the questions.
Okay. Somebody asked here, I'm just finding a question about using online boards, especially now during this frenzy of online teaching. Do you recommend, nice, thank you, fireworks. Do you recommend any other tool, anything that you do online, especially either with Zoom's whiteboard?
Right. I don't use Zoom's whiteboard so much because I use Active Inspire, as I mentioned before. For those that don't know Active Inspire, it's a software for interactive whiteboards, but it's a freeware. You can download it from, what's the name of the company that makes the whiteboards? Promethean. You can download it from Promethean's website. It's a freeware, so you're not doing anything illegal. Other than that, I think Google Jamboard does a very nice job of providing a whiteboard for you to write on. I sometimes use Google Docs as well. For instance, if you want to do a vocabulary corner, a vocabulary page on Google Docs, I think that's something you can use, that your student can interact with. Your students can write examples there, and you always have a record of the language you have worked with your students. So Google Docs is great for that. There are many other free whiteboards online. One of them is All Whiteboards, AWW, or 3Ws, maybe All Whiteboards. And there are a couple of others. If you Google online whiteboards or free whiteboards, you can find many options. But if you have to choose one, I would say Active Inspire. If you don't want to learn a new software, because after the pandemic is done, with maybe 2022, you're going to go back to teaching face-to-face, what I would suggest is just using PowerPoint, but rather than having the presentation mode as we have here, just doing it like this, so you can edit, right? And you can type and add things as you're doing. So I find that very useful as well. You can have a nice background, kind of retro background, vintage of a blackboard like this. Or you can have one that looks like a whiteboard, whatever suits your fancy, and you can just write in here. I find that easy to do. And some of my CLTs, because the CLTs are doing lessons online now, they like that. They just open the presentation, they leave this thing here on the left-hand side as a guide of what's coming later, and they go from one board to another, and they type things here. So that's a useful way of using PowerPoint for teaching as well.
That's great.
Yeah, so good options here of whiteboards. Yeah, this all app that Andressa mentioned is the one that I had in mind, but there are many others. If you Google them, there are lots of them. So I would say the ones I use the most, just to finish off, then, is Active Inspire, Google Docs, and Google Jamboard.
Perfect. I think some questions here, many questions actually, were answered before, if you plan your boards before the lesson or during the lesson. But some questions also recurring here is about the colors you use. Sue's asking, do you always use the same colors for the same things? And also, how many colors should be the maximum? Like, is there any?
When I teach face to face, so those boards I posted. Let's see if I can go back there. Those boards I posted are from a group I taught in a school, and I think I had access to 4. So the basics are black, blue, red, and green, right? And then I bought a pink one and an orange one, so I had 6 colors. And that's, I think, is more than enough. But you can certainly make do with 4, or even 2. The minimum is 2 because you need 2 colors to contrast. So black and red or blue and red is the bare minimum, I would say. But the consistency is important. So, and in my mind, but this is just my crazy mind, pronunciation is pink. So I always do pronunciation in pink. And I often do grammar in red because I find that the continuous, the ing, it strikes me as being red. But really, the colors don't matter as much as always using the same. Or, for instance, if you look at this long and yarn, I use different colors just to contrast. So usually, if there was only one preposition, I would only use 4. But because there are 2, one for nouns and one for verbs, I use green and red there to show the difference. But the consistency is important, especially for things that are not language. So things like pronunciation, things like part of speech, things like phonemic symbols, they must have a different color so that students don't confuse that, don't think that the phonemic transcript under undo is something that's actual a word.
That's nice, thank you. I'm afraid we won't have any more time for questions, and if there are any questions people would still like to listen to hear from you, is there any way they can reach out and message you?
Absolutely. So I think Instagram is the easiest way to get in touch. My Instagram is Ricardo Barros ELT. I love answering questions and talking to teachers, both teachers I know and teachers I don't know. I love getting questions. You can also send me an email, but I find Instagram easier. I get lots of emails because of work, because of CELT and other stuff. So I may take longer to answer an email rather than an Instagram message. So I would say get in touch via Instagram if it's something that needs more space than just the Instagram messages. I'll share my email or my WhatsApp with you. Thank you very much, guys. It was a big pleasure. I love talking about Boardwork. And get in touch, right? And if you took any pictures, share them with me on Instagram. Tag myself, tag BRAZ-TESOL São Paulo chapter. And I hope you have a great time with Higor to wrap up the day. So Vini, thanks for the invitation. Priscila, Fernanda, Bruno, everybody from BRAZ-TESOL São Paulo local chapter. It was a pleasure.
Thank you very much. It was a great talk. And all these talks will be available, and they are already happening on YouTube. So feel free to subscribe to our channel, activate the notification bell. This is the Merchan part.
Sure.
And
Ka-ching.
before the message from our sponsors, I'm going to ask carefully here for you to use this link in the chat box, but not type in the chat box the city where you are all from, so we can have a beautiful word cloud. So use this link, but don't type anything in the chat box so that everybody can see the link.
Yeah, so I typed something, I apologize.
Nah, it's okay.
What a
People
rebel.
can still see it.
Should I do that as well?
Students not to do something.
Yeah, exactly. They do it right away.
Perfect. So thank you for being here with us. We have a message
welcome.
from our sponsors now.
I'm going to go. Let me stop sharing. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm going to represent Jundiaí in the Mentimeter.
Perfect. So I'm going to share the video, and thank you all. Stay tuned because we have Higor Barros. Almost.
The Barros are dominating LT. Higor Barros, join the family.
If you want, you can. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, sorry.
Just taking the time to find the file. Lots of things to do and still try to find this rarity here.
Can I still say something?
Yes, you can.
So I'm answering some questions. I'm typing the answers here and answering them privately, it says. So if you wrote a question in the Q&A and we didn't have time for that, I'm typing the answers and sending it to you.
That's perfect. Thank you. It's very considerate of you. Thank you. So TESOL, our sponsor, is offering 30% discount in Higor Cavalcante's book, which is this one. But this is the first one. The second's coming up. And the discount is offered until June the 12th. So you better rush, okay? I'm going to send the link here for you all in the chat box too. Great book, isn't it? I don't like the person who wrote it, but book is great. Just kidding. Yeah. Now we have it in the chat box. And I'm going to check the word cloud in a while. So as we're waiting for Higor to start, just a second. Did you all manage to see the book? I don't know. Yeah, camera got it. Inglês para Professor by Higor Cavalcante. Please. And let's see which jokes Higor is going to tell today. Perfect. Okay, remembered what I was going to tell you. This is the one. As we prepare for the last of these 12 very insightful sessions we had these 2 days, we from the board would kindly ask you to spare some minutes after the end of Higor's presentation to help us know where and how to improve for our next BRAZ-TESOL event. So this is the link. Please help us. Never asked anything of you. It's a quick survey, doesn't take more than 30 minutes. Just kidding. And also, if you need English certificates in English or Portuguese, these are the links. Did you get it? No. Certificate in English is this one. This is the third thing you've asked us. Okay. Sorry, Anna. Perfect. Also, if you're not a member, BRAZ-TESOL member, this is the time. Go there, sign up, and become a member too. I think we can just wait. I'm gonna make Higor a panelist now. We still have 4 minutes to our next session, 3 now.
Hi, everybody. Hello. Can you hear me?
Perfectly.
So what is this thing you're saying about not liking me?
No, I mean, the book is great, I said. Teacher, I'm curious to know how many students, ex-students Higor has here online with us. I'm one of them.
Hi, everybody. Hello. Thanks for all the kindness. Thank you all.
It's great to have you here. Without, I'm not gonna stall that much. I'm just gonna read your abstract, depending on technology.
Don't worry about it. Sorry.
Yeah, no pressure.
I know it's not like there are lots of people watching.
Yeah, on YouTube too. We have 211 here on Zoom and
that's wonderful.
48 live simultaneously on YouTube. It's okay.
It's really,
all good.
It's really humbling.
So thank you very much for being here with us. Higor Cavalcante's talk is on teaching listening. And in the words of J.J. Wilson, listening should be impossible. One word crashes into the next and the individual sounds are concatenated, out of shape. That's probably something.
I put that in just to trip you up, you know. I don't know.
Thank
Nobody
you.
knows how to pronounce that word.
Why is listening so difficult for learners? Why is it that what we hear in English sounds or feels so different from the English we read? We can help learners become more effective at making sense of the jungle of spontaneous speech. But how? In this webinar, we will discuss, or Higor will, what teaching listening does and should entail. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you.
On behalf of the board, the floor is yours.
Thanks, guys. Thank you. All right. I'm truly honored to be here. I really am. I want to thank, well, I'm sure everybody's done that before, but I really want to thank this incredible group of people, Prife, Vini, Veruska, Elaine, Bruno, for putting this together. This is not easy. I've been organizing events together with a bunch of great people for a while, and I know how hard this is. And I've never actually organized an event this big online. And wow, what incredible work you guys have done. Congratulations, bringing all of us together, 300 of us together. So this has been terrific. So thank you very, very much for this, every single one of you watching as well. I mean, for being here on a Sunday and for having been here actually the whole weekend. It's not like we have a lot of free time, is it? So phenomenal work, everybody. Yeah, so I hope this will also be good. If it's not, at least it's just 15 minutes and it'll be over. All right, so I'm going to start sharing my screen with you, and we're going to talk about listening. No, actually, there were 2 more things I wanted to say before, just to make sure I'm going to be late, as I always am. Priscilla sent me a message right before saying that, please, everybody has been punctual so far. Don't be late as you always are. I will be pretty sorry. I'll try not to, but I'm probably going to fail. And the other thing is, I absolutely love the topic of this event. I think we've been talking about so many things recently, all of which are super important, obviously, but I think it's been a while since we stopped to just consider the very basics, the absolutely vital things that we need to know in order to put a lesson together and face students. So what a brilliant idea it was to get us all to think about basic stuff. So that's amazing. And I'm very happy to participate and to talk about this, which is one of my favorite areas, teaching listening. Yeah. So my point here, what I'm going to try to do today in 50 minutes is, I work a lot with CELTA courses, is to do something that resembles a little bit a CELTA session, and at the same time to go a little bit beyond that by discussing what I think is the most important thing when it comes to teaching listening, which is phonology, pronunciation. Yeah, but I'm going to leave that for the end. I'm going to cover the basics, right, in keeping with the topic of the event, and then hopefully we're going to get to talk in some depth about pronunciation in the end. All right. So let's see, and I'm going to start, obviously, sorry, I forgot to share something. I'm going to stop sharing my screen here for a second. Sorry about that, because I need to share sound as well, and I forgot.
That's okay, but taking the time to also ask people, use the Q&A to ask anything you want.
Oh yes, it's good to mention that. I cannot promise I'm going to be looking at the chat. I'm going to try, though, yeah, but if I fail, I promise we're going to have 10 minutes in the end to discuss whatever you want to discuss. Okay, so we're going to start by doing a listening task. So I'm going to play something here for you. Does everybody have pen and paper there? Remember pen, paper? Yes, when we were in actual classrooms in the past. So pen and paper, everybody. And I'd like you to, as you listen to this, make notes. Yeah, make notes, because I will have a few questions for you in the end. All right, so let's see.
What are we going to see in the gallery?
Now, let's move along to the next gallery. Whose turn is it to tell us?
Vinny, is the sound okay? Can people hear this?
Yes, absolutely fine.
Okay.
The next painting. Amanda, is it you?
Yes, this is the one I've prepared.
Good. Now, I've got one or two questions for Amanda to guide us through this painting. So if you could all pay attention, we can get started. Brian. Thank you. Now, as you can see, it's a pre-Raphaelite painting. So we're talking 1880, 1890. And what can you tell us about this, and other pre-Raphaelite paintings for that matter, compared to what came before?
Well, there was very definitely a reaction against some of the earlier concerns. For example, the pre-Raphaelites didn't believe in the idea that it was important to be true to nature or realistic. This is a good example. It's by the painter Burne-Jones, completed in 1884, and it shows a lot about his philosophy of painting.
Okay, and what was it exactly?
Well, in his own words, is it okay if I use my notes?
Yes, of course.
He said that a painting should be a beautiful romantic dream of something that never was, never will be, in a land that no one can define or remember, only desire.
So, in other words, the very opposite of realism. No practical lessons for modern industrial societies or whatever.
Yes, exactly. And this painting is in many ways very typical of Burne-Jones. In fact, his wife later said it was his most distinctive work, the one that really summed up what he thought.
Okay, tell us about the story it tells.
It's called King Cophetua and the Beggar Maid, and it's based on an old legend from early medieval times about a king who falls in love with a beggar girl and finds that his love for her is greater than all his wealth and power.
Was it a well-known story?
Yes, most people knew it well, but only through reading Tennyson's poetry, in which he wrote about it, rather than from the original story.
So it's another example of what we were talking about earlier, the link between the Romantic movement in literature and the movements in art. Do go on.
In the painting, the artist imagines the king sitting at the girl's feet, gazing at her in adoration. Burne-Jones said he was determined that the king should look like a king and the beggar should look like a queen. And he had certain details, such as the crown and the maid's dress, specially made for him so that he could capture the detail.
Okay, I think this is enough. But just so you know, there were a good 2 more minutes first to finish this. So I'm going to have a look at the chat now. And I'd like you to tell me a little bit about what you understood. So do you want to share a little bit with me? I mean, what was this listening about? Who were the people involved? Can you remember some specific things they said? Let's see. Okay. Boardwalk.
Can you see the chat box?
Art gallery. I am looking at it. Art gallery. There is a painting. The king is sitting. Compares literature and painting. Amanda's talking about a painting. A gallery, and the woman was explaining about a painting. The name of the painter is here. She was describing something realistic. King's love for a beggar. Wow, very good. Well, lots of messages. A history class presentation, story behind the painting. I see some years here. 1984, 1884 actually, sorry. There's an inversion, old legends. All right, excellent listening skills, everybody. All right, so I think James quote, Tennyson's versus something. Very good, thank you for doing that. Absolutely horrible listening exercise, because this is obviously an absolutely pointless listening activity, totally horrible and good for nothing. And that's what we're going to discuss now. Why was this activity, imagine this as a listening activity in class, why was this absolutely terrible? Why is this that I've just done here an absolutely awful listening lesson? Can you share some views in the chat, please? You couldn't see the painting, no focus, no listening task. Yeah, CP can be hard. This is actually CAE. This is from a CAE book, in case you're curious. Miriam saying, I thought I hadn't paid attention. Don't worry, Miriam, it was just a really awful. But you know, it's good to feel that way because students can feel that way as well if they don't have a clear task with which to explore the passage. Michelle says there was no task, no preparation, Chris, you're absolutely right. No pre-listening whatsoever. Unless you're teaching art students, that's something interesting. What Adriana says here. Hi, Adriana, good to see you, by the way. We cannot say that this is completely unlifelike, can we? I mean, if you're attending a university lecture, for instance, there's a good chance that this is what you would be exposed to. I mean, somebody talking and talking and talking and talking, and you there grasping at straws and trying to make notes. But the truth is, this is not what we do, right, in our ELT context. And if you're attending an art class, as Adriana suggested correctly, you're probably going to be much more familiar with the topic than the poor student who's been bombarded by listening input about absolutely anything, right? Guys, thank you very much for all the participation. There are 56 new messages as to why this was a terrible class. I agree with you 100%. I haven't read all of them, but I agree with you. No pre-work, too long for beginners, of course. You're absolutely right, Nilda. I think it's too long for anyone, actually, unless you have very clear tasks. Yeah? But we're not having a context. Brilliant, exactly. I'm going to close the chat now. Thank you very much for all the participations. You're all correct. Here's a list of things I thought of before. Why was this terrible? No context whatsoever. So before you started listening, you had absolutely no idea what this was going to be about. So this is not what should happen in a listening lesson. The questions came after you had listened. So basically I was testing your memory, wasn't I? I was not really helping you via my tests. I was not helping you understand the passage. Rather, I was just testing whether you had understood anything afterwards and also testing your memory. Then so no task, as everybody said, or I sort of came up with a task, but I came up with a task after the listening, which is not useful anymore, or not that useful anyway. Too long, as somebody said, I think it was Nildi or Nilda, you're absolutely right, it was too long and perhaps too difficult. Somebody mentioned too difficult for a beginner, or perhaps too difficult for anyone, especially if you have no idea what the passage is going to be about. So remember all these things as we move on, because these are all the things that can break our listening lesson. And even when our passages are considerably easier than this one. Yeah? The only reason why I picked this one was because I wanted to perhaps give you a chance to feel how students feel, even when the level of challenge is a lot lower, when we don't give them tasks, we don't give them anything to look for in the passages. Yeah. Okay. Let me see. There's something here in the chat. Exactly. I agree with you. Elizabeth. All right, so how do we make this awesome? And not necessarily this passage, we're not going to go back to this passage anymore, too boring. But how do we make a listening lesson more interesting? Yeah? So let's think of a few ways. First of all, pre-listening. Yeah? So many people mention that in the messages. We prepare students for what they're going to listen to. By the way, I didn't say this in the beginning, but since we're only going to have a chance to talk about listening today, everything or the vast majority of things that we're going to say today, that I'm going to say today about listening, apply to reading as well. Yeah, because listening and reading, they're receptive skills, and the way we look at them in class is similar to a great degree. Yeah? They're not the same, obviously, but there are lots of similarities. Okay, so the first thing we do is we try and activate students' schemata, students' previous knowledge of the topic. So imagine that the listening passage is going to be about, let's think of a real one that I've seen recently. So about people's love of, let's go, radical sports. So people's love of radical sports. So you could start discussing with students, for example, if they like radical sports, if they're interested in radical sports, why they are, why they're not, what kind of people typically like radical sports. You could give them some pictures of, I don't know, people rafting, people doing parachute jumps, or anyway, voting. Sorry, I couldn't resist. And discuss why it is that people do these things or not do these things. But this type of discussion can get students to think about the topic. Yeah, we can also use perhaps video, etc. So then students will have activated, they will be thinking about what they know, what they've heard before about the particular topic. And therefore, they're probably going to be much better prepared to deal with what's coming. In real life listening, we typically know the topic of what we're going to listen about, don't we? Even when we just turn the radio on at random, I mean, it's our radio. So we have an idea of what station's going to be on. We know roughly what time it is. So we have an idea of what's going to be happening at that time. So it is very rare, really, for you to be exposed to something and have absolutely no idea of what it's going to be about. Yeah. So this pre-listening moment is very important. Something else that we do during pre-listening, this is going to be a little polemic. I'm going to give you my opinion, yeah, but you don't have to agree with me, obviously. But there's pre-teaching of vocabulary. My particular take on pre-teaching of vocabulary is that you shouldn't do it, or you should do it rarely. I mean, you should do it when absolutely necessary, yeah? Which is not always. Perhaps it's not even most of the time. But anyway, what does it mean to pre-teach vocabulary? I mean, you're going to pre-teach some blocking words, some words that might become an issue while students are listening to the passage or reading the text if it's reading. How do you choose these words? You should consider words that students need for the task. So for example, there's a question in one of the tasks I'm going to give students, and it's going to be very hard for them to answer that question unless I give them a certain word in the passage. Yeah? Also, we have to remember that it's not every word students might not know. I've worked on a few CELTA courses with Bjarne van Zilt, who was one of my CELTA tutors back in the day, and one of the most brilliant teacher trainers I know. And Bjarne said once, while we were discussing the teaching of listening and reading, he said, trainees sometimes pre-teach so many words that they might as well just do it in Portuguese. Yeah? I mean, so if you're going to translate the whole text to students before they actually do the listening or the reading exercise, just give them the damn thing in Portuguese. Yeah? So we should, of course, help them with words before they listen if those words are absolutely key. But if we just try and pre-teach all the words that they might not know, we're spoon feeding. We're making the passage unrealistically easy. Yeah? And therefore, perhaps not really preparing them to deal with listening in the real world. But anyway, pre-teach vocabulary if you think that's useful, not all the words you think they will not know, and have as a guiding principle that we should pre-teach the words we think they're going to have, they absolutely need to answer the tasks, to answer the questions we're going to ask them. And then we set the first task. This is the pre-listening. Yeah? Discuss with them the topic of the passage, make sure that they're thinking about the topic of the passage, pre-teach words that they need for the passage, set the first task. Very clear. Let me have a quick look at the chat here. Spoon feeding is counterproductive, absolutely. Yeah. Great, yes. I agree with you all. Okay, all right, let's move on. So then we think of the while listening. So everything we've discussed so far, up until this point, students have not really encountered the passage yet. So now I'm going to play the passage. So what do? Typically, first of all, I'm going to give them a simpler task that is typically going to be a GIST task. GIST means general comprehension. So I'm going to give them a task that's simple and a task that will help them have a first contact with the text, with the passage, but it's not going to challenge them very much yet. Yeah? So some of these texts could be, imagine I play the passage to them and ask them to come up with a title for the passage. So we're going to listen to this. This is about radical sports, yeah, to stick to the context I established. So you're going to listen to this about radical sports. And what I want you to do is give me a title for this passage. Yeah, imagine I'm going to put this on a CD. I want to call that track something. Help me give it a title. So you see how students don't really need to understand most of what they're going to listen to. They just need to understand enough to give it a title. Another possibility, is to choose a title. So you give them a choice of 3, which is better perhaps for lower levels than having them come up with a title. You give them about 3 and they need to select one. Yeah. Another important thing, if the passage is super long, maybe you're not going to want to play the whole passage for GIST. Yeah? Maybe half the passage will be enough, the first minute, the first 90 seconds. If the passage is not so long, the whole passage. Yeah? Then have students put pictures, it's another possible GIST task. If it's a story, for instance, you could have students put pictures that represent that story in order as they listen to the passage. The task could be as simple as who's talking to whom, what is the topic of the passage, or how many speakers there are. Do they sound angry? Do they sound happy? What do you think the relationship is between the speakers? Yeah? But you see, it's a task that, one of the reasons why we do a GIST task actually is just so that students are going to feel less threatened by the passage when they listen to it again for more details. Yeah. So we want to give them a task that's manageable, that's not scary, that's not threatening, and that will leave them perhaps, I don't know, feeling a bit better before they face the big one, yeah, which is the details task. So what is the details task? I'm going to play it once again, and now students are going to be paying attention to, they're actually going to be looking for specific things in the passage. So for instance, questions with what, with when, with who, with where is this happening? What did the speaker say? When did this happen? Who said this? Yeah. So for example, matching speakers to statements. Yeah, this is a possible details task. By the way, a very common one, and one that's used even in very high level exams like CAE and CPE. The last part of the listening involves basically matching speakers to what they were saying. Yeah, so it's a very good details task. Who says what to whom? Yeah. True or false? A very, very popular one. And here, if you let me, if you allow, I have a suggestion. When you are devising your own exercises, if you are using, for example, listening that's not from a course book, or if you want to improve upon the activities that the course book suggests, because it's not because it's been published in a course book that it is excellent. It might not be at all. You can, my suggestion is avoid very open questions. For example, questions that will require the learners actually writing a complete answer. If you've done CAE or CPE, think about this following question. How many tasks are there in CPE listening, or how many tasks are there in CAE listening that require learners to write full answers, dissertative answers? Think about it. 3, 2, 1. Okay, time's up. Nobody typed anything. 0. There are 0 tasks like that. So even the highest level certificate on the land, CPE, does not require test takers to write dissertative answers. Now, I'm not saying there is necessarily a problem with those, but why is it that you should avoid them? Sorry, I keep looking at the watch here because I want to prove Priscilla wrong for once and finish on time. I'm still going to fail, but I want to try at least. Because when students write dissertative answers, what happens is they're probably going to make vocabulary and grammar errors in those answers. And when we're correcting with them, there's a very good chance we're going to have to focus on grammar. We're going to have to focus on vocabulary, and we're going to go off topic. Yeah, so we're going to have to start perhaps a conversation about simple past, which is absolutely not the topic of the task at all, because many students got simple past wrong in their answers. So prefer true or false, multiple choice, matching exercises, things that are not going, or gap filling, where students are actually going to have to write chunks or phrases or words, but not really long dissertative answers. Yeah, here's a suggestion. Now, working on CELTA courses, and I noticed somebody asked what CELTA was. I promise in the end I'm going to explain. I notice, of course, teachers know they're being assessed, so they do things because we tell them to do things, basically. But I think it's very important to understand why gist, why details, why give these tasks with which students are going to explore the passages. It is very difficult to imagine that one day we're going to reach a level where listening to something in foreign language is going to involve 100% of comprehension. So I'm proficient. Yeah, I have the CPE. I've been working with English for 2 decades, studying it for 3 decades, which is a miracle because I'm only 25. And yet, whenever I'm watching CNN, I've been watching a lot of CNN and BBC. And when I listen to podcasts, there are words I don't understand. There are chunks I don't understand. Sometimes I have difficulty to understand what people are talking about at all. And if it happens to us teachers, I mean, it certainly happens to students as well. And it always will. So if students, right from the beginning in class, they're trying to understand absolutely every word of a passage, we're basically setting them up for failure. Whereas if we give them clear, interesting tasks, tasks that they can succeed in, tasks that they can do and feel good about because they've achieved the objectives, students, perhaps, we're training the learner to make sense of the whole with WH, not with H, to make sense of the whole of the passage without understanding every single word, which is ultimately what we want the student of a foreign language to be able to do, right? So these tasks help us guide students to comprehension. And even if we're not necessarily discussing these things with them, and we should, I think we should discuss strategies, but even if we're not, we're preparing them, we're helping them become more effective listeners. Yeah? So that's why the tasks are so important. Don't do them just because your trainer suggested you do them, but understand what's behind them. It's by coming up with good tasks that we get students at lower levels even make sense of what they're listening to, even if there's a lot of noise. And I use the word noise here, like Penny Ur uses in the book Teaching Listening Comprehension. Noise is the words you don't understand. Yeah? So noise is not like background noise. Noise is the words you can't understand. So there will always be that kind of noise. But if we're focused, if we're going for meaning rather than understanding every single word that was said, we're going to be much more successful listeners. So plan your tasks effectively so that students can understand that it is absolutely okay to not understand everything. Little quick look at the chat. Okay, I just saw a minute here. Indian accents, African American. Yes, exactly. We have to expose students to multiple accents. Yeah? Not only American, not only British. And by the way, American and British accent, I mean, they're fallacious concepts, aren't they? Because what is American accent? American accent from where? British accent from where? But how about New Zealand, Australia? And how about the most common accents in the world, which are the non-native accents? Yeah? So students need to be able to listen to a multitude of accents in class. Yeah? Okay, let me go on because I've already gotten a message here from somebody saying I have about 15 minutes. I disagree. I see 23 here in my watch, but okay. My clock, actually. Not wearing a watch. Then post listening. So again, just to remember, we looked at pre-listening. So discuss the topic with the student, pre-teach vocabulary if necessary. And right after that, right after we've prepared them in terms of vocabulary, if you decide to do it, then we go to tasks. Yeah, we get to the while part. So we set the first task, which is typically just a quick look at the whole to try and make sense of what students are listening to, and then a second exercise, which is going to require students to understand a little bit more. True or false, matching exercise, multiple choice, etc. Right? And when the listening is done, what do? I'm going to give you another suggestion in a little while, but the post-listening usually involves an integration of skills. So what's going to happen there is I'm going to get students to talk, for example. Yeah? Respond to the task. So a suggestion when you think of a post-listening exercise, think about this. If you're creating your own post-listening exercises, ask yourself this: can students do this conversation? Can students have this conversation if they haven't listened to the passage? Again, is the conversation so general that like students can do it if they haven't listened to the passage? If they haven't listened to the passage, would they still be able to do it? If your answer to this question is yes, that's probably not a very good task. Yeah? So a good task is going to involve students responding to the passage. So, for example, is this the same in your country? And so talk about the things that people were discussing in the passage in your country. Is it the same? So you cannot really compare the situation in your country to what was mentioned, to what was discussed in the passage, unless you actually listened to the passage. Yeah? So make sure that this response is going to require that students have listened to the passage. But anyway, debates, discussion, it could even be writing. Yeah? So students could write, I don't know, their opinion on the issue, or write a composition describing why it is that they don't like, or why it is that they're not similar to the people in the passage, and they would never do a parachute jump, for example. Yeah, but give students a chance to respond to the passage. I didn't actually include this here, but I think it's always a good idea to monitor closely and then give some feedback on language. Yeah? Give feedback on content. Of course, good job. Your conversations were very interesting. But also, in this part, since you're going to be producing more freely, there's a good chance, a 99% chance, that they're going to make mistakes. Yeah? So consider a moment of post-listening error correction as well. Ricardo was talking about the fact that Luis Otávio Barros, his brother, doesn't like delayed correction very much. I agree with Luis Otávio. I think delayed correction is like you're at the gym and you do 30 repetitions of the same exercise, and when you finish the 31, the 30th one, the instructor walks up to you and says, yeah, that was all wrong. Yeah, there's a chance you're not going to be able to walk tomorrow, but anyway, it's good to give feedback on language anyway, even if it is at the very end of the lesson. I personally like on-the-spot correction very much, but delayed correction is important too. So if you can have a moment of error correction here after post-listening, that's useful as well. Okay, so let me see how I'm doing for time. Vini, am I right to assume now I have about 15 more minutes or not really? Or 10?
Yeah, one could say that.
If one were lying. Okay, so I'll consider like 12 more minutes. Yeah, and neither what I want nor what you want. So now we're going to talk about, so this is the basics, as I promised in the beginning, the basics of exploring a listening passage in class. So pre-work, while work, post-listening work. Okay? Now, what else can be done? If you've read the abstract, and Vini read the abstract for us in the beginning, I think one of the, and J.J. Wilson thinks as well, that one of the most difficult reasons why, one of the most important reasons why actually students have difficulty with listening is because of pronunciation. So one of the things that you could do is also focus on language at the very end of listening. Instead of pre-teaching vocabulary, you can post-teach vocabulary. You can, at this point in the lesson, go back to the vocabulary in the passage and explore the vocabulary in the passage with your learners. Yeah, turn the lesson into a vocabulary lesson at this point. Yeah, rather than giving them all the vocabulary beforehand, you work on some of the interesting vocabulary after the listening. You can also use the listening passage to focus on grammar. Imagine that this is a passage where there was abundant use of simple past or futurity, and you can focus on that perhaps after the listening. It's actually very common to use listening as a springboard to grammar discussion, or to vocabulary discussion. But the one thing that only very rarely do we see people use this, people do this, teachers do this in listening lessons, is to actually focus on pronunciation. And pronunciation is, again, the most important thing for listening. J.J. Wilson, this is another quote, not the one I added to the abstract. He says, listening involves getting to grips with features of pronunciation such as elision, which is when sounds disappear. Yeah. For example, when I say she told me, and I don't pronounce the d in told. Assimilation, when sounds change, and word extremities. For example, instead of saying this ear, I love that example, you've probably heard me say that before, but this, instead of saying this ear, two very simple words students know, the speakers say this ear. So this is two very easy words becoming very difficult to understand in connected speech. But we have simpler things like would you. Would you is also an example of assimilation. Instead of would you, the d and the y get together and form j. Yeah? Would you. And intrusion, especially the intrusion of the sound ra, can make listening very difficult. Some British speakers, but some American speakers as well, but especially British speakers, will say the idea is, for example, rather than the idea is, or I saw it rather than I saw it. And Law and Order, China and India. So add this ra sound where a letter R does not exist in spelling. So drawing students' attention to this, attention to the fact that I'm not suggesting we get students to speak like that. That's not the point. But we want students to be able to understand this because this is vital to make sense of listening. So how can we do that? How can we focus on listening, on pronunciation in a listening lesson? So here is actually just one idea, but before, a little introduction. This is William Renandia. I'm sure this has happened to all of you in the listening class. Realizing that she could not understand very much of what was happening in her listening class, the student raised her hand and said to her teachers in halting, broken English, "Teacher, the tape is too fast and I can't catch the words." So I'm sure we've all been there. And then we write on the board the sentence that students could not understand and they go, "Ah, no, that's impossible." student, they didn't say that. So this is all down to pronunciation, obviously. It's 9 times out of 10, not because of vocabulary. 9 times out of 10, if I give those words to them in writing, they can understand them. The problem is pronunciation. They cannot understand the realization of those sounds in the speaker's speech. That's the problem. For example, think of this very easy sentence. This is the sentence that got me interested in this in the first place. I was teaching a student, American English 5 elementary, so first level, and the student simply could not understand that sentence in context. Yeah? If this had been pronounced like this, she works in an office, he would have had zero problem with that. This is probably how he would have pronounced it. She works in an office. Yeah, this is called epentheses, adding these sounds where they shouldn't be. If this were what the speaker said, the student would have understood. They would also not have had a problem with this. They would have been happy. Yeah? The problem is that even in the listening passage of my elementary course book, this is how it was said. She works in an office. 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 So this is a much more difficult realization of this sentence, isn't it? And the problem is, it's very common. This is not an exception. This is not how people speak when they're in a hurry. This is how people speak absolutely every day. Yeah? Every day. So we need to prepare students to deal with that. This is a real American English 5 lesson. And if you look at it, you're going to recognize the elements that we discussed at the beginning of the session today. You have, of course, you start by having a discussion with students about nights they'll never forget. And then here's the gist task. You're going to listen to David. This is David talking about his memorable night. Look at photo C from 1. This is photo C. Where was he? Why was it a memorable night? So students are going to speculate. They're going to look at this picture and try to imagine why it was that David was so emotional, and why this was such an important night for David. So they come up with a million reasons, and then you play the passage the first time for them to check if they were right. After correction, we go to the details task. Yeah, so here, the info is wrong. It was on August 11th. No, it was July 11th. He was in Buenos Aires. No, he was somewhere else. So students are going to listen to the passage again. Having already done a simpler task, they're now going to correct these sentences. He was in Buenos Aires. No, he was in Madrid. I think it was Madrid. Just for you to have an idea of how this passage went, it was something like this.
3.60. When was your memorable night?
Te puedo decir exactamente. Fue el 11 de julio del 2010.
I can tell you exactly. It was July 11th, 2010.
Why do you remember the date?
Because it was the final of the World Cup, Spain against Holland.
Where were you?
Well, I'm a flight attendant, and that day I was in Acapulco in Mexico.
So no Madrid, Acapulco. So that's the answer for number 2. The answers are in order, of course. So as the students listen, they have to correct these sentences. There you go, a details task. Nothing's different so far. Then we
3.60.
Sorry about that.
When?
Then we propose something for post-listening. For example, talk about your memorable night. So students get together in pairs or in groups. They discuss their memorable night. Then they give some feedback to the teacher. That's it, a traditional listening lesson. But then what I'm proposing, and it's not really me, I learned a little bit about this. I mean, what we can do, or this is just one of the many things we can do to help students understand this jungle that pronunciation, the listening can be, from a book called Phonology for Listening by Richard Caldwell. So if you want, I'm going to give you my email address in the end. If you want a bibliography, if you want some suggestions of books you can read on that, write to me. So this is what we can do. We give them 3 sentences that were taken from the passage. So this is part of my post-listening work, okay? Part of my post-listening work. All right, these 3 sentences come from the passage. Okay, so now I want you to, in pairs, I want you to read these sentences to your partner. If it's one-to-one, have the students read the sentence to you. So 3 sentences from the passage, and they read it. 3 of them, okay. Now you're going to listen to these bits from the passage, and you have to tell me if they were similar to what you said. And if they were not, pay close attention to these parts in red. Try to identify how they were different. And then I play again. Listen.
The restaurant was full of Spanish tourists. Everybody shouted and jumped up. Thousands of kilometers away in another country.
So again, look.
The restaurant was full of Spanish tourists.
So you see, we have a clear weak form of verb to be here, even in an elementary listening passage.
The restaurant was full of Spanish tourists.
Was, rather than a full was. But perhaps more importantly,
the restaurant was full of Spanish tourists.
Full of Spanish tourists. So you have this catenation here, this connection. Then,
everybody shouted and jumped up.
No, I'm sure you would agree with me that if I give this sentence to a student written down, they're going to look at it and say, yeah, I know what this means. Yeah, I know what they're saying there. But shouted and jumped up, shouted and jumped up, shouted and jumped up. This does sound completely different from what it looks like, doesn't it? And ultimately, that's the problem with listening. Then,
thousands of kilometers away in another country. Thousands of kilometers away in another country.
Pay attention to what happens to this here and this connection here as well. Again.
Thousands of kilometers away in another country.
So you see, this of becomes of. The t becomes the d. Yeah, this is not really a word boundaries, but this is a flap, and it's very common, especially in North American accents, but not only. And then in another country, in another country. So these connections, these sounds that disappear, these sounds that change, they can make pronunciation impossible. In the abstract, there was another quote by J.J. Wilson where he says, listening should be impossible. Listening is impossible sometimes. And perhaps instead of pre-teaching 23 items of vocabulary that students don't even need in the first place, another thing we could do is to pre-teach phonology. So we listen to the passage as we're preparing the lesson and we think, yes, students are not going to understand this year because it's really hard. So you can, instead of pre-teaching, I'm working now in international contexts, and it's funny sometimes to see the words that teachers choose to pre-teach. And sometimes it's words like fantasy, which for any speaker of Portuguese, Italian, Spanish, is the same word, and it's a non-issue probably. So instead of choosing all these words the students don't even need in the first place, teach them, look, how do you pronounce these 2 words? Great. But did you know that they can also sound this year? So if you hear in the passage, this year, you already know what this is. And so then we're preparing students, we're helping students make sense of listening. I haven't included, I was really afraid for the time, and then I removed a few quotes I originally had. One of them was from this book I mentioned, Phonology for Listening. Caldwell says that we hope students are going to learn to deal with connected speech through osmosis. So they're going to listen to a lot of English, and then one day, magically, they're going to be able to understand what they're listening to. And you know what? That actually happens. It's how most of us learned, right? I mean, we were bombarded by English. We listened to a lot of English. We loved English. We exposed ourselves to it. We paid attention. We talked to our friends. Eventually, we understood that shouted and jumped up is probably not the way they're going to say it. That they're going to say shouted and jumped up. And regardless of whether we say shouted and jumped up, we need to be able to understand it because many speakers are going to talk like that. Yeah? Now, do this in one lesson at the end of the lesson. And what's going to happen is it's going to make no difference whatsoever. This is the kind of work that only works if you do regularly. Yeah? So if every listening lesson you do, or most of them, involve looking at phonology. Let's understand why this was difficult for you. Let's understand how some of the words sounded completely different from what they look. Yeah? And then this is how we get students to listen better. Yeah. So I know that at this point, hungry and yearning for a glass of wine, this is more or less how you're feeling. But just to wrap up, a few final considerations. How many times do we play the audio? There is no magic number. But I think that if you have to play this more than 2 times, you have to play 3, 4 times, there's probably something wrong with the passage or with the tasks. Something is too difficult. I think, and this is just an opinion, for most cases, once for gist, once for details, should be enough. Should be in the modal verb. Yeah? Might not be, and then you play it again, but should be enough. Then, visibility of the speaker. Think of that. This is also Penny Ur in that book I mentioned before, where she talked about noise, teaching listening comprehension. The vast majority of real life listening situations, we can see the people we're listening to. So, whenever possible, do listening through video rather than just MP3. Always have students check answers with one another. This is very important, boosts confidence, and also makes some peer teaching possible. So rather than just giving them the answers, have them compare their answers with one another first, and then give the answers to you. Have students correct false statements. Yeah. So here's one example of incomplete feedback. Vinny, what was your answer to 2? Vinny says, false. And I say, good job. No, why was it false? Yeah? How could we make this statement true? Yeah. But of course, if you're going to have students justify their answers, this should be part of your instructions. Yeah? So in the instructions, you'll tell them, make notes of what led you to think that this sentence is true so that we can discuss them at the end. Encourage learners to make notes because you want them to justify their answers. Stimulate extensive listening and noticing. What is extensive listening? Listening to stuff outside of the class. Send links to students to TED Talks, to interesting podcasts. Make sure they understand it's very, very important to expose themselves to as much English as possible. And noticing is, for example, you've taught present perfect today. Get students to find examples of present perfect in Netflix as they're watching Netflix during the week. Say, guys, don't forget, as you're watching Netflix this week, if you spot any interesting uses of present perfect or of simple past or future or vocabulary to describe family, whatever it is they were discussing in class, make a quick video of that, send it to us in our WhatsApp group, bring it to class, whatever. But stimulate students to keep on working on listening outside of the class. Yeah, foster autonomy. We only become better listeners if we're listening after and outside the class as well. Yes, and exactly at 4:49, with 1 minute to spare.
I'm impressed. I'm impressed.
Glass of wine. People, thank you very much. Or 3. Thank you very much for your patience. Thank you very much for your invitation. And once again, BRAZ-TESOL São Paulo chapter people, you're marvelous. And congratulations on this absolutely fantastic event. Thank you for having me.
Thank you for being with us. Do you all think
we
we have time?
Sorry, just one thing. Ricardo
Okay.
used exactly the same thank you, didn't he? This is Unsplash. Yeah? So we both found the same picture accidentally, but thank you in many languages. And this is how you get in touch with me. And I'm going to shut up now.
That's great. That's why I said Ricardo, Higor Barros. It's one of the reasons. Thank you very much for being with us. Panelists and board members, do you think there's time for questions, or we go to our last sponsor before the final considerations and final messages?
I think you can answer some questions. I don't see any problem.
Okay, Higor, please get the questions here. So some people asked this, and I'm gonna read the words by Isabel Cardoso. When we are at the CPE task day, we won't be able to have the pre-listening activities, right? How should we prepare students for this day?
I was mute. So Sergio talked about that yesterday. I unfortunately missed this talk, but my suggestion is when I'm teaching CPE, and many people here have been my CPE students, I don't do a lot of pre-listening CPE, but this is teaching for a very specific purpose. So the pre-teaching I do when I'm teaching listening for exams is the pre-teaching the exam brings. So like, for example, have a look at the question, have a look at the pictures, have a look at the title, all things that you have available to you in the task of the exam. But I don't usually do a lot of pre-listening when I'm teaching for exams. Okay? But that's a very specific purpose, yeah, a very specific purpose.
And I think that's precisely the difference. Are you teaching listening in the lesson, or are you testing it during the test?
Exactly.
Thank you. Is there any course book you'd recommend? For probably, this is the question I got, probably for listening or teaching listening with great listening tasks.
Yeah, not really. I think most of the modern course books out there will have a lot of great listening tasks and some awful ones. So what I would recommend is that you read about listening. And then, yes, there are many books, but as I said before, if you want to send me an email, there's the email address, then I'll send you a full bibliography. But perhaps two of the best ones that we have out there are this one, Phonology for Listening, that I mentioned by Richard Caldwell, and J.J. Wilson's How to Teach Listening. And that's a great book as well. A book, unfortunately, I don't hear people talking about it very often. The series is very famous, but How to Teach Listening, for some reason, people don't talk about it very much, and it's absolutely fantastic. Yeah? So How to Teach Listening is a very good one.
Great. I'm going to select just one last question here by an anonymous attendee. How can we help weak students in a class with students with less difficulties than him or her? Probably talking about considering different levels of competence in listening.
Yeah. I honestly think that the best way to help students who have more difficulty than the others is going to be outside the lessons, really. So by fostering autonomy and helping them outside of the lesson, expose themselves to as much English as possible, but also to give them ideas, suggestions, questions to help them notice things. Yeah. But in class, of course, all the things we discussed, doing good pre-listening, doing good pre-teaching and post-teaching of phonology, but to also foster this autonomy, get students to understand how important it is to listen to English outside of the class. We are not in the miracle business, unfortunately. Students have to do their share, and their share is the most important share, actually. That is what they're going to do outside the lesson.
That's great. Thank you very much once again on behalf of the whole board.
Thank you.
We certainly learned a lot from this session and from all the other 11 sessions. So I think it was a great 2 days of events. We have a message from our sponsors, but then our last considerations. Thank you, Higor. See you. Stay with us. We're going to show the Mentimeter too. So I'm going to take the time now and thank all of our sponsors. With this one, let me see. You have a coupon and a code for that. The website is bridge.edu in the chat box now. And the code is BRAZ-TESOL SP. So probably if you type more things in the chat box, people will not see it. I'm going to ask you to leave it there for a moment. If one of my panelists, friends or hosts can also help me type that in the YouTube channel video. Have this video too.
TEFL certification is an accomplishment to be proud of. Bridge grads know their stuff when it comes to teaching English. They learn skills like lesson planning, teaching grammar, and classroom management. But the TEFL certificate isn't telling the whole story. When applying for jobs, how can you let schools know the real scope of your training? Digital badges are the solution. Every time you complete a Bridge TEFL course, you'll earn a digital badge, an icon to represent your achievement. But digital badges are so much more than icons. With just a click, employers can see what's behind each credential. The objectives met, assignments or lesson plans completed, core competencies, and more. You can collect badges and add them to your Bridge teacher portfolio, resume, or LinkedIn profile to demonstrate your skills and your dedication to lifelong learning. Are you ready to start collecting badges to showcase your achievements for all their worth and stand out to employers? Join the future of e-learning with digital badging from Bridge.
So this is where BRAZ-TESOL, the biggest association of English language teachers in Brazil, reached today. I'm super happy with the result, and I say this on behalf of the whole board. I'd like to thank all of you attendees, both on Zoom and YouTube, for being here with us. Our sponsors, Bridge Educational Group, Cultura Inglesa, TESOL Digital, or TESOL Digital, TESOP Financial Literacy, National Geographic, Livraria SBS, Talking EFL, A Página, Livrarias, BRAZ, community too of English language teachers, super important for teacher development as well, Stefan Hughes and Rodrigo Sigoli. This is the end of, not officially, I'm gonna invite my board peers to come here online and show their faces. Are you there?
Hello there. Well, we'd just like to say a few words before we finish the event. First of all, I'd like to thank all the speakers who have brilliantly shared so much knowledge with us. I'd also like to thank all the participants. Thank you for supporting our event, sharing with friends. Your participation was amazing. Thank you, sponsors, national and local ones. Thank you, BRAZ-TESOL National Board, for giving us the opportunity to contribute with our work to the community. And I couldn't leave this event without saying thank you to these amazing people you can see here. BRAZ-TESOL São Paulo Chapter Board. I'm so honored to say that. Bruno Albuquerque, Elaine Oliveira, Fernanda Vicente, Verus Cagalo, and Vinicius Tavares. Thank you for the beautiful partnership we've created. Thank you very much, everyone. Make sure you follow us on Instagram, Facebook, subscribe to our YouTube channel, and of course, become a BRAZ-TESOL member and be part of this wonderful community of committed professionals. After all, the more we are, the stronger we become. See you all next time.
See you. Goodbye.
Bye-bye. Thank you.
Bye,
See you.
everybody. Thank you very much.
Smile for the screenshot, say cheese.
Oh, okay, wait.
1, 2, 3. Done.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye,
Let's do
everyone.
one more. Let's do one more.
Okay. Wait.
Smile in 3, 2, 1. Great. Online photos. That's how you do it.
Yeah.
Bye, everyone. See you
Thank
next
you.
time.
See ya.
Guys.
Yes, from Katya, are all the webinars going to be available for watching later on? Yes, they are already on our YouTube channel. You can Google BRAZ-TESOL or look it up, and the link is also coming your way in the chat box with all the important links for the session. There you go. The last link is the YouTube channel. Thank you once again. Bye.